the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Taking Action, Part 2. Who are you? Shen Fei waited about 5 minutes after sending the message before a message suddenly appeared in his chat. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is whether you want to recover. What are your conditions? The conditions are simple. I need some intelligence. Having arrived in this world with such power, Shen Fei naturally wanted to do something, such as eliminating the survivors of the invasion during the war. However, this was simple in theory, but extremely complex in practice. The primary problem was intelligence. Even with Red Queen, not all intelligence could be obtained online. After all, not all intelligence was stored online. Some important information was stored in independent areas. Even if Red Queen was powerful, she couldn't access it without an internet connection. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain relevant intelligence, he had to contact the company. In this case, Gao Zhuang was a good choice. Gao Zhuang, whose real name is Go Yushin, was originally a disciple of the Quanzhong Wu Liu sect and a fellow disciple of Lu Linglong of the Lu family. He possessed exceptional talent in cultivation, having already reached the stage of a Yangshen state before his misfortune. Yet, such a person was beheaded. If it weren't for his practice of dual cultivation of body and soul, he would have likely perished long ago. What on earth does this guy want? Inside Gao Zhuang's secret base, Gao Zhuang's father, Gao Lian, and the other company executives connected via the network fell silent as they watched the information Shen Fei requested displayed on a screen. Promise him, the company's CEO, Zhao Fangsu, said after a long pause. Old Zhao, isn't this a good idea? Will it cause an international dispute? Another company CEO said hesitantly. What kind of dispute? And what does this have to do with us? CEO Zhao ignored the CEO's words and directed Gao Lian. Zhuang, tell him we agree to his terms, but only if he can cure you, Gao Lian said immediately. Gao Lian was originally a man who was very patriarchal, which can be seen from the names he gave to his two daughters, Dao Zhuang and Zhuang. Because of these names, Zhuang's sister almost had a falling out with Gao Lian. However, with the changes of the times, Gao Lian's thoughts have gradually changed, and he wants to do his best to make up for the relationship with his daughters. In fact, although the preference for boys over girls has improved in modern times, it still exists in some places. For example, the daughter of the village chief of Jiajia village who is about to get married to Jia Zhangliang is called Xiaodi. Jia Zhangliang said that he left Jiajia village to seek revenge on Feng Bao for his brother Jia Zhangyu, but in fact it was to avoid a blind date. No problem, but I don't want anyone to watch while I treat you. It was not difficult for Shen Fei to cure Gao Zhuang first, but in order not to be exposed, Shen Fei still put forward some conditions. Wow, I didn't expect the big boss to show up. After cutting off contact with Gao Zhuang, Shen Fei rejoined the group chat. His comments had unexpectedly boosted the group's activity. The group was filled with extraordinary people, many of whom were well informed. Many were well informed about Shen Fei's situation. The Lu Ocean Grand Ceremony was a minor issue, but the disappearance of Wang Ai, one of the 10 great masters, was a more pressing matter. After all, modern society relies on the rule of law. That Kanglong guy, seeing Kanglong's words in the group chat, Shen Fei immediately turned off his phone. He took in the surroundings and saw several people rushing toward him before disappearing with a fleeting apparition. His deal with Gao Zhuang was business, but the company wouldn't give up on finding him. Speaking of which, the martial arts films in this world are quite good. There's nothing like the Battle of the Heavens. Shen Fei reappeared on the rooftop of a building. A massive screen in front of him displayed the latest martial arts films. While most entertainment companies in modern society are run by ordinary people, many also have special interests in the field of extraordinary people, particularly those related to martial arts. The martial arts films produced by extraordinary people are based on genuine material, requiring only minimal special effects. Speaking of which, the entertainment industry in this world has become quite serious. While there are certainly issues with hidden rules and regulations within it, there are many cases where these rules hide a wall when applied to extraordinary people. The one who tried to take advantage of Zhuge Qing has now completely vanished from the entertainment industry. He's in good shape, but I wonder who could be so cruel. In the lobby of an abandoned building, Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he looked at Gao Zhang, whose upper body was only visible in a special device inside the car. He then activated the device and used the Archangel Psi on Gao Zhang's body. While the double hands could also restore him, the Archangel Psi was far superior. After this identity is completely useless. The ability to fully restore a body like Gao Zhang's is, for some, a lifesaver. After treating Gao Zhang, Shen Fei picked up a nearby hard drive and vanished with a simple apparition. Are there quite a few? Within the mirror dimension, Shen Fei reviewed the hard drive's contents and immediately destroyed it, discarding it within the mirror dimension. We've lost track of the other party. Judging from the current situation, they may have acquired special abilities, most likely capable of long-distance travel. After Shen Fei entered the mirror dimension, someone reported to several company executives in a room filled with high-tech equipment. Feng Xian wasn't the only one with innate psychic abilities, but most were limited to distances. Tell those abroad to be more careful during this time. You really know how to enjoy yourself. On a private island in the Western world, Shen Fei couldn't help but sneer as he looked at an old man reclining on a lounge chair on a private beach. Although the old man looked extremely old, a glance at his body revealed his exceptionally robust build, his muscles bulging like no one at all. Are you enjoying yourself, old man? As Shen Fei's words echoed across the beach, the elderly man on the lounge chair leaped up with a speed unbelievable for his age, his gaze warily fixed in the direction of the voice. Who are you? As he spoke, the elderly man quietly activated his body alarm. I'm here to kill you, Shen Fei said, and a black sword appeared in his right hand, the very black sword from the black and white mysterious sword. You're courting death if you try to kill me. As he spoke, the elderly man's body began to swell, a thicket of black hair sprouting from his muscular frame. His hands transformed into a pair of sharp claws. In a moment, he transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall black werewolf, emanating a powerful black ki. The innate inhuman, werewolf Levi, was one of the Western world's top masters and a member of the Dark Council. Of course, this werewolf was different from the werewolves in Harry Potter. Harry Potter's werewolves were a different species from humans, while Levi was still human at heart. His ability to transform into a werewolf was a special ability of the innate inhuman. Werewolves and vampires do exist in the world of under 1%. They are all innate superhumans. In fact, this type of superhuman is not uncommon in the superhuman world, such as Chen Duo's childhood friend Chen Junyan's lizard man. It's not just werewolves and vampires, there are also bear men, leopard men, and so on. In fact, in under 1%, the world has a wide variety of abilities, and all kinds of people exist. For example, in faraway Africa, there are sects based on natural gods that worship totems and can draw on divine power. Besides these, magic also exists in the superhuman world. The Flammel Academy in England is very famous, and even the old Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain is known to them. However, whether it's a werewolf, a vampire, or the divine power of a natural god, the power used by magicians is the same ki. Of course, due to different realms and heritage, ki has many different names, such as fighting spirit, magic power, chakra, and so on. Because they are all superhumans, vampires in this world cannot produce offspring by drinking blood. Roar. Transformed into a werewolf, Levi roared to the heavens and lunged at Shen Fei. Though they were on the soft sand, this didn't slow him down. His massive body, like a flash of black lightning, instantly appeared before Shen Fei. The sharp claws on his right hand traced a path through the air, clawing towards Shen Fei's neck. Puff. Just as Levi's wolf head revealed a sinister grin, a flash of cold light suddenly streaked through the air. Levi felt a sharp pain, and then he realized his right werewolf arm had been torn from its body and was flying in midair. Before Levi could even let out a scream, his left arm followed suit. With both arms severed, Levi, overcome by the excruciating pain, immediately exited his werewolf form and collapsed onto the beach, writhing. The blood from his arms dyed the sand beneath him blood red. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the bodyguards on the far side of the beach quickly rushed over. Seeing the intruder, Shen Fei, and his immediate boss lying in a pool of blood, they immediately drew their handguns and fired non-stop at Shen Fei. None of these bodyguards were ordinary people, they were all inhumans. Combined with the power of their weapons, an assassination attempt by ordinary men, even by the Tang sect, would be difficult. But this was no problem for Shen Fei. With a few quick movements of his left hand, he caught all the bullets fired at him. Then, with a burst of firing, His left hand pierced the bodies of the oncoming bodyguards. Werewolf. After dispatching the bodyguards, Shen Fei knocked Levi unconscious and then cleared everyone on the private island. Shen Fei didn't leave immediately. Instead, he set up his portable laboratory on the island and began researching the innate inhumans. While it was difficult to target innate inhumans back home, he no longer had that concern. Sure enough, they're very different from Harry Potter's werewolves. Shen Fei had certainly researched Harry Potter's werewolves, but not the vampires there. Harry Potter's vampires were the lowest of the low, so there was no need for research. Bang, bang, bang. After studying them and identifying the relevant genes, Shen Fei descended to the center of the island and unleashed a barrage of punches on the ground below. The overwhelming force caused the entire island to collapse. By the time the wave subsided, the island was no longer visible above sea level. I'll show you the true use of the arcane gate, and what true assassination looks like. After dealing with Levi, Shen Fei moved on to his next target, the chairman of a Fortune 500 company. Considering they were in a city, and considering Shen Fei wanted to try other methods, he decided against direct violence, instead opting for a sniper attack. Hiding within the arcane gate, Shen Fei pulled out his long unused Hecate sniper rifle and the specially crafted bullets fortified by the self-cultivation furnace. He loaded the rifle and summoned a physical clone using the arcane form. After the clone used the arcane gate to open a golden passage, Shen Fei fired directly into the chairman's head, who was surrounded by numerous inhuman bodyguards. Even at the last moment, the chairman sensed danger and covered himself with powerful ki for defense, but it couldn't stop the fatal bullet. 10 years of training, and it's no match for a bullet. No wonder the inhuman strength is declining these days. After dispatching the enemy, Shen Fei departed. I can easily fight a major battle now, no problem. The arcane gate allowed Shen Fei to deploy all his firepower here, then use the arcane form to summon numerous special passages, and then unleash his firepower. This was the power of the fusion of mystery and technology. This is the end. Shen Fei, landing on the island nation, arrived directly at the gate of a mountainous manor. Who are you? The two warriors guarding the gate immediately spotted Shen Fei and charged forward, katana in hand. Samurai, onmyaji, ninja, priest, monk, Shen Fei muttered to himself. With a single swing of his right hand, the black sword dispatched the two warriors. Two screams of agony alerted the entire manor, and a large number of warriors, followed by a middle-aged man, emerged. Who are you? Kill you. With that, Shen Fei attacked without resorting to forceful moves. He cut through the front yard, one by one, and entered the backyard. There, he encountered his nemesis, a very old-looking man. The man sat quietly, a katana resting across his knees, emitting an unholy aura. A demonic sword. Shen Fei waited for the man to slowly rise and assume a stance. The moment he struck, the black sword slashed out, a powerful burst of energy piercing the air. Drawing the sword and slashing is nothing more than that, Shen Fei slashed out with his sword, then turned and walked outside. The moment he took a step, a red line appeared on the old man's forehead. As the red line spread, the old man's body was split into two. The moment he fell to the ground, the magic sword in his hand shattered into dozens of pieces. Boom. At the same time, the manor behind the old man was directly split into two, and a deep ditch of nearly 100 meters appeared on the ground. Snap. Shen Fei walked out of the manor, clasped his hands together, and pressed his left hand on the ground. With the activation of alchemy, the entire manor was sunk into the earth. Next is the Damonmyaji. Yin-Yang magic is quite interesting. Yin-Yang magic and talismans have similarities, which is also one of the reasons why he came here. Chapter 377, The Fall of Korea, Part 1. How interesting. The ghost before the ghost after the ghost, the Snow Woman, the Azura, the Daryudo, the Shutendaji, they're all legendary Shikigami, but it's a shame none of them are real Shikigami. Looking at the numerous Shikigami surrounding him, Shen Fei sighed with disappointment. He was currently located in a luxurious manor deep in the mountains. The inhabitants were the legendary Tsuchimikado clan, the island nation's most powerful onmyaji clan. After defeating several onmyaji masters in a row, Shen Fei encountered an ambush. Shen Fei, of course, didn't care about the ambush. What disappointed him was that none of these so-called onmyaji masters possessed a Shikigami that caught his eye. He had originally hoped to use his power of spirit confinement to acquire a few capable Shikigami as his subordinates. Onmyaji Shikigami can be divided into two types. One type manipulates spirits, making them their own shikigami, similar to the abilities of the shamans. However, just as the shamans declined with the advent of modern society, so too did the shikigami. Another type of shikigami possesses abilities similar to talismans, using ki to summon desired shikigami. However, these shikigami only possess a form, not a spirit. Shen Fei primarily encountered the second type of shikigami along his journey. While he encountered some of the first type, they were only kappa and flying-headed barbarians, shikigami that held no interest for Shen Fei. He didn't enjoy manipulating human heads. This situation wasn't really the fault of the Onmyoji, it was simply a matter of time. In modern society, the creation of nature spirits is exceedingly difficult. Once upon a time, the vast majority of powerful shikigami were nature spirits, but now they've largely vanished. The only shikigami that can be created in modern society are weaker ones, such as flying-headed barbarians and kappa, which require human souls. However, due to their predatory nature, creating these shikigami is difficult and makes them easy targets. Just like Zhao Gizan, one of the most gifted individuals in Biao's village, who killed innocent children to cultivate the seven evils body, he was ultimately skinned alive by Xiao Zizhe. The talisman sect has a talisman called the Five Ghosts Talisman, which requires 5 souls to create. Of course, this was once a myth. In modern times, the Five Ghosts Talisman has been refined to incorporate ki energy. However, for most talisman masters, even with this refinement, they still prefer to obtain the real Five Ghosts Talisman, as the power difference between the two is significant. Domestically, strict regulations on these talismans make it impossible to create a genuine Five Ghosts Talisman. Therefore, those who can afford it often leave the country and seek war-torn areas. These places are neither domestic nor foreign, and as long as you don't go too far, generally no one will bother you. Zhao Gizhan is exactly like these people. He went to a war-torn area to cultivate his 7 evils body, but then he resorted to killing innocent people in China to cultivate it. This is simply courting death. The world of the Inhumans possesses countless methods of cultivating evil dharma. Domestically, with companies and major sects operating, security isn't a major concern. However, abroad, especially in chaotic areas, one can suddenly discover the prevalence of cultists who exploit human lives and souls. After all, compared to orthodox cultivation, which progresses slowly, the progress of evil dharma is incredibly rapid. Kill, the yin-yang master controlling the ghost god's frontal roared, and the surrounding yin-yang masters immediately commanded their shikigami to attack Shen Fei. The ghost god's frontal led the charge, wielding his golden axe and striking directly at Shen Fei's neck. If you are a true ghost god former ghost, perhaps I would be a little wary, but unfortunately you are not. Facing the attacking ghost god former ghost, Shen Fei secretly shook his head. The black sword directly slashed out a half-moon-shaped sword energy that was 100 meters long. With one blow, half of the encircled shikigami and Onmyoji died. Among them, ghost god former ghost and ghost god back ghost, after being cut in half by the sword energy, immediately turned into 2 pieces of talisman paper and floated towards the ground. 3 sword strikes, the dozens of Onmyoji who surrounded Shen Fei were all wiped out after Shen Fei's 3 sword strikes. Shen Fei would show no mercy to these people. Is this a blood sacrifice using their own people? After killing these people, Shen Fei watched the blood on the ground slowly seep into the ground. The residual souls of these people who died were also sucked into the ground. He probably guessed what was going on. Boom. At that moment, a resounding explosion erupted from the manor ahead. The ground collapsed, and a massive, blood-red figure, nearly 10 meters tall, emerged from the ground. It resembled a barbarian, its face covered in a strange oil-painted mask, and around its waist was something that looked like animal skin. In its hand, it held a massive, blood-red spear. A cannibal nature spirit, this image immediately reminded Shen Fei of a piece of information from a previous company transaction. With the advent of modern society, the emergence of nature spirits has become extremely rare, found only in deep mountain forests like Shinongjia and the depths of Changbei Mountain. However, one place likely harbors a large number of nature spirits, Africa. Due to cultural factors, these regions contain a variety of nature spirits. However, despite the abundance of nature spirits within these regions, obtaining them is not easy for outsiders. As nature spirits, they are, in some ways, nature gods. While their power is limited, they are still considered nature gods. Within their sphere of influence, their power is greatly enhanced. For ordinary people seeking to seize nature spirits there, it would be a futile attempt. If you encounter those who believe in nature, such as the Luna cult, the outcome is more manageable. At most, you'll be strangled by plants. But if you encounter cannibals, you'll have to fend for yourself. It can be said that, in under one person, exploring and traveling through ancient mountains and dense forests is, in some ways, more dangerous than in the Marvel world. At least in the Marvel world, there aren't all kinds of natural spirits, and there are only wild animals that cultivate ki. Of course, if you have enough strength, it's not a problem. Wang Erga once traveled extensively to hone his unique ki, the rainbow flow. Is it finally out? As the huge, blood-red figure appeared, 3 elderly onmyages emerged, forming hand seals. Such shikigami could not be controlled by a mere onmyagi. Even if they were to control them together, Shen Fei could tell from the frowns on their faces that they must be carrying a heavy burden. Ordinary shikigami are easy to control, as long as they've signed a contract or have a mutual understanding. Take, for example, Liu Kuncheng from Changbei Mountain. But shikigami summoned through blood sacrifices like these can backfire if mismanaged. Conscript the spirits and send them forth. Just as the blood-red figure raised its spear to attack, Shen Fei raised his left hand. It roared, its body twisting and converging into a blood-red sphere, which flew into Shen Fei's palm. Conscript the spirits and send them forth is a natural nemesis for these shikigami. Wow! As the blood-red figure came under Shen Fei's conscript the spirits and send them forth, the 3 aged yin-yang masters simultaneously coughed up a pool of blood, their bodies rapidly aging. Moments later, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. So severely contaminated, of all the nature spirits, those who believe in nature are the best choice, while cannibals are the worst. After sensing the blood-red figure's situation, Shen Fei sighed softly. Next up, the last ninja. After collecting a number of books on yin-yang magic, Shen Fei destroyed the scene and left immediately. Samurai, yin-yang masters, ninjas, priests, monks, they possess such powerful abilities, yet their status is so low. I really don't know what to say. From atop a towering mountain, Shen Fei sighed softly as he gazed through a telescope at the being that seemed to liberate poverty. In modern society, while Yiren, inferior, face more restrictions than ordinary people, they are still Yiren after all. Even the most miserable Yiren, as long as they don't break the law, are much better off than the average person. As a Yiren, working as a bodyguard also offers significantly higher salaries than the average person. Those Yiren who appear to be struggling are generally self-made. Yiren are generally like this in all countries, but in island nations, there's one exception: ninjas. Not only do they compare favorably to other Yiren professions like samurai, yin-yang masters, and monks, but they even lag behind ordinary people. It's as if the ninja profession is a completely sewer-based profession, and it's also a profession that has no landside status. Looking at the history of the island nation, it's striking to find that the samurai were the highest class, so high that they could casually draw their swords and kill people on the street without much punishment. However, with the progress of the times, the status of civilians gradually improved, and they had their own surnames. At the same time, samurai could no longer casually draw their swords and kill people on the street. Although civilians have come ashore, the treatment of ninjas remains the same. Compared to the Tang clan, who were also assassins, it must be said that the two were treated very differently. Of course, this difference is, in some ways, the ninjas themselves. Compared to the samurai's loyalty to the emperor and the humiliating suicide by seppuku, the ninjas have no bottom line at all. They will work for whoever has the most money. They have no bottom line or sense of justice. In addition, their vision is too narrow and short-sighted, so it is understandable that they are treated like this. Shen Fei isn't exaggerating when he says ninjas are short-sighted, it's the truth. Just look at the current Tang clan. With the advancement of the times, they've constantly reformed and improved. In the original novel, the current Tang clan leader even dared to release one of the former 36 thieves and appointed him as the new leader, demonstrating their courage. But the ninja, despite years of progress, have remained stubbornly stubborn, unchanging. It's no wonder they haven't been eliminated. The so-called promises of ninja invasions during wartime were met with little more than expendable use. This isn't just short-sighted ninja from this world, the ninjas of the Pillar Slayer world are similarly short-sighted. Even in a certain incredibly powerful world, despite possessing such immense power, the outcome was a desperate struggle between 5 villages for a single acre of land. Given the ninja's strength, if reforms were implemented, how could they not have a place in modern society? What kind of ninja? They're clearly aliens. These so-called ninjas were just different names. They possessed none of the ninjutsu Shen Fei desired, not even the shadow clone technique or the body substitution technique. Shen Fei had no interest in such ninjutsu, nor did he desire to acquire any. The so-called ninjas were essentially similar to the Tang sect, primarily relying on poison techniques supplemented by yin-yang techniques. I've learned this move, but I've never used it before. Now is a good time to try it out. This time, Shen Fei didn't charge in directly with a black sword. Instead, he drew his wand and unleashed the fiery blaze he'd learned from Grindelwald. The fiery blaze was relatively easy to learn in the Harry Potter world, even under its shivers like Crabbe and Goyle could perform it. However, while the fiery blaze was easy to learn, mastering it was incredibly difficult. Crabbe was ultimately burned to death by his own fiery blaze. In fact, Shen Fei believed the fiery curse was far more powerful than any of the three unforgivable curses. The reason it didn't become an unforgivable curse was likely because it had a counter, making it less threatening to fellow wizards. However, against ordinary people, the fiery curse was practically a forbidden spell. Grindelwald had intended to destroy Paris with a fiery curse, only to be broken by Nick Flame and his companions. Of course, in the Harry Potter universe, only Grindelwald could unleash the fiery curse on such a scale. Voldemort was far inferior. However, that was in Harry Potter's world, where there was no counter. The fiery curse's full power could be unleashed, as Shen Fei was currently experiencing. With a wave of his wand, a vast mass of crimson fiery flames appeared around him. With Shen Fei's current strength, controlling the fiery flames was a simple matter of course. Following the appearance of the fiery flames, the cry of a phoenix suddenly filled the air. The fiery flames then transformed into a gigantic phoenix, floating in the sky. Under Shen Fei's wand, it swooped down towards its target. It's over. Looking at the raging fire below, Shen Fei sighed softly and prepared to leave. Although he had killed many people this time, no innocent civilians were harmed. The three artifacts are fake. After finishing his killing spree, Shen Fei, curious, took a look at the three artifacts of the island nation. Through intelligence, he learned that the three artifacts were actually three high-level magical instruments, but the three artifacts before him showed no trace of magical power. Were they hidden or lost during the war? As high-level magical instruments, they had once demonstrated their power during the war, but their whereabouts were later unknown. It's time to go to the world of Harry Potter. Shen Fei, returning to his villa in the Imperial capital, read the recent news on the alien website and nodded calmly. After making some arrangements, he left this world and went to the Harry Potter world, borrowing the Time Turner to complete his training in the 8 Great Techniques. With the first Dark Lord Grindelwald around, the second Dark Lord was just a younger brother, and had not caused much trouble in the wizarding world. Yin Zhang is Yin Zhang, and outsiders cannot influence him at all. After Harry Potter achieved his desired results through the time converter, Shen Fei went to the Kinsmoon world. At this time, the city of Shenyang was filled with a solemn atmosphere because Yin Zhang had sent troops to South Korea. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Fall of Korea, Part 2. Attacking Han so many years too early. Sitting in the pavilion of Sun Moon Villa outside Shenyang, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh as he listened to Yingji's report of the latest intelligence from Shenyang. Han could have survived for many more years. After all, the Zhenguo Canal wasn't yet completed. But now, thanks to his arrival, a butterfly effect had caused Han's premature demise. Shen Fei could understand Yin Zhang's desire to prematurely destroy Han. After all, Qin was now a powerful military force, especially after receiving the steel-making technology provided by Shen Fei, as well as the Maha's mechanical white tiger and mechanical vermilion bird, which had greatly enhanced the Qin army's combat power. The steel-making technology not only enabled the Gongshu family to make significant progress in their mechanical beasts, but also greatly improved the combat power of the entire Qin military system, making armor more defensive, weapons sharper, and crossbows more far-reaching. Coupled with the hot air balloon technology provided by Shen Fei, Qin's logistics and transportation required less labor. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that Yingzheng wanted to launch a war to destroy the state. As to whether destroying Han so early would destabilize Qin's rule, that's a matter of opinion. For Yingzheng, destroying Han so many years in advance would give him more time to manage it, a significant benefit to Qin's subsequent strategy. The fact that Han, with a mere county, could become one of the 7 warring states demonstrates its strength. For Qin, destroying Han offered 3 major advantages. First, Han possessed abundant iron ore, a resource Qin was currently in dire need of, especially with the introduction of new smelting technology. Second, Han's plains offered significant granary resources. Han was a rare producer of grain among the 7 warring states. Previously, Han Fei had purchased grain from abroad for disaster relief. This wasn't because Han lacked food, but rather that the grain was entirely in the hands of the Han nobility. Once Qin took control of Han, they would have another source of grain, which, especially with the new seeds provided by Shen Fei, could significantly increase Qin's grain reserves. Thirdly, the salt fields. Han was a rare nation that didn't rely heavily on key for salt exports. It's fair to say that if it weren't for its strategically located border, Han wouldn't be as weak as it was today. Putting aside other advantages, these 3 alone were enough to tempt Qin Emperor Qin Shi Huang. If, after conquering Han, Qin Emperor Qin Shi Huang didn't rush to unify the Central Plains as he had previously, he could focus on governing Han for a few years, which would have significantly increased Qin's national strength. Another advantage of conquering Han was that the army could be deployed more quickly, unlike the current situation where troops had to enter and exit through the gorge at Hangul Pass. For the 6 states in Shandong, a simple way to halt Qin's eastward advance was to send a large force to block the exit at Hangul Pass, or to build a similar pass on the opposite side, which would have been a significant constraint on Qin. Unfortunately, no one ever considered this option. While some might have considered it, the intrigues within the 6 states prevented its implementation. This wasn't the 6 kingdoms of Shandong's fault. If this pass were built, Han would benefit the most, while the other states would see no benefit at all. After all, Qin would face Han as soon as it emerged from the pass. Under such circumstances, it was simply impossible for other states to contribute manpower, money, and labor to build such a pass. Han clearly had no chance of completing the pass on their own. Qin might attack just as they were about to start building it. With Han on such a shaky ground, how could Han ever challenge Qin? Of course, this was a historical situation. Qin was no fool. They couldn't ignore such a crucial pass. Even during its heyday, Qin had maintained a military presence near the Hangul Pass exit, posing a significant threat to Han, Zhao, and Wei. What a pity for Han Fei. When Yingzheng deployed troops against Han, Han Fei certainly couldn't ignore it. He directly submitted a petition to preserve Han. While some of Han Fei's words made sense, they couldn't change Yingzheng's decision, especially since the emergence of Shen Fei. The letter about preserving Han infuriated Yingzheng. It's safe to say that if it weren't for Shen Fei, Han Fei would have been imprisoned by now, not just under house arrest. Grandmaster, what do you think about destroying Han? Since the king deems it necessary, then destroy it. Shen Fei would not interfere with Yingzheng's decision. After all, while he knew a lot, it was mostly just theoretical advice. The actual implementation still depended on Yingzheng. Furthermore, even if he did so, some problems could be addressed later. Even if the 6 kingdoms were unified in a short period of time, many hidden dangers would remain. But as long as Yingzheng remained alive, these hidden dangers would have no chance of erupting. What does Grandmaster intend to do with the 9th prince? The mention of Han Fei made Shen Fei sigh inwardly. Yingzheng wanted to destroy Han, and Han Fei certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Preserving Han was just the beginning. He had already secretly contacted Wei Zhuang and Lisha. Even though Han Fei's actions were extremely covert, don't forget that this was Shanyang, the capital of the Luoyang. Hiding their actions from the Luoyang in Shanyang wasn't impossible, but Han Fei clearly lacked the skills. If Han Fei were imprisoned in the Heavenly Prison, as in the original novel, the situation might have been less severe. At least Han Fei wouldn't be able to contact Wei Zhuang. But Han Fei wasn't imprisoned because of Shen Fei's connections. Your Majesty, rest assured. I will take care of this matter. Honestly, Shen Fei understood Han Fei's decision. After all, Han was his homeland. It was just like Shen Fei's final act in Under One Person, where he eliminated those men. However, understanding aside, Han Fei's actions were courting disaster. Ying Zhang was not someone to be trifled with. If someone was useful to him, he would treat them with honor, just as Shen Fei was currently doing. But if they were enemies, he wouldn't hesitate to use his sword. And the smarter the enemy, the more murderous their intent. Ying Zhang now harbored murderous intent towards Han Fei. Han Fei's death in the heavenly prison, caused by the Yin-Yang clan's 6-soul curse, would have been impossible without Ying Zhang's approval. Han Fei was a serious criminal, and even the Yin-Yang clan wouldn't dare to kill him without Ying Zhang's approval. Shen Fei now had to deal with Han Fei's situation. Otherwise, if Ying Zhang intervened, Han Fei would surely die. If it were the Han Fei from the original novel, Ying Zhang might have given him another chance, but now, with Shen Fei's presence, Ying Zhang no longer held Han Fei in the same esteem. Late at night, outside Shenyang City, in a moonlit roadside pavilion, 3 people sat quietly: Shen Fei, Gai Nai, and Mo Yao. "You're finally here," Shen Fei said softly, taking a sip of tea and looking up at the sky. As he spoke, Gai Nai and Mo Yao's gazes immediately turned upwards. Under the moonlight, the sky seemed to be filled with the ethereal flight of a large bird. Mr. Gai Nai, we're in trouble. Of course, this large bird wasn't a real one, but a Mahas mechanical Suzaku. Ying Zhang was planning to dispatch troops to Han. Such a major event couldn't possibly be hidden from the 6 Kingdoms spies in Shenyang, considering it involved the mobilization of hundreds of thousands of troops. The 6 Kingdoms of Shandong certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Aside from the unwavering Qi, the other 5 had already begun mobilizing troops. Zhao, Wei, and Shu had already begun deploying troops. While Yan hadn't deployed troops, it was clear that Yandan of the Mahas School wasn't simply standing by. The appearance of the mechanical Suzaku suggested Yandan's role in this matter. Buzz! Immediately after Shen Fei finished speaking, Gai Nai soared to the pavilion's summit, his sword raised in his right hand. His powerful energies caused the surrounding air and even the tiles on the roof to vibrate. Whoosh! The moment his Zhangqi reached its peak, Gai Nai leaped into the air. In mid-air, the longsword in his right hand flew free, unleashing with unstoppable force. He hurled it directly at the Suzaku mechanical machine and the 100-step flying sword. Boom! Gai Nai's 100-step flying sword pierced through the Suzaku mechanical machine, disintegrating instantly under the blow. In that instant, 4 figures leaped from the Suzaku mechanical machine and plummeted downward. One, clad in flowing white, stood out against the moonlight. It was Bai Feng, who had joined Lisha. The others were Lisha Weizhuang, Han Fei, and an ordinary Mahas disciple, the pilot of the Suzaku mechanical machine. Bai Feng now held this figure in his arms. "Ninth young master, you're putting me in a difficult position by doing this." Seeing Han Fei and the others land, Shen Fei immediately emerged from the pavilion, Mo Ye following closely behind. "Sure enough, you didn't hide it," Han Fei sighed softly upon seeing Shen Fei and the others. "Your plan is excellent. If it were anyone else, you might have been able to deceive them. Unfortunately, you're facing me." Han Fei's plan was simple, a tactic of substituting someone else for someone else. There was another Han Fei inside Shenyang City. Of course, that was a fake Han Fei, impersonating Xenu, who possessed unparalleled skills in disguise. In reality, there wasn't just one fake Han Fei. Counting the real Han Fei here, there were actually 4 Han Feish, 1 real and 4 fake. The other 2 were used as decoys, attracting the Luoyang and Yin Yang sect masters. Those 2 decoys proved quite effective, drawing in the Luoyang and Yin Yang sect masters. If Shen Fei hadn't been constantly monitoring this with his observation haki, the outcome would have been far more uncertain. Han Fei's failure wasn't due to his own fault, but rather a problem of strength. Without observation haki, disguises were completely useless. "It seems I'll have to force my way through," Han Fei declared, unsheathing his Nilin sword. With the fate of the nation hanging in the balance, Han Fei didn't care about exposing his strength. Ying Zhang, Han Fei, Chang Pingjun, and Yan Dan, if these 4 were to fight, there's no telling who would emerge victorious. Shen Fei suddenly had this thought as he watched the Confucian energies emanating from Han Fei. "Your opponent is me. Let's see how much you've improved." At this moment, Bai Feng suddenly attacked, relying on his unparalleled Qinggong skills. His target was Shen Fei, the Qin Imperial Preceptor, but he was intercepted by Mo Yao. 2 figures, 1 black and 1 white, appeared and disappeared in the moonlight, quickly dispersing. Mo Yao, relying on his immense strength, forcibly led Bai Feng away. Mo Yao was already stronger than Bai Feng, and under Shen Fei's command, He had access to vast resources. Now, not to mention Bai Feng, he could even stand a chance against Wei Zhuang. Xiao Zhuang, you shouldn't have come, senior brother, is that all you have to say? Following the previous battle together, the two disciples of Gigu Zongheng finally engaged in direct combat due to differing philosophies. In tacit agreement, they both stepped aside, leaving the area to Shen Fei and Han Fei. As for the pilot of the Mahist Suzaku, he left the area after landing. Please, Han Fei said, and the Nilin sword in his hand radiated with powerful energies. I'm sorry, you're no match for me, Shen Fei said, appearing before Han Fei. With a light touch of his right index finger, he touched the Nilin sword in Han Fei's hand. As Han Fei stared in shock, the already battered Nilin sword shattered completely. The overwhelming force made Han Fei grunt and involuntarily step back. You've done your best. Yingzheng's unification is inevitable. You should know that, Shen Fei said, before Han Fei could say anything. 3 energy needles appeared from his right hand and shot directly into 3 major acupoints in Han Fei's body. I'm done here. I'm going back now. You guys can have some fun. Shen Fei carried Han Fei, who was unconscious from the ghost needles, and after saying something to Gai Nai and Mo Yang, he headed towards Shenyang. Stay here. Seeing Han Fei restrained, Wei Zhuang immediately erupted. He used the crossing 8 directions skill, repelling Gai Nai and then charging at Shen Fei with his shark tooth sword. You should know that asking Han Fei to go back with you will only kill him. What's the point? Shen Fei waved his left hand gently, and an ice wall appeared directly in Wei Zhuang's path, blocking him. Stop. Seeing his shark tooth sword only leave a white mark on the ice wall before him, Wei Zhuang looked unwilling. Just as he tried to bypass the ice wall, Gai Nai blocked him. You're still not fast enough. A black crow perched on one of 2 opposing treetops, smiling at Bai Feng across from him. One day, I'll be faster than you. Having been completely dominated by the black crow, Bai Feng's face darkened. This is the last time. If it happens again, don't blame me for not remembering our friendship. Shen Fei, after leaving the unconscious Han Fei to Xinu, said this and left. Under Shen Fei's firm control, Han Fei's situation was quickly resolved. 600,000 troops, this black torrent, truly magnificent. Of course, Shen Fei wouldn't miss this battle to annihilate a nation. After subduing Han Fei, he headed to the front lines. This time, Qin deployed 600,000 troops to annihilate Han. Of course, these 600,000 weren't intended to target Han. Han wasn't worth Qin's treatment. Of these 600,000, 300,000 were deployed to counter the Chu army, and another 200,000 were deployed to counter the Zhao and Wei armies. The actual attack on Han was only 100,000. Ne Shitang led an army of 100,000, Wang Jian led an army of 300,000 against the state of Chu, and Meng Ao of the Meng family led an army of 200,000 against the states of Wei and Zhao. Chapter 379, The Destruction of South Korea, and such a formation, I'm afraid, can only be countered by the full might of the Mahists. This time, in addition to Qin's 600,000 troops, the Gongshu clan also deployed a large number of mechanical beasts. Ne Shidong alone had 4 mechanical white tigers and 8 earth-breaking saburas, nearly 100 mechanical bats, and 10 catapults. Other siege equipment included ladders, battering rams, and several chariots. These were all improved versions. For example, the chariots, previously mostly constructed of multiple layers of cowhide, were now constructed with a combination of cowhide and steel, making their defenses even stronger and providing better protection for the soldiers hiding within. At Shen Fei's suggestion, the Gongshu clan even developed automated roadblocks. With these, the Qin army could deploy their formations or set up camps at any time. In ancient warfare, setting up camp was a crucial test of a commander's ability. It not only had to be easily defended, but also required a wide field of vision and ample water resources. For example, if the camp was located on a plain, it would be extremely vulnerable to a cavalry assault. Such an event would undoubtedly result in devastating losses. However, this situation will no longer exist. By setting up multiple roadblocks around the camp, no cavalry could possibly break through them. It can be said that with the emergence of these roadblocks, the combat style of cavalry, especially large-scale cavalry engagements, will likely undergo a transformation in the future. Currently, since only the Qin state possesses them, their heavy cavalry will not undergo significant changes. However, the Meng family has reduced their investment in heavy cavalry, making it relatively insignificant for now. But this will no longer be the case in the future. With the continuous development of mechanical engineering, it is foreseeable that future warfare will primarily rely on mechanical beasts, such as the mechanical white tiger Core, the mechanical vermilion bird Core, and the earth-breaking Saburo Core. Previously, no one dared to do this due to the high cost. However, with the advancement of smelting technology, while the mechanical vermilion bird Core is uncertain, the mechanical white tiger Core and the earth-breaking Saburo Core will undoubtedly be viable. The Gongshu clan's mechanical white tigers differed significantly from those of the Mo clan. The Gongshu clan's mechanical white tigers had enhanced their offensive capabilities, but their speed and agility were significantly reduced. This was due to the difference in materials. The Mo clan's mechanical white tigers were primarily constructed from a special wood, while the Gongshu clans were primarily constructed from steel. Of course, this only applies to the Gongshu clans. If Shen Fei were willing to contribute, none of this would be a problem. To be frank, if he wanted to, he could easily produce thousands of them in a month, whether steel or wood. The world of giants and pirates alike is full of wood that's impervious to swords and fire, and even if such wood isn't available, modern technology can create it. Using special polymer materials would be even more impressive. Of course, this was just a thought. For Shen Fei, there was no need to manufacture these things, they were completely useless to him. He would be better off crafting steel armor. Mr. Gongshu, I didn't expect you to be at the front lines. You've worked so hard, you're too polite, Your Excellency the Imperial Master. I was merely here to take a look. It's truly exhausting for you to be at the front lines yourself. Shen Fei and Gongshu Zhou stood on a makeshift platform at the Qin-Han border, gazing across at the Han border. Gongshu Zhou's reason for being there was simple, to witness the unparalleled power of his family's mechanical arts. After this war, their fame would surely spread throughout the Central Plains, eclipsing the Maoist schools. How could Gongshu Zhou not witness it firsthand? Why would I have to work so hard? I simply remembered I have a property in Xinzhen, and I took this opportunity to take it over. Shen Fei was referring, of course, to Langxiu Villa in Xinzhen. Of course, this was just an excuse. The real reason for going to Han was to curb the Qin army's bloodshed. In those days, military discipline was not strictly enforced. After a siege, widespread looting was perfectly normal. As long as it wasn't excessive, those above them would turn a blind eye. Even Shen Fei's appeal to Yingzheng would be futile. The only effective move was his personal presence in Han, leveraging his position as the Imperial Master to exert pressure. With the sound of the war horn, the Qin army immediately launched its attack, deploying both ground and air forces. The air forces, of course, weren't mechanical Suzukas, but mechanical bats. These bats were used to suppress the guards on the city walls, creating conditions for the soldiers climbing the ramparts. Just as the Qin army reached the walls and engaged the Han army, with a series of loud explosions, 8 massive objects flew from the Qin camp, leaping dozens of meters above the Han wall and landing behind it. All 8 of the Hedo-Saburos were deployed. To compensate for the Poto-Saburo's mobility issues, the Gongshu family equipped it with a catapult. Originally, this catapult was incapable of overcoming the tens of meter-high city walls, but thanks to the Qin support of Shen Fei, the catapult was significantly improved. With the power of the Poto-Saburo, 8 of them simultaneously descended upon the enemy camp, creating a formidable effect. After the 8 Poto-Saburos were catapulted into the city walls, 4 hot air balloons drifted from the sky, each carrying 4 mechanical white tigers. Under such a massive attack, the Korean army barely held out for a quarter of an hour before the border pass was breached. After securing the border pass, Naishiden immediately ordered his troops to continue their advance, preparing to capture the second checkpoint. The Qin army's advance was unstoppable, and the Korean troops at the subsequent checkpoints offered only token resistance before surrendering. It took only 7 days to capture the final Korean checkpoint and advance on the Korean capital of Xinzhen. Useless. You're all just a bunch of useless. With the Qin army's overwhelming victory, the Han capital, Xinzhen, was plunged into chaos. Inside the Han palace, facing the furious king of Han, the ministers cowered like quails, daring not to speak. The Qin army's strength was so unexpected that no one wanted to be the first to intervene. Even Prime Minister Zhang Kedi remained silent. Initially, Han had been optimistic about the Qin invasion, as Zhao, Wei, and Shu had all promised to send troops to help. But now, before any reinforcements were even visible, the enemy had already reached the capital. Your Majesty, The only option now is to avoid the enemy's attack. After a long silence, Zhang Katie finally offered a suggestion: leave Han and seek refuge with Han's relatives in Wei, then return when the Allied forces could retake Han. The Prime Minister's words make sense. After a brief silence, the King of Han, though grudgingly, finally agreed to Zhang Katie's suggestion. After all, given the current situation, the fall of Xinjiang, and even the entire Han state, was inevitable. King Han had no intention of being buried alive with Han. Besides, he wasn't fleeing, merely avoiding the enemy. There were kings in history who had escaped the capital and ultimately returned. Han Yu, from today on, you are the crown prince of Han. The defense of Xinjiang is in your hands. With this, the king of Han issued a decree that made Han Yu's face darken. Being crown prince in this situation was not something Han Yu wanted, but faced with a king's decree, even if he didn't want to, he had no choice but to accept it. Congratulations, fourth young master. As Han Yu left the palace, his adopted son, Han Qiansheng, came to greet him. What's there to be happy about? Go back and prepare. If things don't go well, leave immediately. King Han didn't even want to be buried alive with Han state, let alone Han Yu, the fourth young master. In reality, almost all of Korea's upper-class nobility, including those wealthy and affluent individuals who could afford it, had already left. After all, they weren't fools, and those who remained had no other choice. As the king of this country, fleeing at this critical juncture for the nation's survival is truly ridiculous. At night, within the Zilan pavilion, members of the Liashi clan, including Wei Zhuang, Zhang Liang, Princess Honglian, Bai Feng, and Nanayu, gathered. The king of Han's departure might be concealed from the lower classes, but it was no secret to the Liashi clan. Both Princess Honglian and Zhang Liang had direct access to the highest echelons. If the ninth young master were still here, perhaps the situation would be different. Nanayu's words silenced everyone present, especially Wei Zhuang, whose expression darkened. Now isn't the time, brother Wei Zhuang. We should be considering our next steps. This time, Yingzheng is determined to win, and Han is beyond redemption. Zhang Liang sighed deeply. The situation had taken such a sudden turn for the worse, and it was a profound blow to Zhang Liang. What do you think? Wei Zhuang asked bluntly. My view is that we should leave Han now, conserve our strength, and then seek other solutions later. Zhang Liang bluntly expressed his thoughts. Qin has demonstrated such formidable strength this time that the other nations will surely not sit idly by and watch them defeat us one by one. Then we'll have our chance. I agree, but before that, I have one thing to do. After a long silence, Wei Zhuang slowly nodded, agreeing with Zhang Liang's opinion. What about the sisters at Zilanzhuan? Nong Yu suddenly asked. Zilanzhuan's foundation could be abandoned, but its people were more difficult to manage. While many of the women at Zilanzhuan were spies for the Liashi, the majority were ordinary people. There's no time for that now. Wei Zhuang was not one to waver. It's so lively here. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the room. The next moment, Wei Zhuang appeared before the shark-toothed sword resting on the table. The sword instantly appeared in his right hand, its tip pointing in the direction of the voice, the window. Outside the window, a familiar black figure stood quietly. It was Mo Yao. You're quite courageous, showing up here alone. Seeing Mo Yao, Wei Zhuang's eyes instantly sharpened. Alone? Do you really think so? Mo Yao looked at Wei Zhuang with a mysterious smile. What are you doing here? Bai Feng suddenly asked. Have you forgotten what I do now? This place will soon become Qin territory. I'm here just to conduct a preliminary inspection and figure out how to proceed. As Ji Wui's former top assassin, Mo Yao was undoubtedly very familiar with Xinjiang. As the chief constable of the Six Gates, he was undoubtedly the most suitable person to oversee the reconstruction of Han's judicial system. Mo Yao's words made the faces of Wei Zhuang, Zhang Liang, and Hong Lian in the room darken. After all, Han had not yet fallen. Have you finished your last words? Wei Zhuang said coldly. By the way, I almost forgot something. Here's a letter for you. Mo Yao pulled a copper tube from his pocket and, with a flick of his right hand, threw it onto the table in the room. It's a letter from Sister Xinu, Nanayu said immediately after seeing the markings on the copper tube. Alright, the message has been delivered. Goodbye, Mo Yao said, waving to Bai Feng and preparing to leave. You want to leave? You don't take me seriously, do you? Wei Zhuang said as he appeared directly at the window. His sharp-toothed sword pierced Mo Yao's body, but the next moment, The pierced form transformed into a sky full of crows and disappeared from Wei Zhuang's sight. I'm not here to fight you. Mo Ya's figure reappeared on the rooftop opposite Zilan Zhuan. Your strength is improving rapidly? It seems you've found a good master, Wei Zhuang said as he instantly appeared across from Mo Ya. I can only say I'm lucky, Mo Ya said with a smile. HMPH, Wei Zhuang snorted coldly. Without saying anything, he swung his shark-tooth sword and attacked Mo Ya. Mo Ya immediately extended a dagger from his right arm and charged at Wei Zhuang. Although Mo Ya claimed he didn't want to fight Wei Zhuang, now that they'd met, his greatly improved strength meant he didn't mind a fight. Clang, clang, clang. In a flash, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, the sparks of fire from the clashing swords particularly conspicuous in the moonlight. Gigu Zonghen, his reputation truly lives up to its reputation. After a feint to dodge Wei Zhuang's shark-tooth sword, Mo Ya uttered this before unleashing his agility and soaring into the distance. Wei Zhuang remained silent for a moment before not pursuing him, returning to Zilan Zhuan. Wei Zhuang has taken action, and the Yin-Yang clan has also taken action. It seems Dong Huangtai hasn't given up yet. But that's not wrong, it's the Azure Dragon 7 stars after all. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched the blaze in the Han Palace. Chaos reigned within the Han Palace. Wei Zhuang was attempting to assassinate Han Wangan, while the Yin-Yang clan, with the aid of Star Soul and Moon Goddess, were searching for the mysterious box. When the fire broke out on the Han Palace, Shideng immediately sent out a large army to attack the city. Xinjiang City, which had been in a state of panic for a long time, fell without any resistance. The chaos in Xinjiang City continued all night until dawn, when the first rays of sunlight shone out and order began to slowly return. Miss Nanayu, we meet again. In Lanxi Villa, Shen Fei met Nanayu, her mother, Madame Hu, and Madame Hu's sister, Lady Hu. At this time, a large number of civilians gathered in Lanxiu Villa. The letter that Mo Ya sent to Zilangsuan was actually Nu's idea to Nanayu and others to move people to Lanxiu Villa. This was the territory of Shen Fei, the national teacher, and the army would definitely not dare to come and cause trouble. Chapter 380, Son of the Devil, Part 1. Thank you so much, don't be so polite. Just stay here and enjoy your stay. As for the Zilan Zhuan issue, someone will take care of it later. Shen Fei shook his head slightly in response to Nongyu's gratitude. In these chaotic times, there was only so much he could do, and it was limited to Xinjiang, Han. Later, when Qin destroyed other states, he would be helpless. If Han Fei hadn't wanted to escape Qin, he would have brought Nu with him. However, Han Fei's situation had deeply displeased Yingzheng, so he didn't bring Nu with him. He could only wait for Yingzhe to arrive and address the Zilan Zhuan issue. It was certain that Zilan Zhuan wouldn't be a brothel anymore. It could become something like his Shanyang property, the Sun and Moon Cottage. Now was a time for reconstruction, with a wealth of career options available. Given Xinjiang, Han's geographical location, it was certain to prosper in the future, comparable in prosperity to Shanghai, Qi. After all, Xinjiang, Han, is located on a strategic transportation hub. Although merchants are sparse now due to the war, they will undoubtedly mushroom once the fighting subsides. Shen Fei came to Xinjiang from Shanyang, partly to avoid the associated killings, and partly with the intention of establishing Lanxiu Villa in Xinjiang. Much of his business will subsequently be transferred here. Similarly, many members of the Gongshu family will also come to Han, as Han boasts abundant iron ore reserves, which are extremely valuable to the Gongshu family. Shen Fei will reside in Han, and Yingzheng agrees. After all, Han is a newly conquered territory, and Shen Fei's presence will help stabilize the situation there. Of course, there will no longer be the name Han, but rather Yingchuan County. Master Imperial Master, Zhao Gao and several of his men greeted Shen Fei as he arrived at the ruins of the Han Royal Palace. So you're the minister of the Imperial Chariots. I wonder how many descendants of the Han royal family have been captured. Shen Fei nodded slightly at Zhao Gao, who had short red hair. Please forgive me, Imperial Master. With the exception of the former Crown Prince Han Yu and Princess Honglian, all others have been captured, Zhao Gao said respectfully, bowing. How are Gigu and Wei Zhuang doing? Shen Fei nodded expressionlessly and continued. Gigu and Wei Zhuang, as well as Princess Honglian, were seriously injured and rescued. Oh, who were they able to rescue them from Luo Wang, Imperial Master, although their faces have been completely obscured? Judging by their actions, we can infer they are from various schools of thought, and it's certain that the Taoist sect is involved. Shen Fei would not attack Wei Zhuang and the others, but that didn't mean Qin would condone Wei Zhuang. Luo Wang was Yin Zhang's most powerful weapon, and its role in Qin's unification was invaluable. For example, Qin's recent attack on Han was certainly due to the significant increase in the Qin army's combat effectiveness, but Luo Wang's contribution was also crucial. Spreading rumors, inciting riots, providing intelligence, bribing high-ranking officials, assassinating key figures, and so on, all were the work of Luo Wang. Warfare during the Warring States period differed significantly from that of the Spring and Autumn period centuries earlier. Instead of deploying troops and engaging in direct confrontation, both sides resorted to dodges and deceptions, seeking victory at all costs. For example, the Zhao army, led by Li Mu, one of the four great generals of the Warring States period, was not the one to support Han. Luo Wang's influence was undoubtedly instrumental in this situation. The Battle of Changping also played a significant role in Luo Wang's involvement. The rumors spread by Luo Wang played a significant role in Zhao's mid-battle replacement of generals and its subsequent forced exit from the city walls to face Bai Qi. After Han Fei's departure for Shanyang, Wei Zhuang was neglected in Han. While Han Yu and others were certainly responsible, Luo Wang's influence also played a role. Its pervasiveness was no mere rhetoric. Luo Wang was able to achieve such a degree, and Zhao Gao, its leader, was undoubtedly extremely important. Therefore, Shen Fei had no intention of dealing with him for the time being. Just kidding. With Shen Fei's current strength, there was no need to worry about Zhao Gao. If he dared to act rashly, he would simply smite him to death. The Taoist sect? I see. Go down. Although Zhao Gao didn't reveal the full origins of the people who had rescued Wei Zhuang, Shen Fei had a good guess. Not surprisingly, Yan Dan of the Maoist school and the members of the farming clan were also involved. Yes, Zhao Gao said, and withdrew respectfully. I feel good about setting fire to Wei Zhuang, but I wonder how much money was wasted. After Zhao Gao left, Shen Fei looked at the ruins of the King of Han's palace and couldn't help but sigh. Since ancient times, destruction has been much simpler than construction. Projects that could take years or even decades could be completely destroyed in a single night. It's time to find a time to visit the Taoist Xianzong. The heaven-man conflict has been going on for so many years, it's time to call it off. Shen Fei had no particular objection to the splitting of the Taoist sects. Just look at the world of under one person, and how many sects the Taoist sects have split into. Currently, there are only three, the Taoist Xianzong, the Taoist Rinzong, and the Yin-Yang sect, a very small number. Splitting sects is normal due to different philosophies, but fighting them every 5 years just for some frivolous reason is a bit too much. Perhaps in this world, the Taoist heaven-man conflict is a grand event, but in Shen Fei's view, such a completely useless undertaking is unnecessary for so many years. Indeed, in Shen Fei's view, the Taoist heaven-man conflict offers no benefit at all. The only benefit is obtaining the Zhuji sword, ranked 6th on the sword chart. The so-called Zhuji sword, a token of successive Taoist masters, is actually of little use. The Taoist Xianzong, with a Zhuji sword, cannot command the Taoist Rinzong, and similarly, the Taoist Rinzong, with a Zhuji sword, cannot command the Taoist Xianzong. Perhaps, during the earlier conflict between heaven and man, senior Taoist masters had considered merging the Xianzong and Rinzong sects. However, over the years, the ideological differences between the two sects have become deeply ingrained, rendering a merger impossible, much like the differences between Zhengai and Quanzhun sects. Of course, this was just Shen Fei's opinion. Perhaps, in the eyes of both sects, even if the Zhuji sword couldn't command the other, obtaining it would guarantee dominance. Han Yu's swift escape is truly remarkable, but expecting Zhao, Wei, or even Chu to sap your national strength in exchange for helping you restore your kingdom is naive. When Han Yu's intelligence resurfaced before Shen Fei, he had already appeared in Wei, his in-law's kingdom, as an exiled prince. He also raised the banner of national restoration, branding Qin a nation of tigers and wolves with ulterior motives. Initially, Zhao, Wei, and Chu all supported Han Yu's call for an alliance. However, after engaging in battle with Qin, these three kingdoms began to lose momentum. Qin's current strength meant it couldn't completely defeat the three kingdoms. However, if it were merely defending, it would be impregnable. In this situation, The three kingdoms were all concerned with minimizing their losses, so they naturally wouldn't fight tooth and nail. Furthermore, Qin dispatched envoys to various locations, claiming that its attack on Han was simply revenge for Han's previous disrespect towards Qin, and that the Qin envoys had died within Han territory. While the excuse was a bit lame, it was enough. Thanks to the efforts of the Qin envoys, and primarily to the generous financial support, many officials in the three kingdoms secretly advocated for Qin. While some wise individuals in the three kingdoms recognized the threat, such as Lord Xinling, their kings were unfortunately less shrewd. Furthermore, with Yan and Qi observing from the sidelines, the three kings quickly believed Qin's claims of no intentions against their kingdoms. After some negotiations, they all agreed to withdraw their troops. Short-sighted, how could a rat not know that the lips and teeth are cold when they are gone? After the three kingdoms and Qin successively withdrew their troops, Crown Prince Yandan, in a seemingly ordinary manner in the former Han city of Xinsheng, couldn't help but cry out, "Your Highness, the withdrawal of the various countries was forced upon them. The Qin army's mechanical beasts are too powerful. Continuing to fight until we find a way to counter them will only lead to further losses." Tian Guang, the chivalrous leader of the farming clan, suddenly grew solemn when he spoke of the mechanical beasts. The Maoist school held such a high position among the 100 schools of thought because of its mechanical arts. The Maoist philosophy of non-aggression was not simply preached, but cultivated through the use of mechanical beasts. The Maoist school's fame stemmed from numerous battles with the Gongshu clan. When does verbal persuasion work? Of course, when the opponent is defeated. Without this, verbal persuasion is ineffective. On the battlefield, a single mechanical beast is more effective than several supreme experts. Its ferocious appearance is the perfect way to demoralize ordinary soldiers. From the current situation, only the Maoist mechanical beasts can withstand the Gongshu clan's mechanical beasts. The Gongshu clan has already begun producing mechanical white tigers and mechanical red birds. If this continues, not only will the Maoist position be jeopardized, but the entire empire might even fall to Yingzheng, Tian Guang continued, speaking as Yandan pondered. "I'll go back and discuss this with the master." Upon hearing Tian Guang's words about Yingzheng's entire empire, Yandan's expression finally changed, his eyes hardening for a moment, as if he had made a decision. "But right now, our most pressing concern isn't that. It's that imperial preceptor." Yandan's words silenced Tian Guang. The reason for Qin's dramatic transformation was well known to the six kingdoms and the various schools of thought. It could be said that the person they most wanted to kill had shifted from Yingzheng to Imperial Preceptor Shen Fei. Unfortunately, the Imperial Preceptor was too powerful. Even the most skilled masters couldn't withstand a single blow from him. With such strength, assassination was exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, he lived in seclusion, surrounded by numerous guards. Even poisoning would be ineffective. In fact, numerous assassination attempts against Shen Fei organized by the six kingdoms and various schools of thought had failed before they even saw him. Under these circumstances, even Yandan and Tian Guang were at a loss as to what to do about Shen Fei. "Let's take a long-term approach." After a brief silence, Yandan and Tian Guang tacitly put Shen Fei aside. They had ideas for assassinating Shen Fei, but at this stage, such an idea was difficult to implement. Their plan was to surround him with a large army and wear him down. In truth, Shen Fei had no recollection of the assassination attempt, as it had been largely handled by Mo Yao. With the cultivation of numerous true immortal pills, the current Bai Niao's strength was vastly different from before. Under their protection, and with Shen Fei spending the majority of his time in seclusion, the assassin certainly had no chance of reaching him. As South Korea slowly began to restore order after the withdrawal of troops from other countries, Shen Fei traveled alone to the Taoist Xianzong and retrieved some Taoist martial arts manuals he had brought from under one person. Most of these martial arts were of little use to Bei Mingzi and Xiaomeng, as Yiguang Tongchen was already a highly advanced cultivation method. However, Tai Chi, created by the great master Zhang Zhenren, was a profound inspiration to figures like Bei Mingzi and Xiaomeng. Besides Tai Chi, the greatest help to Bei Mingzi was naturally the description of the Yuhua realm in under one person. As the most senior figure in the Taoist sect, Bei Mingzi had practically reached the pinnacle of what a normal person in this world could achieve. For him, there was no path ahead, and he had no choice but to forge his own path. However, creating one's own path was not so easy. Bei Mingzi was undoubtedly gifted, but in reality, There were many Taoists with exceptional talents, such as the next generation Xiaoming and the former masters Huangzi, none of whom had forged their own path. The Yuhe realm Shen Fei brought with him, while not specifically defined by a specific path, was sufficient for someone like Bei Mingzi. Senior Bei Mingzi, there's something I need to discuss in advance regarding Xiaozi of the Taoist sect. Since Xiaozi was so determined to oppose the Qin dynasty, Shen Fei had no intention of being polite with him. If they encountered him, he would undoubtedly kill him. However, since he was a Taoist, it was necessary to discuss this with Bei Mingzi. Bei Mingzi didn't say much about this. Since the Ren sect had chosen to enter the secular world, it naturally had to bear its own risks. Bei Mingzi then announced his intention to retreat, deducing the matters of the transcendent realm. Shen Fei didn't stay long at the Taoist Yan sect. He left immediately after Bei Mingzi's retreat and returned to Shenyang City. With the fall of Han finally sealed off, Han Fei, after several days of seclusion, reappeared with a familiar demeanor, never mentioning Han. His relationship with Xinu subsequently deepened, perhaps due to the removal of the Han shackles. Shen Fei had no idea what Han Fei was thinking. After giving instructions on matters concerning the Qin world, he resumed his retreat. It's been a while since I've seen Ada. After returning to the Marvel World's New York temple, Shen Fei planned to travel to the Hunter world to spend a few days with Ada. Hey, it's Natasha. She actually contacted me. After checking the barriers of the 3 holy places and finding no problems, Shen Fei was about to leave when his phone rang. How did you find time to contact me? Tony's in trouble. As soon as the call was connected, Shen Fei and Natasha's voices rang almost simultaneously. Chapter 381 Son of the Devil, Part 2. What's going on? You've encountered a demon, Shen Fei, arriving at the Avengers base's medical department after receiving Natasha's call, was surprised to see Tony Stark, looking pale and decayed. Stark was now radiating a strong aura of hell. As he spoke, Shen Fei began to examine him. No wounds, just pure hellish infection. But to this extent, did this guy have a direct encounter with Mephisto? Seeing Stark's lack of injuries, Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He then began to cast a spell, expelling the hellish aura from Stark. As the aura cleared, Stark's pale complexion slowly began to return to color. Where are we? Stark, regaining consciousness, surveyed his surroundings, his expression shifting several times before he suddenly shouted, "That damned bastard, my Mark 55, good to see you're awake. Drink this." Seeing Stark regain consciousness, Shen Fei immediately produced a vitality potion and handed it to him. This is chocolate flavor. Stark smacked his lips after downing the vitality potion. Harry Potter had many magical potions, but unfortunately, most of them tasted rather poorly. Shen Fei had never tried the compound potion before. Leveraging the power of the surgery fruit, Shen Fei used his free time to improve many of the potions. Of course, this so-called improvement didn't increase their effectiveness, but rather altered their flavor. He now had a wide variety of potions. Now, can you tell me what you encountered? Shen Fei asked immediately after Stark drank the vitality potion. It was a demon named Locke, Stark said, recounting his encounter. With Stark and Natasha taking turns explaining, Shen Fei quickly understood the whole story. This matter also involved Kelson and Ghost Rider. Shen Fei hadn't paid much attention to Ghost Rider since receiving the Saint Venganza contract. He could ignore it, but S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't do the same. Given Ghost Rider's power, S.H.I.E.L.D. employed a covert surveillance strategy against Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze. Initially, things were peaceful, but things got complicated after a member of the church found Johnny Blaze. Johnny Blaze had already broken up with his girlfriend, Roxanne, after ultimately failing to resist Ghost Rider's influence. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for him to continue being with her. Just like Dr. Banner in the original film, if it weren't for Shen Fei's help, Banner would have eventually reverted to his old ways. Breakups and reunions are common in Western society, such as Thor and Jane Foster. Thor had already broken up, and Jane was likely traveling elsewhere in the Nine Realms. S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally wouldn't intervene in Johnny's relationship with his girlfriend, but after the church found him, things became more complicated, as a crucial figure became involved, a young boy named Danny, the Devil's Child. Although Johnny and the church members hadn't considered contacting S.H.I.E.L.D., after all, in the outside world, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been disbanded and ceased to exist, the content of their discussion quickly reached Kelson. After verifying the authenticity and severity of the incident, Coulson immediately contacted the Avengers. Originally, he should have contacted Shen Fei, but perhaps because he had been looking for Shen Fei recently, he felt embarrassed, or perhaps for other reasons, so he didn't go to Shen Fei this time. Because the matter was so serious, it almost implicated the safety of the entire Earth. The Avengers immediately dispatched after receiving the intelligence. Before the action, the Avengers were full of confidence, but after actually encountering the enemy, they were defeated miserably. If it weren't for Scarlet Witch, it's possible that Stark might not have returned alive this time. Banner's Hulk was certainly powerful, but his weaknesses were also obvious. After being targeted, he had no chance of dealing with the enemy. If it weren't for the potion left by Shen Fei, he would have suffered. This is all the information on Danny and Locke. After Stark explained the situation, Natasha told him to get some rest and then took Shen Fei to the intelligence center. A large computer screen displayed the details of the previous battle, along with all the information S.H.I.E.L.D had gathered on Danny and Locke. Wait a moment, after reviewing the information on Danny and Locke, Shen Fei immediately took out his tablet and began searching. What's the situation? As Shen Fei reviewed the information on the tablet, Natasha began communicating with Coulson. The situation is dire. According to Morrow, if we can't recapture Danny before they initiate the ritual, the entire human society will be in tatters. Coulson looked deeply worried. Although he had encountered many challenges since taking over S.H.I.E.L.D, this was the first time he had faced a problem of this magnitude. How is Mr. Stark doing? Coulson asked Natasha with concern after sharing the information. It's all right now. He's here. He should be able to handle the next situation, Natasha said, gesturing to Shen Fei, who was sitting nearby. Coulson, nice to see you again. As Natasha finished speaking, Shen Fei closed his tablet, put it away, and greeted Coulson. Sorry to bother you again. No problem, I already know the situation. I'll be right there, Shen Fei said, creating a mystical portal in the air and arriving on Coulson's plane. Natasha followed closely behind. Who is this Locke? Sky asked directly from the office on the plane. You've met him before. He's actually Mephisto. Shen Fei smiled as he revealed Locke's true identity. Combining the information from Stark and the others, along with the information on Kamar-Taj, Shen Fei understood the whole story. As one of the Lords of Hell, Mephisto's power was greatly limited in the mortal realm. He had long sought a solution to this problem, and finally found one, a suitable host in the mortal realm. Ordinary humans simply couldn't withstand the power of this Lord of Hell. Mephisto's method was to give birth to a child in the mortal realm and then use the child's body as a host. While this still wouldn't allow the child to unleash his full power in hell, it could still unleash a portion of its power, a far greater advantage than before. This child, inheriting Mephisto's bloodline, was known as the Devil Child. Mephisto had created devil children countless times throughout history, but sadly, each time his plans were foiled by the Ancient One. The birth of a devil child is no easy feat, with a mother's choice being 1 in a billion. If devil children were truly so easy to create, human society would likely already be filled with them. Mephisto, how could that be? He wasn't like this last time. Upon hearing Shen Fei mention Mephisto, Sky and others who had met Mephisto looked puzzled. Mephisto is one of the Lords of Hell. His persona in the mortal realm isn't static. You're facing Mephisto. Are you confident? Simmons suddenly asked. If it were Mephisto in his prime, I'd certainly be no match. But this is the human world, and his power is limited. I believe I can handle it. Shen Fei said this not to comfort Simmons and the others, but rather to speak the truth. Besides, even if something were to happen, he had a trump card. At worst, he could go to Asgard for reinforcements. Although Odin was now periodically entering Odin's sleep, he wasn't dead yet and could still take action. This guy has failed so many times, yet he still comes back. Shen Fei was speechless at Mephisto's persistence. Judging from Danny's age, Mephisto had been preparing for this demon child for years. So what should we do next? Should we make a plan? No need for a plan, just go ahead. Shen Fei shook his head, rejecting Coulson's idea. He knew Coulson's intention perfectly well, to mobilize sufficient firepower for support. Unfortunately, the opponent was Mephisto. Even if he couldn't exert much power at the moment, modern firepower was no match for him. Just look at Ghost Rider, who is able to withstand a single FGM-148 javelin missile head-on. This proves the limits of modern firepower's damage. Are you sure you can handle Mephisto? No backup plan needed, Natasha whispered to Shen Fei when the plane was approaching Locke and the others. Actually, thwarting Mephisto's plan is simple. Just kill Danny. Without the vehicle for transformation, his plan will naturally fail. But do you think Callison and the others would agree to it? Sacrificing a child to save the world would undoubtedly be Kiritsugu's way of justice. Unfortunately, neither Callison nor Melinda would approve of such a plan. Is that so? Natasha nodded thoughtfully after Shen Fei finished speaking, then stood up and prepared to leave. While Callison and Melinda wouldn't approve of killing an innocent child to thwart Mephisto's plan, there was one person in S.H.I.E.L.D. who wouldn't mind killing an innocent child, and that was Fury. Don't worry, things won't escalate to this point. Even if I truly can't defeat them, I can always go to Asgard for help. There's no need to resort to such means to achieve my goal. At this point, the only person on the plane who would unconditionally carry out Fury's orders was undoubtedly Natasha, even if that order meant killing an innocent child. While Melinda would be haunted for the rest of her life by the death of a child, Natasha was far more forgiving. However, Shen Fei didn't want Natasha to bear the burden unless it was absolutely necessary. Black Widow, in the future, sacrificed herself for the Soul Stone. Hey, Mephisto, we meet again. You've failed so many times, why do you keep going? After the plane reached Ushik, Shen Fei met with Locke, his numerous subordinates, and Denny, who had been captured by him. Relying on the power of the contract, Locke had amassed a vast following in the mortal realm. Even though many knew the demon's contract was poisonous, they couldn't refuse. This was especially true for the elderly and dying wealthy, who, even knowing the contract was a trap, would jump without hesitation. Without that guy, how can you stop me? Locke's expression remained unchanged upon seeing Shen Fei. The Ancient One's fall was no secret to some powerful figures throughout a multiverse. After all, his presence had vanished from Earth. However, due to Dormammu's unsuccessful return, Earth remained a forbidden zone for those with ulterior motives. We'll know if we can stop you if we try. Don't forget, this isn't hell. And do you really think that person would fall so easily? Shen Fei said, and while Mephisto was stunned by his last words, he began to form hand seals. Instantly, dozens of figures, in the form of Archaon, flew out from behind him. Room, slaughterhouse. As these dozens of physical clones flew out, Shen Fei activated his Operation Fruit, using spatial displacement to replace Danny with Mephisto. Immediately, the clones in the air simultaneously extended their right hands, and a massive fireball over a meter in diameter appeared in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. A continuous barrage of fireballs instantly engulfed Mephisto and his minions. The scorching flames instantly transformed the entire ground into a sea of inferno, and the entire land beneath this sea of inferno gradually turned to molten rock. The opponent was Mephisto. Facing such a figure, Shen Fei naturally had no intention of holding back. Therefore, he used all his strength from the beginning. The temperature and power of the fireballs he had previously attacked were even greater than Akanu's magma fruit. After gaining knowledge of the Gate of Truth from the Fullmetal Alchemist world, Shen Fei had been working on hand-kneading nuclear fusion. Once completed, this would become his ultimate weapon. Although it has not yet been completed, the temperature of the flames has reached nearly 3,000 degrees, halfway to the temperature of the sun's surface. After a long period of training, Shen Fei understood why he could not achieve hand-kneading nuclear fusion. It was because his soul had not undergone a qualitative transformation. Once the soul was transformed, hand-kneading nuclear fusion would be a complete success. The little man in the bottle can rub nuclear fusion with his hands. He relies on his huge soul and uses quantity to achieve the effect of qualitative change. Even though Shen Fei has learned a lot of things now, the most basic ones are still the Operation Fruit and the magic system of Kamar-Taj. In the world of pirates, the magma fruit is the superior fruit of the flame fruit, but if you go outside the pirate world, you will find that the flame fruit cannot be a lower level fruit. In theory, the flame fruit can reach the temperature of the sun. Even if it is not the temperature of the core, just the temperature of the surface is powerful enough. Poor Ace doesn't like to study at all and doesn't know the situation of fire at all. Just like Shen Fei and Luo both have the Operation Fruit, their abilities and effects are very different. Chapter 382 Son of the Devil, and while the power of a devil fruit is certainly tied to physical skills, developing a devil fruit requires more than just physical skills. Knowledge is also crucial. Doflamingo excelled in this regard, developing his string fruit to have healing effects. Then there's Robin's flower fruit. While Robin's power is relatively weak, she's undoubtedly at the forefront of most other devil fruit users in developing devil fruit abilities, including clones, eavesdropping, flight, and giants. In the world of One Piece, some incredible devil fruits have been rendered useless due to the users themselves, such as Smoker's smoke fruit, Caesar's gas fruit, Monet's snow fruit, Bruno's door fruit, Buggy's split fruit, and the rust fruit, swamp fruit, and slow fruit, all due to improper use by their developers. That's not all. The most important thing, of course, is the incredibly powerful time fruit. Space reigns supreme, time reigns supreme. That's a true time fruit, not some inferior time fruit like the backward fruit, the slow fruit, or something resembling an age fruit. Such a powerful devil fruit, in the hands of Lady Kazuki, merely sent her children and subordinates into the future, where they would defeat Kato and General Orochi. Furthermore, Lady Kazuki herself had traveled back 800 years to the time of Oden Kazuki, making her more of a future fruit user than a time fruit user. Sure enough, he's not that easy to kill, she said, looking at Locke, who stood in the sea of flames. Though his body was covered in white bones, his injuries were rapidly healing as a vast, sinister black aura emanated from him. As this aura spread, the sea of flames was slowly suppressed. The already molten ground, enveloped by the black aura, instantly turned to charred black, as if devoid of all life. At that moment, one of Shen Fei's clones suddenly landed on the ground. Simultaneously, all the others instantly appeared around it, surrounding it. They formed hand seals, each of which formed a golden energy whip. The next moment, the energy whips wielded by each clone struck the fallen Shen Fei clone. The clone offered no resistance, and instantly, all the energy whips bound its body. This scene left Rock, as well as Natasha and the others in the distance behind Shen Fei, bewildered and puzzled. They couldn't understand why Shen Fei's clones, instead of engaging the enemy, were actually fighting among themselves. Slaughterhouse, Shen Fei ignored Natasha and the others' confusion. Upon seeing his clone bound, he immediately activated the opera fruit's power again, spatially swapping his bound clone with Rock in front of him. The opera fruit's spatial swapping was a powerful technique, but in Law's hands, it became a magical escape technique. He had used it several times to escape during his battle with Doflamingo. However, for Shen Fei, it was completely different. He could prepare and perform spatial swaps in advance, just as he was doing now. Of course, this was only possible because he had the ability to clone himself. Without it, the power would be greatly reduced. Locke's face immediately changed as he was locked in a dozen energy whips. But it was too late. With Locke's current strength in the human realm, he had no way of breaking free. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Fei swung his hands, and a gleaming golden blade appeared in his hands, the sacred sword of Vishanti. As Locke stared in shock and fury, Shen Fei swung the Vishanti sacred sword, piercing him through the chest. In the original novel, when Doctor Strange used this magic to strike Thanos, he was blocked by a single hand. However, Locke was not Thanos, lacking the body of a Titan. Furthermore, his current strength was only a fraction of his own, making it impossible for him to block the blow. Mephisto, if you want to travel, you can, but you'd better not come in this state, Shen Fei said to the impending Mephisto. Immediately, a powerful golden lightning bolt erupted from the Vishanti sacred sword in his hand, piercing Locke's entire body, the thunder of Basset. As the Bossard thunder erupted, Locke roared in pain, his entire body turning to charcoal before crumbling into ash and slowly dissipating across the heavens and earth. That's it, Natasha and Kelson approached as Locke's figure vanished. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Mephisto had been defeated so easily. The Avengers had fought hard before, but had failed. If Shen Fei knew what Kelson and Natasha were thinking, he would have scoffed. The fight against Locke seemed simple, but behind that simplicity was Shen Fei's all-out attack. If he replicated this tactic in the pirate world, taking out a general would be no problem. It's just a clone of Mephisto. Do you think I'm going to fight him for days and nights, until the world collapses? Natasha's tone irritated Shen Fei. You mean he'll come again? Kelson frowned. Probably not for now, but he should come again after a while, Shen Fei said after a moment's hesitation. Why does the Lord of Hell have to come to the human world? Natasha couldn't help but complain. Since he was the Lord of Hell, wouldn't it be better for him to stay in Hell and be his own lord? Maybe he's bored and wants to have some fun, Shen Fei said after a moment's thought. Mephisto's lifespan is incalculable. Even Odin couldn't compare in this respect, as he was born the Lord of Hell. With such a long lifespan, how else could he pass the time if not having fun? These naturally powerful individuals have both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that they don't need to cultivate, naturally standing at the highest point, just like those hidden giants in the Marvel Universe. As for the disadvantages, naturally, their excessive power comes with significant limitations. Shen Fei, for example, has no restrictions when it comes to entering and exiting various worlds, but Mephisto can't. Strictly speaking, Mephisto in the Marvel Universe is even more godlike than Odin in Asgard. Odin isn't so much a god as a powerful alien race like Thanos. The destruction of Thanos' homeworld is easy to understand. With so many powerful individuals on a single planet, even the slightest friction can be a devastating disaster. While there's no need to worry about Mephisto coming over right now, as long as the Devil Child still exists, he'll find a way to get here. On the plane, Shen Fei, Natasha, and Coulson began discussing how to deal with Danny, the Devil Child. "Don't you have a solution?" Coulson asked immediately. "My solution? You definitely don't want to hear. Just kill him." This was the Ancient One's approach to the Devil Child. The texts left behind by the Ancient One don't mention any methods of sealing him. This is also related to the fact that the Devil Children the Ancient One encountered had all awakened. As Devil Children, they naturally possessed demonic powers. Danny, simply because of his young age, hadn't yet awakened. Don't mistake the Ancient One for being kind. Perhaps she's been quite kind in recent years, but back then, she was a formidable figure the multiverse feared to provoke. Her reputation wasn't built on empty promises, but earned through hard work. That won't do. He's just an innocent child. Perhaps the church can help. Coulson's kindness wouldn't allow him to treat a child this way. The church? Shen Fei smiled unexpectedly deeply at Coulson's mention of the church, but he didn't elaborate. "No problem, but we'll need to go to the Holy Land." After Coulson found Morrow and explained the situation, Morrow immediately stated that the church could do it, but a ritual would be required there. So, after picking up Danny's mother, Nadia, and Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze along the way, the group flew towards the Holy Land of Ushuk. However, despite being called a Holy Land, it was essentially just a cave. Shen Fei had no desire to live in such a place, considering the living conditions. Simmons, Fitz, and Sky, after strolling around for a bit, immediately returned to the plane. As scientists and hackers, they couldn't stand the lack of modern amenities. Why are demons so powerful, while God's power is so weak, with not even an angel to be seen? Sky asked a question on the plane that had been lingering on her mind for quite some time. After Sky asked this question, Simmons, Fitz, and Natasha also looked at Shen Fei with curiosity. They shared the same question. After all, Mephisto was a bit too active. Because God was driven away. What did you say? Shen Fei's words caused everyone present to exclaim in unison. Although Sky, Simmons, Fitz, and Natasha didn't believe in the church, the sudden news still shocked them. How is that possible? That's God, not omnipotent, Fitz suddenly said. That's mythology. In mythology, Thor is still invincible, and Loki is the god of fire. Don't you know what the real Thor is like? As for Loki, I don't need to explain it anymore. Loki, originally the god of fire, became a descendant of the frost giants. Who could have driven him away? Natasha said after a moment's silence. It was His Excellency the Sorcerer Supreme, Shen Fei whispered. Why drive him away? Sky, having regained his composure, asked with a hint of curiosity. To protect humanity, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh deeply. If he hadn't become the new Sorcerer Supreme, he probably wouldn't have known the inside story. He could only say the Sorcerer Supreme was incredible. Protecting humanity and driving away God, that doesn't make sense, said Simmons, who was more approachable this time. Humanity must rely on itself to develop. Perhaps in your minds, God is good and the devil is evil, but in reality, there's no difference. They're all creatures from other dimensions, just one with cunning tactics and the other with gentle ones. Shen Fei couldn't say what the gods of other worlds were like, but in the Marvel world, that was the case. Earth is the Midgard of the 9 realms. I'm sure you all know that, Shen Fei continued, before Sky and the others could speak. What does it matter? It matters a lot. You all know that the 9 realms are ruled by Asgard. Why do you think Asgardians have only recently appeared on Earth after all these years? If you were ruling a planet, would you have just left it alone and allowed it to develop freely? No. The four shook their heads in unison. Could it be? That's the question. Earth's right to develop freely is because the Sorcerer Supreme fought with Odin, preventing Asgard from interfering in Earth's affairs. Thinking of the current situation on the other worlds in the Nine Realms, Shen Fei's admiration for the Ancient One deepened. Given Asgard's ruling style, if Earth had been its domain, it would never have developed to its current state. The frequent rebellions on the other 7 planets ruled by Asgard are likely due to this, a pattern that spreads from one planet to another. I wonder where I can visit the Sorcerer Supreme, Natasha suddenly asked. Are you asking on Fury's behalf? Shen Fei smiled, glanced at Natasha, and continued, there's no need. Now that the Sorcerer Supreme has left, there's no chance of seeing him again. If he hadn't left, do you think Mephisto would have the guts to act so recklessly? Of course, there was an answer. For Mephisto, the loss was merely a clone, it didn't matter. Perhaps the confrontation with the Ancient One was part of his enjoyment. Didn't you say the Sorcerer Supreme is Earth's protector? With him gone, who will protect Earth? Sky paused for a moment, then seemed to reflect. Of course, it depends on humanity itself. Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D pride itself on protecting humanity? Now's your chance to step up. Looking at the silent four, Shen Fei chuckled softly. He said this to shirk his responsibility as the Sorcerer Supreme. He wasn't as great as the Ancient One. Do you still have some skills? As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the church was in decline, it still had some hidden power. Danny's problems, as well as Johnny Blaze's, were quickly resolved by it. Looks like that spirit of vengeance won't have a chance to appear. Shen Fei's intervention prevented Johnny, the Ghost Rider, from getting a chance to strike. Ghost Rider, son of Demon, mother of Demon, this family of 3 is quite interesting. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched Johnny and Danny's mother, Nadia, exchange glances. Western romantic values allow for reckless abandon in the heat of love, but after the excitement fades, only dullness remains, just as Johnny now seems to have completely forgotten his ex-girlfriend, Roxanne. The same is true of Tony and Jane Foster. In comparison, Sif is far more devoted. Time to meet Ada. After the incident was over, Shen Fei immediately said goodbye to Natasha and Kelson. S.H.I.E.L.D would naturally handle the subsequent surveillance of Johnny and Danny. While the church claimed the matter was completely resolved, S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't so easily convinced. Chapter 383, Khajan Empire, Part 1. Hunter World, Sabbath City. So many new artifacts. It seems those two have been exploring quite a few ruins lately. After finishing his business with Mephisto and making some other arrangements, Shen Fei arrived at his villa in Sabbath City. After sending a message to Ada and Robin about his arrival, Shen Fei began to explore the villa. Inside, he discovered several items he had never seen before. Judging by their style and design, they were undoubtedly ancient artifacts. Shen Fei was well aware of the value of ancient artifacts, but unfortunately, coming from a humble background, he didn't have much appreciation for them. After a brief admiration, he simply let them go. Stark and Shen Fei were similar in this regard, but Stark would proactively purchase art out of a desire to show off, while Shen Fei didn't. Although he had plenty of money, he wasn't one to spend excessively on such items. So many new delicacies. After putting down the artifacts, Shen Fei headed straight for the warehouse behind the villa. This warehouse was specially built by Shen Fei, utilizing a combination of Nen and the divine character to maintain a refrigerated warehouse to maximize the freshness of the food inside. In terms of cuisine, the Hunter world is more advanced than One Piece in some aspects. While One Piece has its own professional chefs, such as Zeph, Sanji, and the beautiful red-haired chef Carmen, who always wanted to compete with Sanji, as well as the Navy chefs, it still lags far behind the Hunter world, a world of expert gourmet hunters. The only advantage the pirates have over the Hunter world is in ingredients. However, in other areas, the Hunter world surpasses One Piece, after all, due to its technological advancements. Shen Fei has always been generous with his food, especially now that he is so wealthy. He constantly spends a fortune on unique delicacies. Looks like it's time to find a time to schedule an appointment with the gourmet hunter Menki to help prepare these ingredients. Shen Fei could certainly handle these ingredients, but there was a significant gap compared to gourmet hunter. After all, the latter was a professional, and even their own noetic abilities were centered around food. Menki's ability to reach a 1-star gourmet hunter at such a young age was largely due to her noetic abilities. Gourmet hunters in the hunter world hold a very high status, especially for ordinary people. Eating food prepared by a gourmet hunter in person is incredibly expensive. A single meal costing 100 million is not uncommon. Such a high price tag certainly has its justification. For ordinary people, the food of a gourmet hunter has the potential to prolong life. Gourmet hunters who own restaurants have their meals reserved at least 3 years in the future. In the Marvel Universe, Stark can hire a 3-star Michelin chef to cook at any time, but in the hunter world, unless one is well connected to the hunter community, no matter how wealthy one is, this is impossible. It tastes good. My level of skill is enough to warrant a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Shen Fei nodded with satisfaction as he ate his homemade meal. Of course, this refers to restaurants in the Marvel Universe, not the Hunter Universe. In the Hunter Universe, beyond the realm of ordinary people, restaurants for non-users are only 2-star, and their star rating is tied to their hunter's level. A 2-star restaurant is already the highest. Lin Niki, a veteran of the Hunter Association, is only a 2-star hunter. Since the creation of the gourmet hunter class, there have been no 3-star hunters. The absolute requirement to become a 3-star hunter is to achieve several historic discoveries or world-shattering feats, a requirement that greatly limits gourmet hunters' advancement. The Dark Continent, he said. After finishing his meal, Shen Fei took out his tablet and began to browse through information about the Dark Continent in the Hunter universe. This tablet has become one of Shen Fei's most valuable possessions, recording every aspect of the worlds he has visited to date, including information on Nen, magic, martial arts, physical skills, and more. If someone could obtain this tablet, it would definitely become one of the golden keys to the protagonist's rise. Of course, this is only theoretical. In reality, even if it were lost, it would be of no use to anyone else. This tablet was specially crafted by him, incorporating the divine word and other technologies like Nen. Even if anyone else obtained it, they wouldn't be able to open it. Shen Fei had come to the hunter world not only because he hadn't seen Ada for a long time and wanted to see her, but also to explore the Dark Continent. Putting aside the Dark Continent's other resources, even among the 5 currently known hopes, the unmanned stone alone was of little use to Shen Fei, while the other 4 items were truly remarkable. The unmanned stone was somewhat useless for Shen Fei's current energy system, which boasted the arc reactor, divine word technology, and the potential acquisition of pacifists in the future. Of course, this was only true for Shen Fei's current possessions. In reality, the unmanned stone was a strategic item for any nation. It was a source of energy. For example, if Shen Fei brought an unmanned stone to the Kinsmoon world, one would be enough for him to use for a long time. Other items like Nidalomi, the ultimate longevity item, the herb that cures all diseases, the 3-element water, which can be used as the precursor to any liquid, and the alchemical plant Metallion all have significant uses. For example, the 3-element water, while others could easily use it to replicate oil, would be a colossal waste for Shen Fei. With the 3-element water, Shen Fei could easily develop liquid versions of the True Person Pill and the Gathering Immortal Pill, and then replicate them using the 3-element water. This way, alchemy would be unnecessary. Shen Fei previously didn't venture into the Dark Continent due to limited strength, but now he could probably do so. He wasn't greedy. At this stage, he only needed to obtain the 5 Great Hopes. As for further exploration of the Dark Continent, he could wait until he was stronger. This is the Kajin Empire. This guy is so powerful. He actually dared to flip the table. Putting away his tablet, Shen Fei prepared to search online for more information, but was shocked to find the internet filled with the words Kajin Empire and Dark Continent. Shen Fei immediately searched the internet for information and found a speech by Nasby, the current king of the Kajin Empire. The speech revealed the Dark Continent and stated that the Kajin Empire had built a super ship, the Black Whale, for travel to the Dark Continent. The Kajin Empire was now openly recruiting individuals from around the world to travel to the Dark Continent. The internet was flooded with content about whether you had applied or been selected. A continent, vaster than the current 6 continents and still largely undeveloped, instantly captured everyone's attention. The Kajin Empire's propaganda portrayed the Dark Continent as a piece of unprotected, fat meat, ready to take a bite. This hype fueled a frenzy of young people flocking to the Kajin Empire. This rare opportunity for instant wealth was undoubtedly attractive to ambitious young people. While modern society offers ample opportunities for advancement, For the vast majority of ordinary people, having them was indistinguishable from having them. You might work your whole life to no avail, but a single word from someone else might be enough. But now things are different. A new continent, a new starting point. Only talking about the good, not the bad. What on earth is this nasty Gregor trying to do? Shen Fei was speechless as he watched the atmosphere prevalent online. Others might not know the situation in the Dark Continent, but as the ruler of a nation, Naspi Gregor was absolutely certain of it. Forget about 200,000 people, even 20 million or 200 million people. The Dark Continent simply couldn't be defeated by numbers. To put it bluntly, if any of the 5 disasters had no limit, it would wipe out 200,000 people without wasting any time. The Black Whale's first voyage had a maximum capacity of 200,000 people, but Naspi Gregor of the Khajan Empire had stated that other ships were under construction and would be sailing in 3 months. The plan was to send 100 million people to the Dark Continent within 5 years. V5's head is probably about to explode. As the saying goes, no one can be held responsible for the majority. Naspi Gregor's disclosure of the Dark Continent's situation has naturally put V5 in the worst position. Under the current circumstances, no matter how dangerous V5 claims the Dark Continent is, they can't stop the tide of people heading there. Even within V5's own country, the vast majority question why they're withholding such crucial information, wondering if they were trying to monopolize the Dark Continent's benefits. Faced with this situation, even if V5 wanted to start a war and destroy the Khajan Empire, they wouldn't be able to do so. Not to mention the opposition of other nations, the Khajan Empire's sheer strength is enough to intimidate V5. Both sides have plenty of roses, and if a war breaks out without restraint, the consequences are predictable. Furthermore, because the information is already public, even if V5 wants to ask the Hunter Association to intervene, it's impossible. At this point, if anything happens to the Khajan Empire, the blame will be immediately placed on V5. You're here. Just as Shen Fei was continuing to research online, his phone suddenly rang. It was Ada. Oh, by the way, what's going on with that Khajan Empire? It's Nitero's son, Biang. They're trying to use it to circumvent V5's restrictions. Ada then shared the intelligence she had. The V5's conditions for traveling to the Dark Continent were far too stringent, as evidenced by the fact that Jin, over the years, had only met one of them. With Jin's strength, he could have easily made the journey to the Dark Continent on his own, but he had to agree to Nitero's conditions. The same was true for Nitero's son, Biang. In the Hunter world, agreeing to conditions isn't just a verbal agreement. It involves constraints and oaths. Shen Fei wasn't sure whether Nitero had used them on Jin, but they definitely were on Biang's side. So, even if Biang was rebellious, he couldn't travel to the Dark Continent without permission. Nitero's condition was that Biang couldn't do so until his death. This was Nitero's original condition for forcing Biang into battle. At that time, there was no Ant King. Nitero intended this as a means of forcing a life or death battle, even if it involved his son. He was a pure martial arts fanatic. However, Biang had no intention of killing Nitero, and the same was true for Jin. Neither of them wanted to meet Nitero's demands. Nitero was a martial arts fanatic, invincible and lonely, while they were not. Jin's subsequent choice was to continue striving for qualification while waiting. After all, he was much younger than Nitero and had plenty of time to wait for Nitero's death, not to mention Jin still had the witch's rejuvenating potion. Biang, on the other hand, chose to find a way around Nitero's restrictions. Since he couldn't travel to the Dark Continent privately, he went there openly. Later, Biang spent decades on the Asian continent helping Naspi's Khajan kingdom transform into the present Khajan Empire. He then publicly announced the Dark Continent's existence and encouraged the people to visit. Biang didn't care about the consequences of this, he simply wanted to visit the Dark Continent. After their previous defeat in the Dark Continent, Biang had longed to return, and now his goal was about to be achieved. So, V5 is about to become V6. They've created a hypothetical Dark Continent to deceive people, secretly ordering the Hunter Association to capture Biang. That Naspi, Gregor, simply wants to immortalize his name. Since war is impossible, cooperation is the only option. V6 will lead this Dark Continent exploration, but of course, it's only a superficial one. Although intelligence about the Dark Continent has been leaked, Gregor hasn't revealed its exact size. Lake Mobius is home to numerous large islands. They can simply find one along the route. Grey Gurao and Bi Yang are merely partners, and won't fight V5 on his behalf. Currently, V5 can't do anything about the Kajin Empire, but if humanity's survival truly becomes a matter of life and death, V5 will have to wage war against the Kajin Empire, even if they don't want to. While the Kajin Empire's actions certainly put V5 in a difficult position, they also strengthen their resolve. V5 had never given up on exploring the Dark Continent and had secretly assembled an N-powered unit. However, due to the situation in the Dark Continent, they had been wavering and hadn't made a final decision. This was a perfect opportunity. While ordinary people were heading to the imaginary continent, the Hunter Association, V5, and Bayan's forces would continue their journey beyond the imaginary continent, heading for the real Dark Continent. Jin left the Hunter Association and joined Bayan's team. That certainly fits Jin's plan. Jin naturally wouldn't miss this rare opportunity to bypass V5 and reach the Dark Continent. While the Hunter Association would also travel to the Dark Continent, they were only there to hunt Bayan and his men, not to explore. Given these circumstances, Jin had no choice but to leave the Hunter Association. Netero had a nice idea, asking you to become one of the 12 earthly branches. With Baristan and King's departure, the 12 earthly branches were short on personnel. Netero considered Robin and Ada from the Hunter Association, but was unfortunately rejected. Chapter 384, Kajin Empire, Part 2. The 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association do hold significant power within the organization, but this primarily applies to ordinary hunters. For powerful hunters, the 12 earthly branches hold little appeal. Strictly speaking, the 12 earthly branches offer less freedom than ordinary hunters. While these rights come with certain obligations, it's entirely up to ordinary hunters to decide whether to complete the association's missions, while some missions are mandatory. If it weren't for the inherent advantages of joining the Hunter Association, Ada and Robin likely wouldn't have joined. But that's all there is to it. Expecting them to become 12 earthly branches is impossible. After all, they aren't from the hunter world, and unlike Kirita, they don't share the same devotion, even their lives, to the Hunter Association. In the original novel, after Netero's death, Kirita prepared to lead the 12 earthly branches to the Dark Continent to hunt Biang. While the subsequent events remain unknown due to a mahjong enthusiast playing daily, it's reasonable to assume that few of the 12 earthly branches survived. It's undeniable that Netero's ideas can be peculiar at times. He could lead the poor Rose to a decisive battle against the Ant King for the sake of all humanity, but when faced with Biang, he simply sent Kiluo and the others to hunt him down. Netero, who was personally traveling there, couldn't have been unaware of the Dark Continent. He couldn't have sent the 12 earthly branches to such a dangerous place. Even without even mentioning the dangers of the Dark Continent, Biang alone was more than the 12 earthly branches could handle. Among the 12 earthly branches, no one besides Jin could rival Biang, not to mention that the 12 earthly branches couldn't even handle Baristan, Biang's subordinate. Shen Fei had originally considered taking Netero to the pirate world, but as time went on, the idea faded. This wasn't because Netero was an old man. Shen Fei could vouch for that with his integrity. Are you in the Kajin Empire? I see. I'll be there right away. Upon learning that Ada and Robin were in the Kajin Empire's capital, Shen Fei immediately activated the villa's barrier and prepared to reunite with him. Ada and Robin were naturally intrigued by the Dark Continent's situation. It held untold secrets, a natural allure for the adventurous Ada. As for Robin, she was already deeply interested in archaeology. While she hadn't completely given up on the historical texts of the One Piece world, the histories of other worlds also captivated her. As for the historical texts of the One Piece world, Robin certainly wouldn't give up. However, after seeing other worlds, Robin's horizons had broadened considerably, and she wasn't as eager to uncover the hidden contents of the texts as before. After all, she already knew quite a bit. Shen Fei had obtained a good amount of the texts for her, as well as 2 red signpost texts. The Zoo Island text could be obtained by finding Zoo Island. As for the final red signpost text, she could only wait for it to reveal itself. Of course, there was also the possibility that it was hidden with the world government. Given the world government's long history of world rule and its stance on historical texts, it was clear they possessed a significant number of them. Therefore, possessing the red signpost text was highly likely. It's been so long. I missed you so much. Using the magical mark on Ada's body, Shen Fei appeared directly in the Kajin Empire through a mystical portal. Really? I don't think so. Let me tell you, You deceived a few girls in other worlds this time. Ada's words made Shen Fei stiffen. He really didn't know how to answer this question. It seems my guess was right, Ada said, and immediately turned and left. She was now dressed in a red dress, looking very sexy. This is a nightclub. Shen Fei and Ada entered a building. The sound of music and the sight of a group of beautiful women dancing in the front immediately made him understand where this place was. Ada's presence in such a place was undoubtedly to gather intelligence. In the hunter world, Robin was mainly responsible for deciphering texts. Thanks to her love of books, Robin had mastered the ancient hunter world script. Naturally, Ada was responsible for intelligence, which was her forte. Robin was not particularly worried about Ada and Robin. After all, with their strength, no one in the 6 continents could pose a threat to them, not even the 5 great Nen users. And honestly, when it comes to survival, Shen Fei is far behind Ada and Robin. After all, before this, Shen Fei was just an ordinary man, while Ada and Robin were both members of the underworld. Even Chiding and Hitong were far better at this. They had been assassins since childhood. There are some things that simply knowing something is different from experiencing it firsthand. You're here, in the open-air box. Upon seeing Shen Fei arrive, Robin immediately stood up, smiled and nodded at him. Then, addressing the young man sitting across from him, who was impeccably dressed and looked like he was worth a fortune, his aura betraying the impression of someone of high rank, though with a somewhat gloomy look, he said, "My friend's here, I'm leaving now." Robin picked up his bag and walked towards Shen Fei. Shen Fei gave the young man a blank look. After Robin approached, he turned and left, flanked by Robin and Ada. This scene filled the eyes of many men in the nightclub with envy. Beauties like Ada and Robin were rare sights in nightclubs. Who's that guy? He seems ready to attack. Although Shen Fei followed Ada and Robin out, his observation hacky still detected the young man. After Robin and Ada left, he gave the order to his men, who had appeared beside him, with a sullen expression. "It's the 4th prince of the Kajin Empire. The king of the Kajin Empire has another purpose for traveling to the Dark Continent," Ada whispered. "Oh, what's that purpose?" Shen Fei asked immediately. "It seems the king plans to choose a successor to the throne during this trip." This information certainly didn't come from the so-called 4th prince. After all, even the most foolish 4th prince wouldn't share such information with a stranger. Trouble is coming. As the 3 of them reached the nightclub's underground parking lot, just as they approached Ada's luxury car, 6 figures rushed out from the side and surrounded them. "Kill the men, capture the women," one of the young men in black, who seemed to be the leader, said this and attacked Shen Fei directly. The other 5 people split into 2 and rushed towards Ada and Robin. A Nen user, looking at the young man who attacked him, Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Among the 6 people, he was the only one with Nen ability, and the other 5 were ordinary people. "You guys go first, leave this to me." Shen Fei immediately felt murderous intent when he saw that they dared to attack Ada and Robin. "Don't waste time," Ada said, blowing a kiss to Shen Fei, opened the car door, and drove away with Robin. At this time, the man who attacked Shen Fei, the man who rushed towards Ada and Robin, and the 3 people around him all maintained their movements with fear on their faces, not daring to move freely, because they were now surrounded by Nen threads. A Nen user, the other 5 were terrified, not understanding what was strangling them. However, the young man in the lead immediately understood who Shen Fei was, a Nen user, and a powerful one at that. "Take me to your 4th prince," Shen Fei said, and with a slight movement of his left hand, the other 5 were instantly fragmented by the threads of Nen. "What do you want to do?" "This is the Kakin Empire." The young man in the lead seemed to want to threaten Shen Fei with the Kakin Empire's name. With other Nen users, that might have worked, but to Shen Fei, the Kakin Empire was nothing. He wouldn't attack casually, but if someone provoked him, that was another matter, especially since this time it was Ada and the others. "I'll do it myself." Seeing that this man wouldn't yield easily, Shen Fei didn't continue questioning him. Instead, he placed his right hand on his head, unleashing his full power, extracting what he wanted from his mind. "At the Hu Hotel, I have to say the royal family's surnames are quite interesting. Huguorao, twice-cooked pork, are they preparing a stew?" The information in the young man's mind immediately clued Shen Fei into the 4th prince's whereabouts, but the information he then gained ignited Shen Fei's rage. "Sell it in a Huguorao? You'll enjoy it later," Shen Fei said, waving his left hand. 5 threads of thought emerged from his fingers, instantly drawing a philosopher's stone transmutation formation on the ground. As the young man let out a shrill roar, his soul transformed into the philosopher's stone as his body twisted. For Shen Fei, the Chelibanish Hugurao was a crime worthy of death, and so was this accomplice. Shen Fei rarely used the philosopher's stone transmutation formation anymore, but encountering someone so culpable was another matter. The Grey Hotel is the most exclusive hotel in the capital of the Kajin Empire. Those who can afford to stay here are truly wealthy or powerful. The entire hotel is incredibly luxurious, with its exterior constructed almost entirely of gold. The walls, floors, and various decorative items are practically all gold, a truly utterly opulent experience. Having become wealthy, indeed extremely wealthy, Shen Fei has seen many lavish places, even the Shenyang Palace, but nothing compares to the Grey Hotel. This is the epitome of nouveau riche. Shen Fei possesses a considerable amount of gold, but he has never considered building a hotel out of it. While there is a golden empire in the pirate world, and his pirate ship, the Grand Tesoro, is constructed of gold, Shen Fei has never been there and has no idea what it is like. The Golden Emperor's place was a renowned den of illicit wealth in the New World, another frequented destination for celestial dragons after the Sabaody archipelago. Shen Fei was at a loss for words regarding the Golden Emperor. His story, it must be said, was truly inspiring. He was once a slave of the celestial dragons, one of whom Fisher Tiger had rescued on the Red Earth continent. However, his subsequent actions betrayed Fisher Tiger's efforts. I almost forgot about the Golden Emperor. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to visit him. Looking at the Golden Hotel before him, Shen Fei immediately thought of the Golden Emperor. His gold fruit was incredibly powerful, not to mention his wielder, the piercing fruit, a lower-level fruit than the space fruit. The piercing fruit was another devil fruit of divine rank, wasted due to the weakness of its possessor. Then there was the lucky fruit, another devil fruit of divine rank, which would have been unworthy had it not been for a supremely powerful fruit like Usopp. Shen Fei had been torn between choosing between Akame and Kurome's devil fruits, considering whether to enhance or supplement their powers. The piercing fruit might be a good option, he thought, as he quickly arrived at the 8th floor of the Grey Hotel. There, in a suite, was the permanent residence of the 4th Prince, Cheridanish, the Grey Gurao. As the most luxurious hotel in the Kakin Empire, the Grey Hotel's security was naturally thorough, with numerous high-tech cameras and a significant number of NEN users among the security staff. However, these security measures were completely ineffective against Shen Fei. With his light and dust, he didn't even need to use Red Queen to control the cameras, and he reached the 4th Prince's room unnoticed. So many crimson eyes. In a section of the suite that should have been a study, Shen Fei discovered a vast collection of objects that disgusted him. The largest collection consisted of the eyes of Kurapika's clan members. It would be difficult for an outsider to imagine that the 4th Prince, Cheridanish, the Grey Gurao, was a body collector. It wasn't just a collection, his hobby was incredibly perverse, skinning, especially the skin of beautiful women. In his study, this collection was second only to the Crimson Eye. The rest of the collection consisted of various human organs. Even with Shen Fei's current abilities, the sight of these things made him feel uneasy. Mark, this guy's so slow this time. The 4th Prince, wrapped only in a towel, emerged from the bathroom, muttering under his breath as he walked to the bar, pulled out a bottle of fine wine, and prepared to pour himself a glass. So that guy's name is Marco? I'm afraid he can't make it. The sudden, unfamiliar voice caused the 4th Prince to knock over his glass, spilling red liquid onto his white towel. It's you. The next moment, upon seeing Shen Fei, the 4th Prince's face darkened, and he rushed toward the bar. Just as he was about to press a button hidden in the counter, a silver chain pierced his shoulder, dangling him in midair. How dare you? The 4th Prince, suspended in midair, began to speak, but at that moment, another silver chain pierced his other shoulder. Stop talking nonsense. I know exactly who you are. The collection in your room is quite impressive. I think it would be even better if you added yourself to it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Kajin Empire, and inside the luxurious villa, Agonizing roar erupted from the mouth of the gray-fleshed Celadonisi. His face was distorted, his pupils bulging, and traces of blood gushed from his eyeballs. His entire body was twisted into a knot, from limbs to torso. Shen Fei showed no mercy to the so-called fourth prince, even using a drug that greatly increased his sensitivity for the first time. Using drugs to torture was a favorite of S.H.I.E.L.D, and she even planted related drugs throughout her mansion's garden. However, when it came to knowledge of these drugs, Shen Fei far surpassed S.H.I.E.L.D. Modern science was far superior to the world of awakens. With the added bonus of the surgery fruit, even though Shen Fei focused his primary focus on cultivation, only pursuing related research in his spare time, his research far surpassed that of others. He would periodically publish a few papers in prestigious journals. While these papers might be superficial, they solved numerous medical challenges, bolstering his academic reputation, though he himself didn't particularly care. Normally, Shen Fei wouldn't torture a villain to this extent, even if he did. However, the case of Chelabanish Gregorau was different. Shen Fei was now quite experienced and had seen many evildoers, but he had never encountered someone as evil as the fourth prince. Even among all the human body collectors, he was a supremely evil being. Killing him outright would be too easy for him. Is your throat sore? It's okay. I'll heal you right away. Shen Fei went through the torture and treatment twice, but finally, growing impatient and having wasted too much time, he decided to proceed to the final step. You really like these, don't you? Shen Fei carried the bloodied, shattered flesh of Celadonish on chains to the study where the collection was stored. He removed the individual parts from glass jars and set them ablaze. He then dismembered the flesh and dumped the body into containers of formalin. Very nice, isn't it? Perhaps someone will pay a high price for these in the future. Slaughterhouse. The process was almost complete. To kill Celadonish, Shen Fei used the surgery fruit to decapitate it and then immersed its living head in formalin. The empty head struggled valiantly in the formalin, but to no avail. Soon, the fourth prince's head was completely unconscious within the formalin. Constrain the soul and send the general. After Celadonish was completely dead, Shen Fei immediately used the constrict the soul and send the general to restrain its soul. Shen Fei didn't torture the fourth prince's soul much. In fact, there was no way to do so, as its soul was completely in a state of confusion. Unless in a world with a dimension like hell, it's extremely rare for a soul to develop its own consciousness. This is especially rare, considering Kamar-Taj can expel human souls. Thank goodness this guy didn't cultivate Nen, otherwise, given his level of evil, his Nen abilities would be incredibly difficult to handle. After directly transforming the fourth prince's soul into the philosopher's stone, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head. Nen users aren't necessarily good or evil, but the stronger their obsession, the more bizarre their abilities, just like the leader. Shen Fei's sentiment stemmed from the resentment. The fourth prince's ideals were close to resentment. If he possessed Nen, leveraging resentment, his abilities would undoubtedly be formidable. Furthermore, if he were killed, it was almost certain that his Nen abilities would be enhanced. This was Nen enhanced by death. Compared to this man's evil, Hisoka's pales in comparison. In fact, Shen Fei had guessed correctly. If he hadn't eliminated him now, the fourth prince would have mastered Nen during the Prince Succession War. His Nen was a very rare special type, and even rarer still, an evil type. Generally speaking, Nen abilities aren't divided into good and evil, but under special circumstances, the situation becomes different. In fact, it's closer to resentment than Nen. Has he been discovered? It seems this fourth prince isn't taken seriously. After eliminating the fourth prince, Shen Fei's observation Haki sensed the situation outside and shook his head slightly. 4 security guards with Nen abilities were heading their way. They hadn't come in response to the fourth prince's screams. As a top-tier hotel, the Grey Hotel undoubtedly had the best soundproofing. The fourth prince, to satisfy his perverted desires without being exposed, had gone even further, and the result was his own fault. Even though his screams had been deafening, they hadn't been heard outside. The security guards had come because they had discovered the body of Mark, the fourth prince's personal bodyguard, in the underground parking lot of the human nightclub. Because of this discovery, even after learning from the security guard that the fourth prince had entered the hotel, the security guards came to confirm the situation. After all, the capital of the Kajin Empire was inundated with foreign visitors due to the events of the Dark Continent, many of whom were powerful Nen users. The fourth prince's unique hobbies made it very difficult to provoke a powerful outsider. After all, the identity of the fourth prince of the Kajin Empire wasn't enough to intimidate these people. At worst, they could simply leave the Kajin Empire immediately. Your Highness, I have an important report. As the 4 security guards arrived outside the room, one of them immediately pressed the doorbell and spoke into the room through the intercom. Just in time, upon hearing the voice, Shen Fei immediately opened the door remotely, and 3 grenades appeared in his hand. As the 4 security guards outside saw the door open and someone enter, the 3 grenades immediately rolled to their feet. Boom boom boom. The explosion, at close range, instantly ripped the 4 men apart. Although they also possessed Nen abilities, they sensed something was amiss the moment the grenade appeared. However, in the narrow hallway, all attempts were futile. After all, they were just ordinary security guards, and how powerful could their Nen abilities be? He was merely a security guard, and though he died, he had alerted the entire Grey Hotel's security system. Just kidding. With such a commotion, if it hadn't been detected, the Grey Hotel would have been demolished long ago. Just a little fun. The Kajin Empire's royal family was undoubtedly aware of the fourth prince's actions, and in this situation, Shen Fei didn't mind causing them some trouble. Looks like I need to find a Nen user who can materialize grenades. Shen Fei could now materialize a variety of weapons through his materialization abilities, but he didn't have the ability to materialize grenades. Currently, the grenades he used were all physical. Shen Fei materialized a submachine gun and fired his Nen bullets recklessly throughout the Grey Hotel, occasionally throwing a few grenades. His momentum was unstoppable, and he made it all the way to the first floor. Damn it! Call for support. The head of security at the Grey Hotel, utterly humiliated, immediately reported the situation to the Kajin Empire's royal family. So many people with escapable abilities using transportation? They look like mercenaries. Shen Fei, having escaped from the Grey Hotel, soon spotted 2 jeeps and a 3-wheeled motorcycle approaching. Upon arrival, the passengers immediately jumped out, and the vehicles transformed into people. Nen abilities, as a form of transportation, are rare among ordinary Nen users. There's only one in the Zoldyck family. But among mercenaries, it's a completely different story. A mecha. A combined Nen user, the reinforcements quickly combined into a massive mecha. Seeing this, Shen Fei, without waiting for the mecha to fire, dropped several smoke bombs and fled. If he continued, he'd likely face the entire Kajin Empire, and perhaps even be Yang beforehand, a completely unnecessary prospect. There were ample opportunities to target the Kajin Empire's royal family. While torturing the fourth prince, Shen Fei also gained a wealth of intelligence from him, including secrets about the War of Succession, a battle in which the fourth prince was a participant. Damn it! Who struck first? After Shen Fei left, the commander of the secret forces directly under the king arrived at the fourth prince's room. Seeing the dismembered body of the fourth prince lying in formaldehyde, his brow furrowed. His expression showed no concern for the fourth prince's death, but rather that it came at an untimely moment. This wasn't to say that the commander of the Kajin Empire's secret forces was undeservedly honored, rather, the timing of Shen Fei's actions was unforeseen. With a war of succession about to begin, it was perfectly natural for someone to want to preemptively eliminate the other princes. After all, the fourth prince, Cheladinish Gregorao, wasn't a fake. Ordinary people wouldn't rashly attack him unless necessary, just like Kurapika in the original novel, who, upon learning that the fourth prince possessed a large number of crimson eyes, didn't immediately act. Especially at this critical moment, after a brief inspection, he had the fourth prince's body retrieved and sewn up, then hurried away. He knew some princes might have acted prematurely, and he needed to report this to the king. What took so long? In the presidential suite of another 3-star hotel in the Kajin Empire's capital, Shen Fei returned to find Ada and Robin, both dressed in casual dresses, sitting on the sofa reading. Even with a tablet computer capable of storing a large number of books, Robin still preferred physical books in her free time. Ada, by contrast, preferred e-books. Of course, that didn't mean Robin didn't use the tablet. He stored a lot of his information there. That guy made me very angry, so I was delayed for a while, Shen Fei said, briefly explaining the fourth prince's situation. This guy deserves death. Shen Fei's words infuriated Ada and Robin. If Shen Fei hadn't shown up, Ada would have chopped the fourth prince to charcoal, but that would have been a win for him. Well, since he's dead, let's not dwell on it. Compared to Shen Fei's first encounter with someone like S.H.I.E.L.D, Ada and Robin quickly regained their composure. Both of them had previously traversed the underworld, and they knew more about dark matters than Shen Fei did. Hearsay and assumptions were completely different from personal experience. "We haven't even eaten yet, and we've been waiting for you," Ada said, standing up and walking over to Shen Fei. She took his arm and walked towards the dining room. Robin, meanwhile, put away her books and approached. Shen Fei immediately cast aside his annoyance at the sight of Ada, beautiful and sexy in a red casual dress. Not only Ada, but Robin, in her purple-blue casual dress, was also strikingly sexy. Accompanied by the two beauties, Shen Fei quickly forgot about the fourth prince. "Oh, this is for you. It's a space ring." After finishing his meal, Shen Fei immediately took out the magical instruments he had acquired from under one person. The traceless extension spell was a bit less convenient than the space ring. Not only the space ring, but also the defensive instruments. These items require ki to activate. Before you can, you must cultivate your ki. While cultivating ki would take considerable time for ordinary people, with Shen Fei's help, the two quickly mastered the art. The amount of ki required to activate the instruments was minimal. Even ordinary transformed could use it, let alone Robin and Ada. For Robin and Ada, whether ki enhanced their strength was of little concern. Simply being able to activate the instruments was sufficient. Their primary combat power came from their devil fruits. The so-called activated instruments primarily referred to the space rings. Other instruments like the 9 dragons were unnecessary, as they didn't suit their fighting styles. As for armor-related magical tools, the two of them already had nanosuits, so they had no need for them. Looking at the magical tools that Ada and Robin had disdained, Shen Fei realized that they were practically useless to him. Only the space ring and the magical tools that protected against malicious attacks had some use, but the latter didn't require ki to activate, they were passive. "So, I've been busy for so long, and in the end, I've only gained a bunch of useless things." This self-reflection made Shen Fei realize a problem. Many of the things he had learned were meant to bully the weak. When facing a truly powerful opponent, Taijutsu, the Operation Fruit, and the magic of Kamar-Taj were the keys to victory. Of course, these weren't without their benefits. Demon Slayer's breathing techniques greatly enhanced the lungs' breathing capacity, and similarly, ki could enhance one's own strength. Furthermore, ki had the ability to warm the meridians and bones. Shen Fei quickly stopped thinking about this. After all, he had two beautiful women before him, and his priority now was to cultivate ki for them. Although Ada was Chinese, having grown up in the West, her understanding of meridians and acupoints was limited. Robin's situation was even more limited. The ki training Shen Fei was about to teach them wasn't just any ordinary stuff, it was the 6th Treasury Immortal Thief. The 6th Treasury Immortal Thief was even more powerful than Neon in delaying aging. Furthermore, it could maximize the energy harvested from food, thus enhancing their physical fitness. How could Shen Fei not teach them something like this? Chapter 386 Dark Continent, Part 1. This is the blessing of having 2 wives. If you're not strong enough, you really can't enjoy it. The next morning, Shen Fei, freed from the 4 tender arms, looked at Ada and Robin beside him and gently stood up. The suddenness of the situation surprised Shen Fei. Yesterday, he had only been teaching Ada and Robin about meridians and other related knowledge, but the touch of skin, surrounded by 2 beauties, made everything happen naturally. The War of Succession, a life and death battle for the throne among 14 princes, but it's a bit too unfair. Sitting in the living room, sipping a drink, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall the intelligence he had obtained about the Kajin Empire from the 4th prince. As the emperor of the Kajin Empire, he naturally had no shortage of women. In total, there were at least nearly 100 of them. However, among these, only 8 were wives. The others were concubines, mistresses, and similar ones, who did not have the right to participate in the War of Succession. Only the children of the 8 principal wives were allowed to participate in the battle for the throne. These 8 wives had a total of 14 children, ranging from adults to infants. Even infants, newly born, were forced into this life or death game, essentially committing suicide. The Kajin Empire's harem system was deeply fascinating to Shen Fei, a veteran of palace dramas. In fact, he had heard of a system of consequences that legalized harem infighting. Nasby's 8 principal wives also had a hierarchy of status, much like the empress and concubines. The first consort held the highest position, allowing her to send undercover agents to the less prestigious principal wives. The second consort also had this privilege, though she couldn't send spies to the first consort's side. Similarly, the eighth consort suffered the most, unable to send spies to the other consorts, while surrounded by the other consort's spies. Furthermore, her daughter had just been born, and now she was being forced into a bloody battle for the throne. Furthermore, she herself had no powerful support. If nothing unexpected happened, she and her daughter would be doomed. The Khajan Empire's battle for the throne was open to all children, regardless of gender. Any child of the legal wife was eligible. What exactly does this nasty Gregor want? Shen Fei felt a flicker of curiosity about this battle for the throne. If it weren't for the fourth prince's incident, he wouldn't have cared much. He wouldn't have cared if the heirs of the Khajan royal family had been tangled up in a mess. But with the fourth prince's incident, he wanted to see what the purpose of this battle for the throne was. Your target this time is the five great hopes, as Shen Fei pondered. Ada and Robin emerged and sat across from him. Well, regarding the Dark Continent, you should proceed with caution. Don't go too far. We have plenty of time to explore. Although Shen Fei was completely confident in Ada and Robin, he couldn't help but offer a few words of caution. Don't worry, this time we're following the main force of the Hunter Association, so we shouldn't go too far. Shen Fei had originally planned to explore the Dark Continent with Ada and Robin, but because Robin had a mission with the Hunter Association, they ultimately declined. Robin's knowledge made her a rare talent within the Hunter Association, otherwise Netero wouldn't have wanted her to become one of the 12 earthly branches. While there was already one person with a skill within the 12 earthly branches, there couldn't be too many such people. Later, I'll find a way to build a space portal connecting the 6 continents and the Dark Continent. With this, we'll be able to enter and exit freely. Exploring the Dark Continent wouldn't be a 1 or 2 day undertaking. Given the current intelligence gathered by the 6 continents, it would take decades to fully understand the Dark Continent. In reality, this was Shen Fei's assumption. Even someone who had lived for centuries and was constantly active in the Dark Continent could guarantee complete knowledge of the continent's current situation. It's a rare opportunity. Let's go shopping. With a few days left before the Black Whale set sail, and Shen Fei hadn't been shopping with Ada and Robin before, he wanted to take this opportunity to spend some quality time with them. Not interested? No. Invite someone else. Unfortunately, Ada and Robin flatly refused. Their refusal reminded Shen Fei of their personalities. They had no real interest in shopping. After all, they had a lot of Nami. Then let's play some games. These games weren't just any ordinary ones, but rather games related to Nen, designed to hone Nen control. It's quite chaotic, Shen Fei said, using his observation haki to sense the situation for several kilometers around him that evening. He shook his head slightly. The influx of people from around the world into the Khajan Empire's capital had made it incredibly prosperous, with all the hotels and inns packed. During the day, the situation was relatively stable, as the major powers tended to exercise restraint. But at night, the capital was a battlefield, with countless people dying daily, vying for a spot aboard the Black Whale. 200,000 people might sound like a lot, but if you're dealing with the entire world, it's a paltry number, especially for underground forces like the Ten Lords. For these forces, if they manage the new continent well, they could transcend the underground and even establish a nation. Given such enormous interests, the current chaotic situation is child's play. This is primarily due to the pressure from the Khajan Empire and the V6. Without their suppression, the Ten Lords would likely clash in broad daylight. The quotas granted to these powers by the V6 are naturally limited, but this doesn't stop them from seeking quotas through other means. Even if they can't secure them, reducing the quotas available to their opponents is also a strategy. The entire capital is now considered a safe zone, with only a few locations, such as the hotel where Shen Fei is currently staying, being one of them. Because the Hunter Association's headquarters is there, few fools dare to cause trouble. Kurapika, Liario, long time no see. On the second floor of the hotel restaurant, Shen Fei, Aida, and Robin arrived for dinner and happened to run into Kurapika and Liario, who were also dining there. Long time no see, Liario said, a look of envy on his face upon seeing Aida and Robin beside Shen Fei. Hey Liario, I need to talk to Kurapika about something. Got it. I just need to go to the restroom. Before Shen Fei could finish his words, Liario understood immediately. After Liario left, Aida and Robin nodded to Shen Fei and walked off to another private room. What's going on? Kurapika looked at Shen Fei calmly. Of the 4 who had taken the hunter exam together, Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Liario, Kurapika had changed the most, becoming much more mature. This wasn't surprising, after all, compared to the other 3, even Liario wasn't under as much pressure as Kurapika. His revenge had been exacted, but the clan's gaze hadn't completely returned. It's amazing he's still so kind. Kurapika had changed a lot, but his kindness remained the same. He even couldn't bring himself to kill those who collected the Crimson Eyes. This kind of kindness was something Shen Fei said he didn't possess. Shen Fei was very willing to help Kurapika. Only Kurapika and Liario had participated in the Hunter Association's Dark Continent operation. As for Gon and Killua, they were probably out playing around now, having no interest in the Dark Continent. In fact, no one from the entire Zoldyck family had ever come to the Kakin Empire, which reflected their attitude. I stumbled upon some things before, and now I'm returning them to their rightful owners, Shen Fei said, leading Kurapika out of the restaurant. He now had the entire collection of Crimson Eyes from the 4th prince. Shen Fei had no interest in collecting them, and if it weren't for Kurapika, he would have destroyed them along with the rest of his collection. Now that he had Kurapika, he naturally wanted to return them to their rightful owners. Here, Ichigo the 4th prince, Kurapika was thrilled upon seeing the Crimson Eyes, but after all, he had grown considerably, and quickly regained his composure, instantly guessing the truth behind the Kakin Empire's demise. You don't need to know all that. After handing the items to Kurapika, Shen Fei prepared to leave. Thank you, you're welcome. Shen Fei waved his hand at Kurapika's earnest thanks, signaling him to hold back. It seems Kurapika knew the Crimson Eyes were with the 4th prince, yet he refrained from taking action. Kurapika is now a 1-star hunter and one of the 12 earthly branches. His title is the son of former Vice President Piriston. Although he has always claimed to stop at nothing to reclaim his tribe's eyes, his actions have never crossed his own boundaries. Kurapika originally joined the Hunter Association because it provided him with information about the Crimson Eyes. While Kurapika had made significant progress in intelligence thanks to the Nasra family, some information remained beyond his reach, such as information on the level of the 4th prince of the Kakin Empire. Similarly, Liario had also been appointed one of the 12 earthly branches. The Hunter Association's current strength was significantly weaker than before, otherwise Liario wouldn't have been one of the 12 earthly branches. This wasn't because Shen Fei looked down on him, but rather because Liario's current strength was truly insufficient. The Hunter Association's current problem stemmed from Piriston, who, after resigning as vice president and the position of 12 earthly branch, took the association's assistant director and several powerful hunters with him. The Hunter Association's assistant director was more like a subordinate of Bilaangda than a subordinate of the Hunter Association. Nitaro's son was no simple figure, possessing both immense strength and considerable intelligence. For years, he hadn't just been aiding the Kazan Empire. He had also planted numerous spies within the Hunters Association. The Hunters Association, in fact, had a slew of S.H.I.E.L.D. elements, with many of its members earning double salaries, much like S.H.I.E.L.D's Hydra members. In the original story, Bilaang's actions were different due to Nitaro's death. However, now that Nitaro was still alive, Bilaang immediately changed his strategy. To explore the Dark Continent once again, Bilaang had invested heavily. Currently, he now had hundreds of Nen users under his command, only slightly less than the Hunters Association. As time passed, the day of departure for the Dark Continent finally arrived. On the big screen, Nasby delivered a passionate, timeless speech, then boarded the airship and headed for the Black Whale. As he disembarked, the others began to follow. Numerous airships appeared in the sky, carrying members of the Kakin Empire's royal family, dignitaries from other countries in the V6, and celebrities and wealthy individuals from around the world to board the Black Whale. On the ground, near the port, numerous ships began checking passengers' tickets and then carrying them aboard the Black Whale. The Black Whale was enormous, capable of carrying 200,000 people. Such a vessel couldn't possibly remain near the harbor, but had to remain at sea. That 8th princess and 14th prince are lucky to have Kurapika as their bodyguard. The War of Succession began with the departure of the Black Whale. Before then, many members of the Hunter Association had transformed themselves into various roles to board the Black Whale, with bodyguards being the largest group. The Kakin Empire granted the Hunter Association landing quotas, but these were insufficient, so members of the 12 earthly branches were forced to become bodyguards to secure them. Because of the War of Succession, the 14 princes, though not short of bodyguards, had taken advantage of the last available time to recruit a significant number, allowing many members of the Hunter Association to infiltrate. This time, Netero was determined to capture his son, Biang. Not only had all 12 earthly branches been mobilized, but he had also recruited many experts from the Hunter Association, including Biscuit. Even the people from Meteor Street are here. Are they planning to reorganize the Phantom Troop? Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh at the information Ada had provided. Ada, and Robin were currently on the second floor of the Black Whale, serving as attendants and bodyguards for a world-famous female singer. The Black Whale had 5 floors. The first floor naturally housed the royal family of the Kajin Empire and several prominent members of V6. The second floor housed celebrities, the wealthy, and the families of the 10 lords. From the third floor onward, it was the general area, where your rank was determined by your spending. Tickets for the Black Whale were not free, in fact, they were extremely expensive. The so-called fair and impartial selection process, and the claim that the Kajin Empire had made every possible preparation for exploring the Dark Continent, were all lies, not a single one of them true. Of the 3 lower levels, only the third was marginally better. From the 4th level onward, and especially the 5th, it was practically comparable to the holds used to transport slaves during the Age of Exploration. There were 200,000 people on board. And while the Black Whale was enormous, it was still undersized for that number. From the 4th level onward, the passengers didn't even have beds. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all abysmal. More importantly, there was a severe shortage of security personnel, and even doctors. Reaching the Dark Continent, even a hypothetical one, would take the Black Whale considerable time. Chapter 387 Dark Continent, Part 2. Liario is quite busy, but that's a good thing for him, as he's interested in medicine. Due to the environmental conditions on the 4th and 5th decks of the Black Whale, several people fell ill within 2 hours of setting sail. Liario and other medical personnel from the Hunter Association began to work diligently. The reason the 4th and 5th decks didn't become completely chaotic was thanks to the Hunter Association's efforts to maintain order. The 12 earthly branches, including Kita, and the vast majority of Hunter Association hunters were on the 3rd deck. The Hunter Association also provided free medical treatment. Neither the Kakin Empire nor the V6 cared about these people's lives, but the Hunter Association did. Liario was the busiest of them all, so busy that he didn't even have the chance to contact Kurapika. However, this was a blessing in disguise for him. Experience was crucial for a doctor. Liario's known ability and the profession of doctor are a perfect match. Kiddo is very optimistic about Liario and often advises him. You have to know that Kiddo is a 3-star hunter, one of the few in the Hunter Association, and a hunter of difficult and complicated diseases. With her personal guidance, Liario's medical skills will undoubtedly be greatly improved if he can return from this trip to the Dark Continent. The Hunter Association is packed with experts this time, including more than one special ability user, as well as virus hunters and others. I really want to meet this author. I wonder if his next book is finished, Robin said with some emotion as she finished reading the New World Chronicle from the beginning again in a luxurious room on the 2nd floor. For those aspiring to travel to the Dark Continent, the New World Chronicle is an essential reference material, and its records are to be memorized. With the ultimate longevity item, Notalomi, he should still be alive. Perhaps he should be working on his 3rd and 4th books now. Shen Fei had read the New World Chronicle more than once and even had some speculations about it. New World Chronicle, East, South, West, North, and South. The current New World Chronicle that is circulating is strictly speaking only East. Come to think of it, our floor is actually the most comfortable, Ada suddenly said with a smile. The Black Whale has a total of 5 floors. The first floor is the most luxurious, with all kinds of entertainment facilities. However, due to the Royal Succession War, at this time, except for the top leaders of V6, no members of the Kajin Empire are in the mood to enjoy the first floor. Below the 3rd floor, in order to compete for living space and weaken the opponent's strength, there are constant secret battles. On the other hand, on the 2nd floor, although there are underworld families like the 10 Lords, because of their mutual fear, a balance has been formed. That's true. I really don't know whether the 14th prince is lucky or unlucky, although Shen Fei's position is on the 2nd floor at this time. As long as he wants, He can fully perceive the situation of the entire black whale with his observation haki. Just an hour after the ship set sail, the 14th Prince's bodyguards, save for Kurapika and a few others from the Hunter Association and the servant, were all annihilated. It's safe to say that if Kurapika hadn't been there, the 14th Prince would have been the first to be eliminated. Kurapika then revealed the power of the chain on his right index finger, a remarkable achievement. The chain's ability, plundering, allows him to penetrate an enemy's body, plundering their nen and forcing them into a state of Zetsu, a powerful weapon against all nen users. While this plundered nen can only be used once, it's incredibly powerful. Furthermore, the ability can even be transferred to others, allowing even ordinary people to utilize it. This ability, if used effectively, can be a powerful weapon. Of course, such a powerful ability comes with significant side effects, including life-threatening consequences. Kurapika is truly incredibly kind-hearted. Even for someone he just met, he didn't care about sacrificing his own lifespan. Even though his nen ability could extend his lifespan, he couldn't resist the thought of expending it. He only saw if he could obtain the ultimate longevity item, Nitorlomi. Shen Fei, sitting securely on the second floor, had already uncovered the truth behind the Kaken Empire's so-called war for the throne, a ritual involving mutual devourment, allowing the final victor to reap all the spoils. Nasby, the Kaken Empire's emperor, though unassuming and portly, possessed a formidable nen power, surpassing even the Nitaro Shen Fei had encountered. With this formidable nen power alone, even Hisoka and the captain were no match for him. Judging from his preoccupation with pleasure and his lack of practice, it's likely that the victor of the previous ritual devoured the nen power of the other participants. While this war for the throne was supposedly to select the next king of the Kaken Empire, the current king, Nasby, was actually also a participant. It seems the reason the princes aren't taught nen is purely for the ceremony. As a royal family, apart from the king, none of the 14 official princes of the Kaken Empire possessed nen, even though many of their guards possessed it. After Kurapika revealed his nen abilities, the princes were shocked, completely bewildered by the existence of such a supernatural power. Kurapika then proposed that he teach the guards to cultivate nen. Some princes believed in this, while others completely disbelieved, regarding it as a mere supernatural power. Nen power, as it was promoted externally, was simply a supernatural ability, something innate and untaught. Of all the princes, only the first prince, due to his age, had never practiced nen before, but he was well aware of it. His trusted subordinates had already informed him of it, and if it weren't for the king's strict prohibition, he would likely have already become a nen user. To buy time, Kurapika's intention to teach the prince's bodyguards nen had his own calculations. The 14th prince's current situation was too critical, and he needed to find a way to buy some time to consider countermeasures. Training nen was the best way to buy time. After all, there was no quick fix. However, this training was a formal path, and the 14 princes of the Kaken Empire fell completely outside that category. Well, it should be the 13th prince now. The moment the black whale set sail, they naturally developed nen beasts, completely violating the ironclad rules of nen training. All of the 14th prince's bodyguards were killed after setting sail. It wasn't the other princes who did it, but the 14th prince himself. Driven by the instinct of self-preservation, his nen beasts attacked them. This was because the 14th prince subconsciously sensed danger. After all, his bodyguards were spies sent by others. Because Kurapika and the other members of the Hunter Association weren't spies, the 14th prince's nen beasts didn't attack them. It's undeniable that telepathy is truly miraculous. Even though the 14th prince is only an infant, he can sense malice through his telepathic beast. Shen Fei was naturally intrigued by the speed with which he had acquired a telepathic beast. Under normal circumstances, creating a telepathic beast isn't easy. Very few hunters in the Hunter Association possess one, not even Ada. However, Ada had already carefully considered the type of telepathic beast she wanted. A combination of the thunder fruit and telepathic abilities would create a thunder beast, and she was working on that. For telepathic abilities, a powerful telepathic beast is essential. It's almost like possessing an autonomous clone. Just like the 14th prince, even as an infant, his telepathic beast had already attacked his enemies. Shen Fei naturally wanted to master the method of rapidly acquiring a telepathic beast. However, after witnessing the telepathic beasts of the 13 princes and the emperors, Nasby Gregorao, Shen Fei immediately gave up the idea. Those telepathic beasts were simply too disgusting. Generally speaking, mind beasts are primarily animals, such as gorillas and monkeys. However, the mind beasts of the Kajin Empire's royal family were completely deformed. Shen Fei wouldn't even consider a single glance at such a beast, let alone keep one by his side. Emperor Naspi's mind beast had 2 legs, 6 arms, 12 chests on each side, and a human head in the middle, consisting of only eyes and a mouth. The mouth was open, with a long tongue, and a pair of arms beneath the head. The other prince's mind beasts were similar. In comparison, the second prince's mind beast, a giant black cat called the Million Reincarnation Cat, was the most normal. Despite their hideous appearance, their mind powers were genuine. With the emergence of these mind beasts, all the princes simultaneously awakened their own mind powers. This ability to acquire mind powers without any arduous training was truly enviable. Just look at the protagonists, Xiaoji and the others. They had to go through a lot of hard work to achieve such abilities. At the same time, the Nen abilities of these princes are also very unique. For example, the first prince's Nen ability, the Heir of the Stars, can gain the Nen abilities of Nen users who swore allegiance to him after their death. This ability is even more powerful than the leader's thief's ultimate will. He can completely cultivate Nen users and combine multiple Nen abilities into one. The second prince's Million Samsara Cat's Nen ability is somewhat useless, because it is an offensive Nen beast that only activates after the enemy's death, and then uses the life of the enemy to resurrect itself. To a certain extent, this Nen ability is the least vulnerable to assassination. The Nen abilities of the other princes are also very unique, including materialization, transformation, enhancement, cooperation, and manipulation. One prince's Nen ability allows him to breed various medicines in the body of the Nen beast. These medicines are Esper medicines that can be consumed by people to gain Nen abilities. This mind power reminded Shen Fei of the medicines he'd obtained on Greed Island. Perhaps they'd been obtained this way. However, the mind beasts of Greed Island were far more powerful than those of the Kajin Empire. Their appearance alone was miles superior. Archangel Sai could technically be considered a mind beast, as could Biscuit's magical beauty girl Cookie. Even Castro's clone ability in the Sky Arena could be considered a mind beast. While these princes' mind powers were unique, unfortunately, none of them met Shen Fei's needs. Furthermore, their strength stemmed not from their own abilities but from their mind beasts, which also granted them their powers. Such imaginary power naturally held no interest for Shen Fei. Shen Fei's greatest interest at this moment was undoubtedly the instigator of all this, a pot kept by Naspi Grey Guorao. All the princes gained their powers by pouring their blood into the pot. This pot was the foundation of everything. According to Shen Fei's intelligence and speculation, this pot is likely a materialized artifact left behind by the resentment of a powerful Nen user after their death. These magical objects, left behind by Nen users for various reasons, are even more powerful than magical instruments. How interesting. A group of Nen users pretend to be beginners and learn how to practice Nen from Kurapika. Kurapika's Nen training class went very smoothly. Everyone, including the first prince, sent people to learn from Kurapika. Even the most stubborn captain of the 13th Prince's Guard was persuaded by Bisky. For the first time, Bisky's transformation gained recognition. The captain, a rare muscle-obsessed person, found the transformed Bisky incredibly beautiful. We've bought some time, but if we don't address the ultimate source, the pot, everything will be in vain. Kurapika was sacrificing his life to save the infant 14th Prince, but this was only a temporary solution. Once the egg in the pot ritual began, it would not end until a final victor was determined. Shen Fei could have dealt with the enemy, but it was a bit difficult to do so aboard the Black Whale. To deal with the pot, Emperor Naspi Hugurao had to be dealt with, but that would have exposed him. Aboard the Black Whale were 4 experts at the top 5 Nen levels, Nitaro, Jin, and Biang, as well as one from V6. This expedition to the Dark Continent was exceptionally powerful. The former V5, now V6, teamed up to explore the Dark Continent, even more formidable than Biang's, demonstrating Shen Fei's true strength as a military integrated Nen user. The V5 had 2 primary targets, the longevity of Nidalomi and the healing vanilla. The other 3 hopes would be determined later. To counter the disaster surrounding Hope, the V5, in addition to their Nen troops, also carried a large number of targeted technological items. It's so boring here. Take us back. After just a few days of traveling, Anita and Robin felt a bit tired of staying on the Black Whale. Shen Fei then used a secret portal to transport them back to their villa in Sabah City, telling them to pick them up when they were about to reach the imaginary continent. As for the bodyguard job, it was originally a deception. Shen Fei and his two companions wouldn't be like Kurapika, honestly serving as bodyguards. P.S. The War of Succession is incredibly confusing, so I'll touch on it later. Chapter 388 Our Continent, Part 2. Another prince has died, and we've only been sailing for a few days. When Ada and Robin left the Black Whale, Shen Fei stayed. Although the journey to the imaginary continent was a bit long, it was a good thing for him. He could spend more time with Ada and Robin, and the journey would not affect his cultivation. Incidents were frequent on the Black Whale. The 8th prince was ambushed by the 1st prince's men. It must be said that the 1st prince, being the oldest and born youngest, and with the influence of his mother's family, held a significant advantage in this battle for the throne. Of all the princes, only the 1st prince had a large number of Nen users under his command. These private soldiers had strange and varied Nen abilities. The 8th prince's Nen beast was devoured by the Nen beast of one of his private soldiers. Without the protection of his Nen beast, the 8th prince was easily ambushed by another Nen user. The Kajin Empire's succession war is truly fascinating. While it encourages violence, it also grants the princes powerful psychic beasts through contracts. While their psychic beasts are still alive, they're incredibly difficult to kill. Even the youngest, the 14th prince, in her infant state, was instantly dispatched by his psychic beasts when anyone attempted to harm her. The 8th prince's psychic abilities are particularly intriguing, practically designed for domination. His psychic beasts release a vaporous mist. Upon inhaling it, those who develop a liking for the 8th prince gradually develop a fondness for him and a respect for him. Upon inhaling this vapor, a clone of the psychic beast appears on the heads of those who develop a fondness for him. This clone also emits vaporous mist. While its range is much smaller than the original, it's undeniable that a conversation between them will be unavoidable. If this chain reaction is established and given enough time, he could establish a dictatorial state entirely loyal to him. Of course, this only applies to ordinary people. Psychic masters are another matter. Even so, it's still incredibly powerful. If the 8th prince had relied on this Nen ability to wander around, he might have gained many loyal followers. Unfortunately, the 8th prince was too lustful. From the moment he boarded the Black Whale, he hadn't left his room, or more accurately, his bed, spending most of his time engaging in healthy exercise with beautiful women, completely wasting his powerful Nen ability. He didn't care at all that the guards watched him exercise. Ultimately, he finally fulfilled his wish and died in his bed. Is there something wrong with the feng shui of the Kajin Empire? Why are all the Nen beasts so ugly? Shen Fei had originally believed the royal Nen beasts were so ugly because of the egg in the pot ritual. But after seeing the deformed Nen beasts under the 1st prince, Shen Fei was forced to question whether there was something wrong with the Kajin Empire. The S.H.I.E.L.D continent, where the Kajin Empire is located, is vast, but due to various reasons, its institutions, technology, and economic development are significantly backward compared to other continents. The 9th prince is quite responsible, but unfortunately, some things are impossible with will alone, without force. Following the deaths of 2 princes, the 9th prince took action. Of the 13 princes, the 9th prince was the most steadfast opponent of the War of Succession. And he was the first to directly challenge Emperor Naspi-Hugurao to cancel the war. While many of the other princes opposed it, none dared to directly oppose it in front of the emperor. From the beginning, the 9th prince had been writing letters, hoping to have his father rescind his decision. The deaths of the 2 princes made him realize the futility of such letters, and so he launched a revolution, leading his men into Naspi-Hugurao's palace. He forced his father to issue orders at gunpoint, and when his father refused, he opened fire. Unfortunately, the bullets had no effect on a master of Nen, such as Naspi-Hugurao. The 9th prince then prepared to commit suicide in protest of the War of Succession. However, the bullet was intercepted by his own Nen beast. The Nen beast existed not only to prevent assassinations of the princes, but also to prevent his own suicide. This was the beginning of his precarious situation, when he lost control of everything. This transformation finally allowed the scholarly 9th prince to awaken. Among the other princes, the 9th prince's Nen ability was undoubtedly the most formidable, a strengthening and collaborative one. The more people he surrounded himself with, the greater his power grew. He was considered the best in single-target attacks. Perhaps due to their status, many of the 13 princes awakened to this type of Nen ability. The first prince's heir to the starry sky possessed a similar ability, strictly speaking. The 8th prince's abilities, as well as the 5th, 6th, and 3rd princes, all shared this type. After all, a prince who became king couldn't control the entire kingdom alone, he needed subordinates. I'm issuing this notice now. Due to the presence of a stowaway carrying a weapon, for the safety of all passengers, please do not leave your room at will. If you have any questions, please consult the nearest Royal Army. Meal times will be rotated and accompanied by Royal Army personnel. Passengers on the 1st and 2nd floors below the 3rd floor, please return to your respective floors immediately. The passages between floors will be sealed. As Shen Fei was browsing a magic book in his room, the black whale's internal communication system suddenly began ringing. It rang 3 times in succession before finally stopping. Is it really that serious? Shen Fei, who occasionally used his observation haki to sense the chaos on the lower 3 floors, was naturally aware of the chaos. However, it had not yet reached the point of forcing passengers on the 1st and 2nd floors to leave and sealing off the passages. For some passengers on the 1st and 2nd floors, the black whale's long journey also provided a rare opportunity for sightseeing, allowing them to enjoy the beautiful ocean views. Some even woke up early to watch the sunrise over the ocean. For those not from the Kakan Empire, there was no need to worry too much while on the black whale. As for the stowaways, while there were only 200,000 people on the surface, in reality, countless more had sneaked in, especially gangs and non-users. Some had managed to sneak in, as the Kajan Empire's checks on this were lax, requiring minimal identification for boarding. Keto, what happened down there? Why is there such a commotion? Shen Fei called with a hint of curiosity. Although Netero still held considerable authority within the Hunter Association, it was Kiro who was its president. Shen Fei and Keto remained close friends. Although Netero had not been operating with the association this time, this did not affect their relationship. Many members of the Hunter Association were not acting in concert with the association, including Hisoka and the Zoldyck family, many of whom held hunter licenses, yet had not been seen operating with the association. I see, I understand. Shen Fei quickly learned the whole story from Keto. It turned out that someone on the 4th and 5th floors was indiscriminately killing people, with a death toll already in the hundreds. If this situation continued, causing widespread panic, the black whale would likely sink in the vast ocean. The 4th and 5th floors together accounted for more than 2/3 of the total number of people on board. If a riot erupted out of panic, no one on board would be able to control the situation. Some gangster exploitation was tolerable in pursuit of the new world, but when it came to survival, it was like a powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest spark, and such sparks were always in short supply. For example, those who recklessly murdered people had no problem sparking a riot. Their actions were already tantamount to inciting a riot. Remember, the black whale was heading to the new world, so the majority of the crew were young and middle-aged. Children were very rare below the 3rd floor. After all, exploring the new world wasn't an outing, bringing children wasn't an option, only the higher-ups could afford to do so. Because the kingdom's troops were primarily on the 1st and 2nd floors, the 3 lower floors of the black whale were allocated very few Royal Army personnel. Consequently, members of the 3 major families of the Kakan Empire emerged, occupying each floor to profit from the situation while also supporting their cooperating princes. Shen Fei naturally knew about these 3 great families. They were known through Hydra's intelligence network. They had only emerged after the annihilation of the 10 old men in Raccoon City, leading to a major shakeup of the underground forces across the 6 continents. Initially, Shen Fei hadn't been concerned about the 10 old men's faction. After all, they had been so easily annihilated. However, after gaining information from the Kajan Empire, he realized that the 10 old men's power was immensely powerful. Their easy demise wasn't due to the 10 old men's weakness, but rather to their superior strength. The yin beasts under the 10 old men's command weren't weak, but rather the phantom troops' strength. The creatures now emerging from Meteor Street could easily have been wiped out by the former phantom troop alone. The leaders of the 3 great families of the Kajan Empire were all descended from the Kajan Empire's royal family. They were illegitimate children, forbidden from appearing openly in public, known as the double-liners. To ensure survival, these illegitimate children of the Kajan Empire's royal family were inflicted with 2 scars on their faces with 2 blades upon birth. This was the meaning of the double-liners. Duelists enjoy extremely luxurious treatment within the underground forces, But this comes with a prerequisite: loyalty to the royal family and a lifelong existence in the shadows. The current leaders of the three major families are the two half-brothers of the current emperor, Naspi Hugurao, and his illegitimate daughter by his mistress. The scene is very interesting. They were clearly non-users, but the methods used to kill them are rather bizarre. After obtaining information about the death scene through Kido, Shen Fei began to ponder. This murder case is being investigated by the crime hunter Miziston. The lower three levels are secretly controlled by the three major families, but publicly controlled by the Hunter Association and the Kingdom Army. Shen Fei is very interested in criminal investigations. After all, he's also a fan of Conan, even though the endings always end in a certain death god. You know what I mean. I'm confused. If Han Fei were here, he'd probably be very interested. I think he'd be a great detective. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei immediately activated his observation haki, fully monitoring the fifth level. Since there was no answer intellectually, he could simply use force. In this situation, using a circle would have been more effective, but its signature was too obvious, easily detected by a skilled Nen expert, so Shen Fei chose not to use it. 3 lives vanished. This time, Shen Fei used his observation haki to sense the presence of life. The disappearance was very noticeable, and upon sensing it, he instantly disapparated and reappeared at the crime scene. Observation haki, combined with disapparition, was a very effective tactic. Shen Fei's sudden appearance startled the murderer, who immediately melted into the ground and vanished. A teleporter, watching the disappearing figure and sensing the surrounding fluctuations, Shen Fei immediately understood why Miziston hadn't caught him for so long. Using teleportation to escape was incredibly difficult to capture. Found you. Anyone else wouldn't have had much luck dealing with such a person, but playing with teleportation in front of Shen Fei was simply a novice's trick, not to mention that this person's Nen skills were incredibly crude, even inferior to those of beginners. Using his observation haki, he immediately located the figure hidden on the ceiling and pulled it out. The sudden change of events seemed to stun the man, who offered no resistance. Let me see what's going on with you guys. Under hypnosis, Shen Fei quickly understood the man's identity and his Nen ability. As expected, Nen has all sorts of abilities. This one is truly perverse. From the memories of this person named Luini, Shen Fei learned the truth and understood why Miziston felt so uncomfortable. Killing people, like leveling up in a game, grants Nen abilities upon reaching a certain level. This Luini had reached level 30 by killing over 30 people. No wonder his Nen ability was so crude. It was simply a matter of acquiring power out of thin air, similar to the transformations created by Ma Xianhong, but far more bloody. Ask yourself, for ordinary people, given the opportunity to gain powerful powers, even if it meant killing people, how many could resist the temptation? Especially those living at the bottom of society. The source of this ability is Melina, the leader of the AIE family, one of the 3 major families, and the illegitimate daughter of His Majesty the current Emperor of the Kajin Empire. There are a total of 23 people who have obtained this ability. Except for a few very smart people who kill people one by one in secret, the others are eager to kill people to gain this ability. The reason why Miziston didn't discover it for so long was because there were spies mixed in the inside who informed these people of the intelligence. In addition, these people have the identity of the AIE family and the transfer of special ability, so they were not exposed. Useless special ability. Originally, Shen Fei was interested in Luini's special ability, but after knowing the conditions for activation, he immediately gave up. It was completely useless to him. It seems that I have to go find this Melina. Chapter 389 Dark Continent, End. Melina Brute, a dual agent of the Kajin Empire, is currently the leader of the AIE clan, one of the 3 major mafia families in the Kajin Empire. Her rise to such a high position at such a young age has displeased the leaders of the other 2 clans. Remember, they are half-brothers of Naspi and Greguorao. The AIE clan leader was originally of the same generation as the Naspi brothers, but tragically, he was assassinated, leading to her rise to power. Shen Fei had initially been indifferent to this individual, but what he never expected was that his Nen ability could actually create Nen users. Hidden on the 2nd floor, using his observation haki, Shen Fei spotted Melina in a luxurious suite on the 2nd floor. Goodbye. With Melina already located, Luini was no longer a concern. Shen Fei eliminated Luini without hesitation and then proceeded directly to Melina's location. Facing her stunned and bewildered expression, he subdued her. Your strength is quite good, comparable to the captain and Ahsoka. Although caught off guard, Mileena still unleashed her powerful telekinesis at the last moment. However, due to the huge difference in strength between the two and her apparent lack of combat experience, she was instantly subdued by Shen Fei. Love Etude. This ability is somewhat similar to that of the 180-point love slave. Shen Fei soon learned from Mileena the effects of her telekinesis. Through kissing, she can transmit her telekinesis through saliva, turning the other person into a patient with increased power. Including herself, there can be a total of 23 people. These 22 people are under her absolute control, and can rely on her constraints and oaths to complete killing upgrades. Killing an ordinary person will upgrade 1 level, and killing a special ability user will upgrade 10 levels. The princes of the Khajan Empire can each upgrade 50 levels. In other words, if they could kill the 2 princes, they would achieve their goal and reach level 100. Once they reached level 100, they could perform a similar feat to Mileena, creating 20 new patients through their saliva. This chain reaction would create a massive group of Nen users, led by Mileena. It sounds terrifying, but in reality, a closer look reveals that this organization is quite weak. Quick-made Nen users have a very low ceiling. A unique ability, like the space user Shen Fei had previously eliminated, might be a challenge, but a simple Nen user like the Hunter Association could easily defeat 10. For someone as powerful as Ahsoka, the leader, annihilating them would be a piece of cake. For Shen Fei, the most amazing aspect of Nen is, of course, its ability to create Nen users. Given enough Nen users, some truly remarkable Nen abilities would emerge. Just like Luini's Nen ability, while useless to Shen Fei, it was undoubtedly one of the top Nen powers. Space was king, after all. Even though I might not be able to use it, I'd still like to analyze it while I'm traveling. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei began analyzing Mileena's Nen ability and simultaneously had her gather all the patients whose abilities had been enhanced. Due to her rampant killing spree, all of the patients whose abilities had been enhanced by Mileena had now become Nen users. After all, they only needed to kill 20 ordinary people to awaken. The Black Whale's overcrowded crew, combined with the fact that 22 people were working together, quickly drew attention. If these people were placed in a city or a country, perhaps even once all of them reached level 100, they wouldn't necessarily be discovered, especially in those chaotic regions or countries. It seems that Luini was the luckiest one before, while each of the summoned individuals possessed unique Nen abilities. Unfortunately, none matched Shen Fei's needs. This ability evolves into Nen by absorbing the life force and souls of others. Through studying Mileena's Nen ability, Shen Fei finally understood its true nature. Ms. Shen, it seems your efforts have been in vain. After roughly understanding the nature of Mileena's telekinesis, Shen Fei immediately eliminated all the patients she had augmented. He then instructed Mileena to order the AIAIE family to abandon their previous plans and completely reduce their influence. Mileena, a dual-line practitioner herself, had been imbued with a desire for destruction by her childhood experiences. She had released the 22 augmented patients precisely to trigger a riot aboard the Black Whale. A complete annihilation of this plan would be the best outcome. After learning of her experiences in the events surrounding the Khajan Empire, Shen Fei wasn't entirely surprised by her thinking. The Khajan Empire reminded Shen Fei of the East Gold Republic, the subject of the Chimera Ant incident. The two were quite similar. Among the Khajan Empire's higher-ranking officials, a common word was balance. Consequently, the Khajan Empire's succession war was somewhat bizarre, as were the rules of its underground forces. In other countries, underground forces often clash on a whim, but in the Khajan Empire, if a gang member wants to cause trouble with a rival gang, they must report it to the leader before they can engage. It's like a prearranged fight. Such bizarre rules are primarily due to the fact that the Khajan Empire's underground forces are controlled by illegitimate children of the royal family. The Khajan Empire considers those who threaten its balance of power extremely dangerous. This rule stems from the fact that the upper class, in order to protect their own interests, enjoys numerous benefits while the majority of the rest become cannon fodder. Therefore, in the Khajan Empire, Nen is strictly controlled, and it is one of the few countries without a hunter association. Power is the fastest way to equalize wealth, and once ordinary people gain power, they will never be satisfied with the status quo. The current leader of the Khajan Empire's Wu Xiu family often states that the proletariat must never be allowed to gain power. These bizarre underworld rules severely restrict those who aspire to rise to prominence. Anyone who attempts to break these rules will inevitably face suppression from the three major families and the upper echelons of the kingdom. Beneath this bizarre rule, another bizarre rule extends beyond the borders. Openly attacking civilians is forbidden. Secretly, it doesn't matter, but publicly, this ironclad rule must never be triggered. These bizarre rules ensure that the upper echelons of the Kazan Empire remain the same, and the lower echelons the same. Melina, on the other hand, harbors no revolutionary aspirations. The ninth prince is the one who does. Melina's ideals are pure destruction, the ultimate annihilation. If the Chimera ants had been able to reach this country, they would have been the first to pledge allegiance. By the way, if all the Kazan Empire members heading to the imaginary continent were wiped out, it would actually be a great boon for the Kazan Empire. This trip to the imaginary continent brought together all the Kazan Empire's higher-ranking officials, both visible and covert. It's a truly daring act for this Naspi Gregorau to take them all with him. Just look at the other nations of V6, not a single true leader has appeared. If Naspi Gregorau could truly conquer a new continent, his fame would surely be passed down through the ages, just like the man who discovered a new continent in Shen Fei's previous life. However, if he failed, the outcome would be completely different. As the Aiie family's power shrank, the Jiaxia and Xiaowu families, who had originally intended to launch an all-out war against the Aiie family, also began to back off. If an all-out conflict broke out on the Black Whale, the people on the first floor would not have let it go. After several days of noticing that the killing had ceased, the kingdom army relaxed their vigilance, and everything soon returned to normal. At this time, the first floor was about to hold its weekly dinner, where many princes were performing. As princes of the Kakan Empire, although many behaved absurdly, their elite education from childhood had made many of them multi-talented. At this banquet, Melody, Tina, and other members of the Hunter Association prepared a plan. Taking advantage of the full presence of the members in the banquet hall, they planned to help the 10th and 11th princes, the twin sisters, escape the Black Whale and the bloody battle for succession. Of the 14 princes of the Kajan Empire, the 14th prince, still an infant, was undoubtedly the most kind-hearted. Given Melody's kindness, it was impossible for her to stand by and watch them perish. Melody, a music hunter, possessed a unique ability that allowed her to hear a person's inner thoughts, making it extremely difficult to feign guilt in front of her. Anyone she deemed kind was undoubtedly kind. Princes, I will try to buy you time. Don't worry about anything else. Just run to the lifeboat and escape this sinister ship, understood? Thank you. The 10th and 11th princes were sisters from the same mother. Melody, your plan is a good one, but doing this will only kill them. Melody was a very kind person. To prevent her from using her kindness for harm, Shen Fei quietly went to the 10th prince's room on the first floor. Shen Fei's sudden appearance made Jeannie and Tina nervous. If Melody hadn't intervened, they might have been tempted to attack. Because the 4th prince had been eliminated by Shen Fei, Tina, who had previously been part of the guard, now joined Melody and the others as the 10th prince's guard. Don't be nervous, this is my friend, Melody asked after briefly introducing Shen Fei. What's the problem? The problem lies with their mind beasts. If my guess is correct, if they leave the Black Whale's range, their mind beasts might not protect them but could kill them. Shen Fei selectively shared his information, while curiously gazing at the 10th prince, Kazuo. So far, Kazuo was the only prince whose mind beast hadn't appeared. This meant that Kazuo's mind beast was a very rare type, a unique type within a unique category. This type of ability is recorded in the Hunter Association, requiring certain conditions to awaken. If the conditions are not met, it might never awaken. As for the conditions required, no one knew. Judging from the recorded circumstances, they were varied, making testing impossible. For example, Nyan's Nen ability was unexpectedly awakened after her mother died in front of her, causing her severe shock. So, doesn't that mean the succession war is unstoppable? Shen Fei's words made Melody's tone darken. Only one prince could survive the war. Whether the 10th and 11th princes could make it to the end was uncertain. Even if they did, they would face fratricide. Never mind, I'll help you. Melody's expression made Shen Fei consider for a moment, and then he decided to act early. He greatly admired both Kurapika and Melody, and he wouldn't mind helping them if he could. Besides, it would be a shame if these two princesses died in the war for the throne. Let's talk privately, Shen Fei said, and he and Melody went to Melody and Tina's room outside the prince's room. What a loving father and filial son, Shortly after conversing privately with Melody, the banquet began. The dignitaries from the first and second floors had all arrived. The princes were beaming, greeting each other with smiles, calling each other sister, brother. Nasby, a pale, chuckled figure, sat at the head table, beaming as he watched his sons and daughters interact harmoniously. Next is a flute performance by Melody, the 10th Prince's Guard. With a host's announcement, Melody took the stage, her flute in hand. After hearing the flute version of the Dark Sonata, it became clear that Melody's flute skills were the most profound of all instruments. As the melody slowly played, the guests at the banquet felt a sense of bliss, as if they were surrounded by a sea of flowers. This was the full force of Melody, a music hunter, whose musical mastery had reached a state of utter perfection. Melody's original plan was to plunge everyone into a musical trance for 3 minutes, buying the 2 princes time to escape. Pretty strong defense, huh? As the melody played at full force, Shen Fei entered the secret chamber of Nasby's suite on the ship. He arrived at a room containing 13 coffins. There should have been 14, but the 4th prince had been killed early. Who are you? Shen Fei saw the jade pot and tried to take it when a petite, elf-like beauty suddenly flew out of it. Her Cheongsam-like attire startled Shen Fei for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and grasped the pot's mouth with her vibranium-gloved left hand. You're looking for death? Following the girl's cold words, a powerful, sinister energy suddenly emanated from the pot, forming a massive telekinetic hand that grabbed Shen Fei. You're looking for death, Shen Fei declared, and he punched a hand. The powerful force shattered it, cracking the wall on one side. The noise is a bit too loud. The sudden noise immediately alarmed the guards outside. Shen Fei then immediately opened the mirror space and grabbed the pot in it. Chapter 390 The Leader. Boom. Shortly after Shen Fei seized the pot and entered the mirrored space, the door to the secret chamber burst open. Nasby, a man with a grayish-gray flesh, rushed in at a speed disproportionate to his corpulent frame. Upon seeing the pot's location and its disappearance, his expression instantly turned gloomy. A raging energy surged unchecked around him. Father, this is, the first prince, who had rushed in after him, felt Nasby's raging energy and was about to speak. But then, upon seeing the coffins within the secret chamber, his expression suddenly darkened. The other princes followed suit, and naturally, they too saw the coffins. No one spoke, their gaze fixed on His Majesty, the king. Nasby, a man with a grayish-gray flesh. What happened to make him so angry? Inside the banquet hall, Bilyang glanced at the wall that had been shattered by Nasby's gray-faced flesh. A hint of an ambiguous smile spread across his face. He then glanced in the other direction at Netero, then stood up and left the banquet hall with his men. The moment the Black Whale set sail, the alliance between Bilyang and Nasby had ended. Therefore, whatever was happening in the Kajin Empire had nothing to do with him. Netero, catching Bilyang's gaze, smiled and waved, making it seem as if he was hunting Bilyang down. He then left the banquet hall as well. The Hunter Association couldn't interfere in the Kajin Empire's affairs. I can sign a contract with you, granting you immense power. In the mirrored space, the elf-like Cheongsam girl, seeing herself defeated by Shen Fei, immediately adopted a pitiful expression. If one didn't know her true nature, one had to admit that this expression was quite endearing, but considering her bloody nature, it was even more terrifying. The ritual of the egg in the pot revealed that it was a sacrifice of loved ones to gain power. While some who prioritized power might not care about such a thing, Shen Fei would never undertake such a thing. This ritual was even more bloody and terrifying than Melina's telepathic abilities. It actually has a spellbinding effect. I have to say, your appearance is enough to make many people lose their guard against you. Unfortunately, it won't work on me, Shen Fei said. He ignored the tearful, mournful expression of the Cheongsam-clad girl. He clenched his left hand, a black armor-colored fist coating his fist. Combined with the strength of his telepathic energy, he smashed the pot to pieces with one blow. As the pot shattered, the Cheongsam-clad girl screamed loudly and vanished. If this pot possessed other abilities, perhaps similar to Melina's, Shen Fei might have studied them, but a pot that caused bloodline strife was not something he was even interested in. I wonder if they'll fight. Watching the confrontation between Nasby Gregorao and his children through the mirror space, Shen Fei quietly returned to his room on the second floor. With the loss of this pot, the ceremony of the Kakan Empire was completely over, and the battle for the throne was also over. Even if some princes wanted to take the throne and wanted to continue fighting each other, it would not involve the 10th prince, the 11th prince, and the 14th prince. The Nen abilities didn't disappear, only the Nen beasts. That's right, Nen abilities are the development of life energy, and the Nen beasts merely activated their Nen abilities. Even if they disappeared, they wouldn't take their Nen abilities with them. The only problem is that without the Nen beasts, the prince's total Nen ki was significantly reduced. However, this was a good thing for them. The egg in the pot ritual instantly transformed all the prince's Nen beasts, and over time, their Nen ki grew stronger. However, this came at a price, the prince's very own vitality, similar to Kurapika's Nen abilities. The egg in the pot ritual meant there was no turning back once one participated. It was victory or death, because only victory could extend one's lifespan by consuming the Nen ki of others. The disappearance of the Nen beasts was quickly noticed by His Majesty King Nasby and the other princes. Those princes who had no ambitions for the succession battle were delighted, while the princes at the top of the rankings, who were very interested in the throne, looked grim. Thank you very much. Melody was a little excited after meeting Shen Fei. She was relieved that the two princes were safe and sound. You're welcome, but they may not be safe now. It's better to find a way to let them go back. This is the safest way, we already have a plan for this. After the cancellation of the War of Succession, the surveillance of the princes is not as strict as before. They can leave now if they want. Genie will accompany them to leave. If Melody wanted to save Fugits and Kajal because of their hearts, then Genie wanted to save them regardless of his life, because these two people were too similar to his daughter who died accidentally. In the original book, Genie committed suicide to save the two of them, because the Hunter Association is not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. Someone must be held responsible for letting the two princes escape. That's good. You are going to the Dark Continent this time for the Dark Sonata. Shen Fei nodded in agreement with Melody's plan, and then Shen Fei began to talk about the Dark Continent. Yet, Melody nodded resolutely. She had never given up on the Dark Sonata that had changed her destiny, otherwise she wouldn't have joined the Hunter Association's operation. The Hunter Association was poised to take action, and their intelligence advantage was immense. Both Kurapika and Melody had been persuaded to join the association in exchange for the intelligence they each sought. Kurapika's calmness and diverse abilities, along with Melody's attentiveness, might prove surprisingly effective in the Dark Continent. Survival in the Dark Continent hinged not on sheer strength, but on other abilities. No matter how powerful you were nothing in the Dark Continent. Even the leaders, let alone the powerful, were few and far between. With the War of Succession cancelled, the Black Whale's subsequent voyage had presented no major challenges. However, judging by the eagerness of the princes, a fierce battle was expected upon reaching the imaginary continent. At the same time, several princes left the Black Whale and began to return to the Kakin Empire, including the 14th prince. Kurapika was freed from the task of protecting the 14th prince, and his life-consuming Nen ability finally did not need to be maintained. You know, in order to protect the 14th prince, Kurapika had been working very hard. We're finally here, just like that. As time passed, the Black Whale finally saw a huge continent appearing in the distance ahead. After seeing this new continent, the people on the ship immediately became excited, especially those on the 5th floor. Many of them had golden eyes. In the eyes of these people, the previous hard days were finally over. The reduction in personnel is not very serious. Because of Shen Fei's intervention, Melina did not take any direct action at all. In addition, the Phantom Troop was also removed in advance. The number of casualties on the Black Whale this time was much smaller than the number of deaths in the original. It was because of Shen Fei's intervention in the War of Succession that it was resolved so quickly and peacefully. Although many people died, it was indeed peaceful compared to the situation in the original. If it had developed according to the original, the War of Succession would have been so complicated that it would have been enough to shoot a palace drama of nearly 100 episodes. Such a large continent is just an island. This world is even more exaggerated than the world of pirates, imaginary continent. If it were not for those who knew the real situation in advance, I am afraid no one would have thought that it was just an island. This is not a paradise. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he observed the eager expressions of the vast majority of people who had landed on the new world. Some, even completely disregarding official authority and the Hunters Association, began exploring their surroundings. Upon landing on the new world, he used his observation haki to sense the situation within a roughly 10-kilometer radius, and was struck by the presence of numerous resilient creatures. This wasn't the six continents, where humans dominated, with rarer species like Warcraft, some of which were protected species. This was a new continent, with no established order. The ensuing events were unpredictable. A fierce battle was inevitable between the native creatures of the imaginary continent and the sudden arrival of the humans. Even if humanity emerged victorious, it would undoubtedly be inflicted with heavy losses. This was certain because humanity possessed not only psychic abilities but also far more powerful technology. None of the psychic users of the six continents, including the five great psychic masters, could ignore the power of technology. After all, even the powerful Ant King Meruem had fallen to human technology. However, these events had nothing to do with Shen Fei and the others, as their destination wasn't the imaginary continent, but the Dark Continent. While the Khajan Empire was establishing a camp on the imaginary continent, those preparing to travel to the Dark Continent had already quietly arrived on the opposite coast, preparing to board a ship to the Dark Continent. In fact, those seeking to reach the Dark Continent had already sailed there long before the Black Whale set sail. If it weren't for the need for a coordinated effort, Bi Yang likely wouldn't have boarded the Black Whale at all, but would have led his men to the Dark Continent long ago. Reaching the Dark Continent is no easy task. While any direction from the human world can reach the Dark Continent, only one is safe. Humanity has tried dozens of other directions, only to find complete failure each time, and has since abandoned them. And this one direction is the one with a guide. Those seeking to reach the Dark Continent must negotiate with a guide, and only with a guide's approval can they safely reach the Dark Continent. Generally speaking, the guide will not deny humans permission to travel to the Dark Continent, but if anyone returns, the guide will place a calamity upon them, forcing them to return to humanity. Historically, 149 individuals have journeyed to the Dark Continent, but only 28 have returned. These 28 individuals returned in 5 separate batches, resulting in 5 major calamities. Of course, the exact truth remains unknown due to lack of definitive evidence. Even the New World Chronicles lacks detailed information on this matter. These 5 calamities occurred at the location where the 5 hopes were discovered, so it's possible they were contracted there. While the guide welcomes all who wish to travel to the Dark Continent, these batches only occur once every few decades. What if multiple groups of people attempt to enter in a short period of time? What if the guide refuses them? The guide is incredibly mysterious, and the humans of the 6 continents know little about him. For example, why he allowed humanity to lead the way into the Dark Continent remains a mystery. In reality, without him, humanity, with its current capabilities, would have no way of entering the Dark Continent. As for attacking the guide, capturing him, and forcing him to reveal secrets, this is a joke. The guide's power surpasses even the Chimera Ant King, Meruem, and within him lie even more powerful beings. Even with all the might of humanity, they might not be able to defeat him. Even with a poor man's rose, the same holds true. Furthermore, without the guide, humanity's hopes of reaching the Dark Continent are a pipe dream. Because the group heading to the Dark Continent is so large, a V6 was assigned to negotiate with a guide. Having spoken with him many times, the V6s have a certain understanding of him. He dislikes those without manners. Is this the guide? He's truly powerful. The guides are not human beings. To be precise, they are monsters, orcs. The monsters within the 6 continents do not have telekinesis abilities. The Chimera ants are an exception, but the monsters here all possess extremely powerful telekinesis. There was only one guide in front of everyone. This was a monster with a purple wolf head. After looking at the group with a calm and emotionless gaze, he didn't say any nonsense. He directly summoned a wolf-shaped telekinesis beast and asked this telekinesis beast to lead the group to the Dark Continent. The guide is not only responsible for leading the way, but also for bringing people back. As long as they go to a specific sea area and send a signal, it will show up and take people back. Lake Mobius, what an interesting dividing point, just like the calm belt in the world of pirates. As for the guide, Shen Fei did not spy on him. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the situation on the sea. Just like the calm belt in the pirate world, the supergiant sea kings in the calm belt will not leave the calm belt, and the same is true for Lake Mobius. Super large marine creatures will not enter Lake Mobius. At this moment, Shen Fei understood why human society can only go to the Dark Continent through the guide, and what Netero said before, that the Dark Continent is too huge. The Sea Kings in the pirate world are already very huge, But outside Lake Mobius, there are creatures that are no less than those Sea Kings. With such creatures, and without the combat power of the pirate world, it is of course impossible to pass through. Moreover, such creatures are not only on the sea, but also in the sky. These are creatures that have not appeared in the pirate world. P.S. There is a problem with the writing of the War of Succession to the Throne. It should have been skipped at the beginning. When I read it before, I was very depressed about the death of the sister princes. Chapter 391 Disaster and Hope, Part 1. Thank goodness these creatures were blocked outside Lake Mobius, otherwise human society wouldn't be thriving there today. Shen Fei sighed deeply as he watched a nearly kilometer-long golden bird streaking across the sky. While humanity could manage to withstand the giant creatures of the ocean with technology, the hunter world's current technological level made it difficult to counter creatures appearing in the sky. There were more than just one of those kilometer-long golden birds in the sky. While most were only a few hundred meters long, that was enough. At their speed, not only hunter world airships, but even Shen Fei's Mark series battlesets were comparable, and some even surpassed them. Thank goodness the Kajin Empire only wanted to explore the imaginary continent. If it were the real Dark Continent, I'm afraid the V5 would have been desperate to wipe out the Kajin Empire. They hadn't even reached the Dark Continent yet, and already they'd witnessed such a terrifying sight. Needless to say, the Dark Continent wasn't a place where victory could be achieved simply by sheer numbers. Nitaro's ban on these people exploring the Dark Continent isn't without reason, but neither is Jin's fault. Nitaro, Jin, Biang, and the others, ultimately, simply had different philosophies. How is that? Shocking, isn't it? On the ship's deck, the Hunter Association's hunters gazed in awe at the distant sea and the sky. Even though they were hunters, possessing powerful telekinesis, they were completely stunned. Jin, I remember you're no longer a member of the Hunter Association. Shouldn't you be with Biang and the others? Kido's brow furrowed at Jin's uninvited arrival. Don't frown like that. It'll get old fast. Jin smiled nonchalantly at the angry Jin. There were 3 ships heading for the Dark Continent. Naturally, Biang and his group were in the front, followed by the official members of V6, and finally the Hunter Association's ship. Jin had been on the first ship, but soon after, he arrived at the Hunter Association's ship. You? Faced with a playful Jin, Kido was about to explode in anger, but fortunately, Nitaro intervened. President, what the hell was that contract you made back then? This is going to be a big problem. Looking at Nitaro, Jin's expression became serious for once. How many of you think we'll make it back alive this time? Without waiting for Nitaro to speak, Jin glanced at the hunters, whose eyes sparkled with adventurous spirit after witnessing the wonders of the Dark Continent, and continued. Hunters are the most adventurous. Before witnessing the horrors of the Dark Continent, most were brimming with confidence, just like when they fought the Chimera ants. Before witnessing the might of the Ant King Merum and his 3 guards, who could have imagined how powerful they were? Even such a powerful Ant King was nothing compared to the Dark Continent. As a hunter, I've prepared myself before coming here, Kido spoke before Nitaro could speak. You should understand what I mean. Jin ignored Kido and stared directly at Nitaro. While Jin hadn't personally visited the Dark Continent yet, as a member of the Fulishi clan and having excavated numerous ruins and ancient sites, Jin's knowledge of the Dark Continent rivaled that of Nitaro and Yangda, who had traveled there. Certain ruins on the 6 continents contained records of the Dark Continent. Jin's years of dedicated excavation and preservation weren't solely for the sake of protecting these ancient artifacts. While traveling to the Dark Continent wasn't impossible, those who had previously made the journey had always kept their teams small. For example, Nitaro's team consisted of no more than 10. Yangda's original team consisted of over 20 people, carefully selected members with unique abilities over the years, chosen specifically for the survival of the Dark Continent. However, thanks to V5's planning, their membership had nearly quintupled, reaching over 100, more than double the number of members in the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association's delegation to the Dark Continent included all 12 earthly branches and several key members, totaling 55. Of course, the largest group was comprised of V6, numbering over 400, far larger than Biang's team and the Hunter Association combined. Jin's point was simple: without Nitaro's agreement with Biang would have at most taken a group of 20 or so to the Dark Continent on his own. The leader wouldn't have cared whether the human expedition to the Dark Continent was an illegal or official one. Consequently, due to the agreement, Biang launched the Kajin Empire, effectively turning the exploration of the Dark Continent into an official undertaking. This, in turn, helped solidify the V5 members' resolve to explore the Dark Continent. As an alliance, V5 had been considering exploring the Dark Continent again and bringing back items from the Five Hopes. However, due to the 5 great disasters, some within the group were opposed to this initiative. This had long been a stalemate within V5, but the Kajin Empire's outcry sealed the deal. "So what if I understand?" Netero softly retorted in response to Jin's question. "No big deal, Bi-Yang is worthy of being your son, you two are exactly the same." After saying this, Jin left directly. A guide, is it equivalent to Sea Stone, compared to the others who focused most of their attention on the endless sea and sky? Shen Fei was always paying attention to the guide. The ship he was on was the middle V5 ship. After getting on board, he stayed in the cabin without saying a word, and did not care about other people's prying eyes. This route to the Dark Continent is not a secret for those who are going to the Dark Continent this time, because there has always been only this route. His actions reminded Shen Fei of the Sea Stone in the pirate world. The Navy can pass through the doldrums safely because of the Sea Stone embedded in the seabed. With this, the Sea Kings and the doldrums will not attack the Navy's warships. "It really does look like the calm belt," Robin whispered as he approached Shen Fei. Aiden nodded in agreement. As someone who had spent time in the pirate world, they were no strangers to the calm belt. Compared to the others, the two were much calmer. After all, they were accustomed to seeing giant sea kings in the pirate world, even frequently eating them as food. But this place is much bigger than the calm belt. The calm belt was already very wide, but compared to this place, there was still a huge gap. More importantly, the sea they were sailing on wasn't strictly speaking a sea, but Lake Mobius, and an inland lake at that. The difference between a lake and a sea is like the difference between heaven and earth. If Lake Mobius was this vast, the sheer size of the Hunter world's oceans was unimaginable. Fortunately, he wasn't a geographer, or he'd probably be driven mad. With a guide, they encountered no other troubles along the way, aside from a few storms. Those giant creatures, both in the sea and in the sky, were incredibly dangerous, but this group comprised humanity's top 9 users, many of whom were water-based. Their water abilities minimized the damage from the storms. This is incredibly tall. Just selling the timber alone could make a fortune. As they approached the Dark Continent, the group gradually gained a clearer view. The first thing that caught their eye was, of course, the immensely tall trees, averaging 100 meters in height. The pirate world also has its share of towering trees, such as the Sun Tree Eve, which reaches 10,000 meters below Fishman Island and 10,000 meters above the Red Earth continent, totaling 20,000 meters. However, there's only one, and even including the unique Alchiman mangroves of the Sabaody archipelago, the number is relatively small. But the 100-meter tall trees here constitute a vast forest, not to mention the many trees that exceed 100 meters in height. I wonder how tall the world tree on the Dark Continent is, but I imagine it's taller than the Sun Tree Eve. A single world tree sapling on the 6 continents is over 1,000 meters tall, so imagine how tall a tree in its full glory would be. Is Bi-Yang afraid others will get there first? As the group reached the shore, before everyone had even reached it, Bi-Yang and his group of 20 or so disappeared into the towering forest. Meanwhile, Netero and several members of the 12 earthly branches immediately gave chase. Is he trying to avoid Netero? As Netero and the others gave chase, Shen Fei immediately understood Bi-Yang's eagerness to leave. He had come to the Dark Continent to explore, not to fight Netero to the death. If Netero and the Hunter Association got in the way, even if Bi-Yang's forces were as strong as the Hunter Association's, any casualties would be extremely troublesome for further exploration of the Dark Continent. In that case, it would be better to avoid Netero and the others. Kiddo, goodbye. I hope to meet again. While Kiddo was organizing the Hunter Association's team, Jin, along with several others, greeted Kiddo. Without waiting for Kiddo's response, he left. Is this Jin's team? They're quite well hidden. I never saw them before, including himself. Jin's team consisted of only 4 people. The other 3 were strangers to Shen Fei. Just like Bi-Yang's team, which had been preparing to explore the Dark Continent, Jin's team was no different. In the Hunter world, companions are crucial. Even Netero had a group of good companions back then. However, whether Jin's team consisted of only 4 was uncertain, just as Bi-Yang's team consisted of only 20 or so. If a user possessed exceptional spatial psychic abilities, their space could be used to hide. For this dark continent exploration, spatial psychics were paramount, second only to ancient scholars in protected status. Logistical supplies, modern equipment, weapons, and the ability to hide in psychic spaces in times of danger all demonstrated their indispensability. What are V5 and Netero doing? It's come to this. They could definitely cooperate, right? The scene before him left Shen Fei speechless. If they didn't want Netero to explore the Dark Continent, the official organization could simply join forces with the Hunter Association and deal with Yang and his men first. Instead, the official organization seemed completely indifferent to the Hunter Association and Yang, solely preparatory. Meanwhile, those left behind by Yang also began preparing for action. Many of them were former members of the Hunter Association. Having made their rare trip to the Dark Continent, they certainly couldn't just stand by and watch. Be careful, enemies are appearing on the sea, someone suddenly shouted from the official team. Simultaneously, their Nen users immediately began using their abilities, the majority of which were materialized and coordinated. Guns, rockets, artillery, and even tanks appeared in a flurry. Then, from the calm sea surface, a multitude of monsters with green faces, fangs, bulging eyes, and clawed hands emerged. Mercury. Seeing this, Shen Fei immediately thought of Mercury. But these Mercury are truly ugly. The Mercury from Fishman Island in One Piece seemed rather adorable by comparison. A large number of Mercury emerged from the sea, howling and gaping with bloody mouths, as they charged towards the people on shore. Open fire. Facing the oncoming Mercury, the official Nen users immediately launched their attack. As numerous Nen blasts were unleashed, a cloud of cyan blood immediately appeared on the surface of the sea, accompanied by a stench of fishy energy. It must be said that in this situation, the official Nen abilities were the most effective against the enemy. In contrast, only a handful of the Hunter Association's long-range Nen users took action. Meanwhile, those left behind by Yang didn't stand by and watched, those capable of fighting also engaged. However, the Mercury monsters, suppressed by the official forces, launched a counterattack. Numerous bone forks were hurled by the following Mercury monsters, their powerful force piercing several Nen users. Finally, after suffering nearly 10 casualties, the Murlocs finally retreated, leaving the sea surface littered with corpses. This has never happened before. It seems this isn't a suitable place to set up camp. The sudden attack by the Murlocs prompted negotiations between the authorities, Yang's remaining men, and the Hunters Association. This time, the authorities, the Hunters Association, and Yang's numerous men weren't all brought to explore the Dark Continent, some were brought to establish a camp. Exploring the Dark Continent is a long-term endeavor, given its vast size. Looking back at previous failed explorations, a crucial factor was a lack of logistics. Food, medical care, and psychological pressure all played a significant role in these efforts. The authorities' years of preparation weren't in vain, even the Hunters Association couldn't match them in this regard. Just as Shen Fei had previously suggested negotiating with Yang for cooperation, he had misjudged the issue. The difference between the official exploration and Yang's exploration can be simply summarized as the difference between archaeology and tomb raiding. While the official exploration of the Dark Continent certainly has its own motives, their discretion is far superior to that of the unscrupulous Yang. One of the 5 great disasters was brought back by Yang. If Yang had continued his reckless exploration, who knows what bigger problems he might have caused. P.S. The Dark Continent will soon be over, as it's all thanks to Togashi's lack of updates. Also, if anyone wants to see a different world, please leave a name. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Disaster and Hope, Part 2. The Dark Continent is plagued by numerous taboos, and V5's exploration will be cautious. For example, this time, V5's goal is to target the existing 5 Great Hopes. This way, even if a disaster strikes, V5 already has a plan in place. However, Yang's side is less circumspect, more reckless, focused solely on their own gains. The successful containment of the 5 great disasters came at a tremendous cost to V5. If a new disaster emerges, it will undoubtedly require a similarly high price to seal or contain. After all, to discover a new disaster's weaknesses, One must constantly test them, and every test comes at a cost. Under the auspices of V5 officials, the group prepared to temporarily unite and establish a base. However, due to the previous attack by the Murloc monster, a new location had to be chosen. Just as they were concluding their discussions, Netero and his men, who had been pursuing Yang, returned. Judging by the torn clothing on their bodies, they must have caught up with Yang and engaged in a battle. However, it seems they didn't gain the upper hand, as the enemy was well prepared and outnumbered. Netero and the others returned to regroup and resume the pursuit. "Be careful, I'm leaving now," Shen Fei said, greeting Ada and Robin. After scouting the area, he left the group alone. Shen Fei had originally intended to bring Ada and Robin with him, but due to their differing objectives, they ultimately chose not to join him. For Ada and Robin, exploring the Dark Continent was a fascinating adventure, but joining Shen Fei would have omitted much of that adventure. Just as Robin refused to learn the truth about Raftel from Pluto Rayleigh in the original novel, the same was true for Ada. Shen Fei certainly wanted to enjoy this kind of adventure, but he had to wait until he dealt with the director of the Universal Family Planning Office. Only then could he and Ada and the others enjoy adventures in other worlds. The current detection limit of the 6 continents for the Dark Continent is 500 kilometers. For such a vast Dark Continent, it's barely a drop in the bucket. The 5 Great Hopes were all discovered within 500 kilometers of the Dark Continent's coast, in different directions. 500 kilometers isn't a very long distance in human society. Even without the use of various means of transportation, relying solely on the power of a NEM user, even at a low effort, even at a normal pace, it wouldn't take more than a week to reach the destination. However, that's under normal circumstances. Such an approach is certainly impossible in the Dark Continent. Chimera ants? So close, I've run into an old foe. Shen Fei hadn't gone far when he spotted a familiar creature, a chimera ant. Shen Fei ignored them, believing they were just ordinary chimera ants, like the ones Kate had dealt with before, though much larger. If we were walking on land, this journey would be truly dangerous. Relying on his powerful observation haki, Shen Fei encountered no obstacles along the way. To be more precise, he dodged them with incredible speed. To reach his destination quickly, Shen Fei used his flying broom. Although the iron armor's flight speed was faster and didn't require his own energy, relying solely on the armor's built-in systems in the Dark Continent wasn't fast enough. What a vast field of piranha plants! After exiting the forest, Shen Fei was met by a magnificent sea of flowers. The beauty was truly captivating. If one overlooked the layers of bones beneath, he even witnessed a behemoth, tens of meters in size, darting through the flowers before collapsing, quickly reduced to a pile of bones. The ultimate longevity item, Nutalomi, and the demonic creature that infects with murderous intent, the two-tailed snake, and the hell bell. Shen Fei's first target was, of course, the longevity item, Nutalomi. This was also the official V5 target. His second target was the herb that could cure all diseases. After all, if a person was about to die, what good would a large amount of herb cure all diseases do? The Nutalomi grows within a vast, boundless swamp. According to official reports, the swamp seems to have no end in sight. Relying on his immense speed, Shen Fei reached the swamp's periphery before the V5 officials. There's no other living creature nearby. How terrifying! Within several kilometers of the swamp where the Nutalomi grows, there's no sign of any life, only piles of bones, just like the ones beneath the man-eating plant. Is that what's called a two-tailed snake? Its hissing sound must be the so-called bells of hell. Although it's called a hissing sound, it doesn't actually originate from the snake's mouth, but from its two tails. Unlike typical snake sounds, the sound of a two-tailed snake can be heard over a short distance, but the sound of a two-tailed snake can reach several kilometers, inevitably affecting anyone within that radius. Its hissing instills a murderous intent in anyone who hears it, wiping out everything within its vicinity. This is why there's no living creature near this swamp. A single two-tailed snake's killing intent is limited, and those with sufficient strength can resist it. However, in this swamp, there aren't just one or two, or even a dozen, two-tailed snakes, but tens of thousands. Once all of them hiss simultaneously, creating a resonant rhythm, it's practically impossible for any creature to escape the sound of the hell's bells. Furthermore, who knows if this swamp hides any other dangers? Officially, V5 only has information about the two-tailed snakes, nothing else is known. However, considering the nature of the hell's bells, there's no need to worry too much about the presence of other creatures. Next, We need to search for Nutolomi. Nutolomi, a longevity food, isn't everywhere in the swamp. On the contrary, its numbers are extremely rare, requiring careful searching among the numerous swamp plants and weeds. However, with the presence of two-tailed snakes in the swamp, such an action would be difficult to avoid alerting them. After all, snakes are very good at hiding, and two-tailed snakes aren't ordinary snakes, they possess telepathy. This means that using the circle will also alert them, and the circle won't increase the chances of finding Nutolomi. This is why Nutolomi is so difficult to obtain. Fortunately, Nutolomi grows in swamps. If it were in the swamp, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult. However, these difficulties are equivalent to nothing for Shen Fei. The most difficult part, finding Nutolomi, is a piece of cake for him. He can slowly search for it in the mirror space. Similarly, the sound of the hell bell has no effect on the mirror space. The secret door of Kamar-Taj, the location of the 5 hopes, is as easy as taking something from a bag for Shen Fei. This is Nutolomi. It's truly extraordinary. As a plant that can extend human life by hundreds of years and can be taken continuously, this miraculous plant is naturally very different from ordinary plants. If you can push aside the layers of weeds and dead trees, you'll find a golden ear of wheat standing out like a crane among chickens. The Nutolomi plant is golden yellow, with several plump rice grains on top. While ordinary rice ears have dozens of grains, Nutolomi has only a handful. It's really rare. If someone else came here, they'd probably only get one at most. With only 5 Nutolomi plants found within a nearly 10-kilometer radius, Shen Fei couldn't help but lament the rarity of this longevity item. Furthermore, each Nutolomi plant is guarded by a two-tailed snake. Harvesting the rice would undoubtedly alert the guarding snakes, and alerting one could potentially alert all of them. The number is quite scarce. Let's find more. There are 5 Nutolomi plants in total, which adds up to about 16. Although it is a large number, Shen Fei wants more. Even though he can come over at any time later, it is a rare opportunity, so of course he wants to get as many as possible. 12 plants should be enough. Although more can be found, we still need to go to other places. After finding so many, Shen Fei decided to start picking. Shen Fei did not start picking after finding one plant, but was ready to find them all before working together. With seals in his hands, dozens of physical clones flew out from behind Shen Fei in the form of acorn. After the physical clone picked the Nutolomi, it immediately flew into the sky. This action immediately made the two-tailed snakes that wanted to attack Shen Fei's clones miss. Although the two-tailed snakes can jump very high, they are not flying after all, and they can't catch up with those clones at all. However, although the two-tailed snakes could not catch up with those clones in the sky, they did not give up the attack. Their hell bells were immediately activated, and as more and more two-tailed snakes joined, the power became stronger and stronger. If we go down to the swamp, we will be looking for death. Looking at the two-tailed snakes emerging from the swamp one after another, Shen Fei couldn't help but shook his head with emotion, and then he quietly hid in the mirror space, watching more and more two-tailed snakes emerge. Letting the two-tailed snakes outside hissing non-stop, Shen Fei began to check the longevity rice he had obtained, but because he was not going to eat it now, after checking it for a while, Shen Fei put it away. After putting Nutolomi away, Shen Fei began to study the two-tailed snakes he had caught. Shen Fei was very curious about such a magical creature as the two-tailed snake. It was a rare trip, so of course he would not let it go. If the two-tailed snakes were thrown into the city, the entire city might be destroyed within a day. This was a completely lethal weapon. Of course, Shen Fei would not do that. It's not just the hell bell, the venom it possesses is also strong enough. After testing the attack strength of the two-tailed snake's hell bell, Shen Fei then killed all the two-tailed snakes he had caught and dissected them one by one. Goodbye. Seeing that the two-tailed snake would not stop for a while, Shen Fei did not continue to stalemate with them after roughly studying the two-tailed snake. He directly opened a secret door and appeared dozens of miles away from the swamp. It feels like a primeval vision, standing on the treetop of a 100-meter-long giant tree, gazing at the distant entire dark continent. Huge beasts appeared from time to time, and huge birds in the sky, flying across the earth. Under its claws, a giant beast hundreds of meters long was struggling desperately. In such a situation, there was no trace of human civilization at all. The two-headed snake was already very dangerous, but compared to those behemoths, it seemed too weak. This is probably the feeling of the sea kings coming ashore. I wonder if the Sea King can order the Sea Kings in the doldrums to leave the doldrums. Those giant beasts in the distance reminded Shen Fei directly of the Sea Kings in the world of pirates. Could that be the world tree of the Dark Continent? It's tall enough. Shen Fei, holding an astronomical telescope, saw in the distance a huge tree that appeared and disappeared in the clouds. It was a tree that had never been seen before. Compared with it, even the Yang tree Eve was far inferior. In the clouds, various huge birds were flying in the sky. Shen Fei also saw a giant bird that could drop countless thunders when it spread its wings. The patterns on its wings made Shen Fei feel that it was a god. Jin's destination must be there. I have to say that this goal is really ambitious. Fortunately, there is no Lomi, otherwise he may never achieve his wish. The world tree that covered the sky and the sun made Shen Fei curious about the place. It was that he did not have Jin, nor Yangda's mentality of taking risks at all costs, otherwise he might really go to the world tree regardless of everything. Have you reached the territory of the man-eating plant? The speed is not slow, but it is a pity that you are destined to return empty-handed this time, or you can wait slowly. Through the astronomical telescope, Shen Fei discovered that the V5 people were also rushing towards the swamp. The leader was Calvin, one of the 5 great Nen users. Like Netero and Biang, he had explored the Dark Continent. It's a rare trip. Let's kill a giant beast, taste it and see how it differs from the Sea Kings. Through the astronomical telescope, Shen Fei discovered that the nearest giant beast was a pig, about 2 kilometers long. It looks like a porcupine. Is this an enlarged version of it? After seeing the full picture of the giant beast in the air, Shen Fei couldn't help but find that it was very similar to the wild boar in the Shimelo wetlands. I wonder how long I can eat this one. With this idea in mind, Shen Fei, after using the illusion spell, flew directly towards the huge wild boar at a low altitude. In the Dark Continent, flying in the air, especially at high altitudes, is a very dangerous thing. That is why the trees and weeds on the ground are very huge, which is a natural cover for humans. That is why the giant birds in the sky did not target humans. Of course, it is also possible that humans are too small, and they are not enough for those giant birds to fill the teeth. Single combat. As the mirror space unfolded, Shen Fei pulled the wild boar into the mirror space. Although it was a single combat, it was actually a completely one-sided crushing. The huge size of the wild boar made it a living target for Shen Fei. Its thick skin and flesh could not withstand Shen Fei's attacks at all. After a massage of Bajiquin, its bones and muscles were broken. Its strength is not weak. No less than some Sea Kings in the Grand Line. Through the previous battle, Shen Fei had some understanding of the wild boar's combat power. In the Hunter Association, I'm afraid only Netero can kill him head-on with the help of 100-style Guanyin. It will be difficult for others. P.S. Sorry, I got the chapter number wrong. I'm really sorry. I will pay attention to it in the future. Regarding the Sorcerer Supreme, it is mainly based on Marvel movies. Marvel comics are too messy and make me dizzy. Chapter 393 Disaster and Hope, and what a treasure land. After hunting one behemoth, Shen Fei stopped targeting the others and headed straight for the second hope, gathering resources along the way. Previously, for Nitalome, Shen Fei had neglected other resources along the way. He had originally intended to quickly reach the second hope, but after discovering several thousand-year-old medicinal herbs, he realized he had nearly missed them. As the sparsely populated Dark Continent, the medicinal herbs found there were naturally extremely valuable. Not to mention 1,000-year-old herbs, even 10,000-year-old ones were out of the question. So, Shen Fei devoted some of his attention to searching for these precious herbs on his journey. The alchemical plant Medallion, the undead disease Zorbi, which deceives hope and plunges people into endless despair. This place is truly dangerous. Fortunately, I have this room. The second hope is the alchemical plant Medallion. This is the only one of the 5 great disasters with no survivors. The sole survivor, now stricken with the undead disease, is sealed within the V5 underground base. Of the 5 major disasters, the Hellbell and the plant-based weapons, the gold and silver ingots, had the highest survival rates. Even those who survived the other 3 would eventually transform into monsters. Shen Fei was naturally extremely cautious regarding these 3 disasters. Is it really the air? Using the power of the Operation Fruit, Shen Fei quickly detected the problem around the alchemical plant. The iron armor does have a filtration system, but for safety's sake, I'd better not go over there. Shen Fei was somewhat curious about the immortality disease, a condition that allowed humans to survive indefinitely without requiring energy. However, recalling the suffering of those afflicted with it, Shen Fei immediately dismissed the idea of researching it. He wasn't one of those crazy scientists who disregarded everything for research. With his current strength, coupled with the longevity food Nidalomi and the pirates' access to pure gold, it would be a complete waste of time and energy to pursue the immortality disease. This distance should be enough. To avoid entering the immortality disease's range, Shen Fei donned his nano-steel armor and activated the Operation Fruit's power from a distance of 5 kilometers from the alchemical plant. With Shen Fei's current strength, if he used the full power of the Operation Fruit, he could easily cover tens of kilometers. Even when Lo was injured during his fight against Doflamingo, he was able to create a circle that covered the entire city, oblivious to Doflamingo's presence. So could Shen Fei now? Room Slaughterhouse. Using spatial displacement, Shen Fei, without even approaching the alchemical plant medallion, directly exchanged 10 alchemical plants. Second hope, Unmanned Stone. Shen Fei quickly secured the third hope as well. This time, he had acquired tens of tons of unmanned stone in one fell swoop. If the V5 officials knew about this, they would likely vomit blood and die, as they had suffered such heavy casualties to only obtain a fist-sized piece of unmanned stone. While the unmanned stone was plagued by the terrifying scourge of the cultivated beasts, Shen Fei didn't care. He didn't even need to visit the cultivated beasts' territory. Instead, he used the power of the Operation Fruit to directly destroy the unmanned stone mine. Then used his command to move the mine away. In reality, the no-man's stone wasn't very useful to Shen Fei, far inferior to the arc reactor. Of course, this applied to him personally. For a nation, the no-man's stone's significance would be far greater. The no-man's stone was located within an immense mountain range. If the 6 continents occupied this area, they would be guaranteed energy security for centuries to come. Energy is a problem for a nation, and indeed for human society as a whole. Looking back at modern wars, the vast majority were waged over energy. As for the human-breeding beast, Shen Fei had a rough idea of its true nature, a gigantic, strange plant hidden underground. The quantity of these 3 primordial waters is too small. The fourth hope, naturally, was the 3 primordial waters. This was the territory of the mist-like creature, AI. This was simpler than the previous one. Simply open a secret portal beneath a stone that nurtured the 3 primordial waters and take them away. From beginning to end, the mist-like creature, AI, was completely baffled. The mist-like creature's life form resembled the elemental form of a natural fruit. After obtaining the 3 origin water, Shen Fei threw dozens of massive fireballs at it and then left it alone. Next is the last hope, the vanilla that can cure all diseases. Shen Fei placed this vanilla last because it had the least effect on him. Whether it was the Operation Fruit, the magic of Kamar-Taj, or the items he had acquired along the way, they all had significant effects on illness. It could be said that anything the vanilla could do, Shen Fei could do as well. Of course, to say it was completely useless was impossible. After all, he couldn't use it himself, and many others could. For example, if Pirate King Roger had had such a vanilla, the history of One Piece might have been rewritten. Furthermore, if he gave Whitebird a vanilla, it might not restore his full strength, but it would definitely restore a significant portion of his strength. And more importantly, of the 5 hopes, vanilla was the only one with the greatest potential for mass production. If it could be mass-produced, humanity would undoubtedly be free from the clutches of disease. In this sense, vanilla's title of hope was undeniable. If the longevity rice, Nodalomi, could be mass-produced, it would be a truly epical advancement. Combined with the vast energy resources of the unmanned stone, the 3 sources water, and the alchemical plant, medallion, humanity would undoubtedly achieve a revolutionary advancement. The 5 great hopes are not just talk, they truly possess miraculous effects. Of course, this is under ideal circumstances. Right now, these things are just ideas. Even Shen Fei isn't confident he can cultivate the longevity rice and alchemical plants. Vanilla has the best chance of mass production because it's located within an ancient labyrinthine city, unlike the other 4 great hopes, which are located in the wild. They arrived quickly, and rightly so. This is where they've explored the most. Of the 5 great hopes, vanilla brought back the largest quantity. As for whether V5 can currently mass-produce vanilla, only V5 knows. They're just stationed outside, not deep within the city. Are they waiting for that 5 great Nen user, Calvin, Shen Fei, in the mirror space? had a clear view of V5's layout. By this time, V5 had established a camp 3 kilometers outside the ancient labyrinth city. Nearly 20 wounded soldiers were inside, nearly 10 of them critically injured. It seemed their journey to the ancient labyrinth city had been anything but peaceful. The Hunter Association's intelligence is truly unreliable. I should have realized this earlier. V5 couldn't possibly have sent so few people to the Dark Continent in all these years. The Hunter Association's intelligence claimed that only 100 or so people had been exploring the Dark Continent in all those years. But inside the camp, Shen Fei realized that was complete nonsense. He had assumed this was the largest number of people to ever visit the Dark Continent. In reality, V5 officials had sent at least thousands of personnel to the Dark Continent over the years, possibly even over 10,000. Just to obtain the unmanned stone, V5's Burgos United Nations dispatched a survey team of over 1,000, of which only 7 survived. V5 was a United Nations organization founded by the 5 most powerful nations of the 5 continents. When they explored the Dark Continent, each of the 5 nations sent a minimum of 1,000 exploratory forces, each responsible for one of the 5 Great Hopes. The Burgos United Nations is responsible for the Unmanned Stone, the Sahilta Alliance for Vanilla, the Ochima Federation for Longevity Rice, the Mingbo Republic for 3 Original Water, and the ancient Yan'yu Kingdom for alchemical plants, the nation that had previously partnered with the Ang. Back then, these 5 nations each handled their own affairs. After suffering disastrous defeats, they combined their strengths to create a force composed entirely of Nen. I was wondering, with the V5 bureaucracy, how could they ignore the 5 Great Hopes? It turns out they've already suffered heavy losses. For those in power, perhaps the least of their concerns is the lives of those below them. Consider the king of Causilcus in the Fullmetal Alchemist universe, who is willing to sacrifice the lives of his entire kingdom for immortality. For the V5 leadership, sacrificing hundreds or even thousands of lives for the 5 Great Hopes wouldn't matter, especially for those elderly individuals intent on extending their lifespans. The 5 Great Hopes' promise of transcendental progress for humanity ultimately proved to be nothing more than a pipe dream. After reviewing the V5 camp's secret intelligence, Shen Fei ignored them and, instead, vanished into stealth and ascended to the rooftop of a tower atop the ancient city's walls, surveying the entire ancient maze city. Is this a land of giants? The buildings throughout the ancient city reach tens of meters high, the tallest nearly 100 meters. It certainly didn't look like a city inhabited by ordinary humans. Within the city's crisscrossing streets, a large number of plant-based weapons, gold and silver ingots, patrolled the area. The movements of these plant-based weapons gave Shen Fei the impression of patrolling. Judging by the tattered clothing draped around some of the ingots, they were likely members of the 6 continents who had explored the area. There were not only human-shaped ingots, but also animal-shaped ones. Fortunately, no bird-shaped ingots were seen, as this would have been dangerous for the V5 members hoping to obtain the vanilla. Plant-based weapons, gold and silver ingots, were the least dangerous of the 5 disasters. They could be destroyed by anyone with sufficient strength, and their greatest fear was fire. But that's just the surface. In reality, gold and silver ingots, like zombies infected with a T-virus, possess a highly contagious nature. Once harmed, they become its companions. A single ingot is easy enough to deal with, but tens of thousands, not to mention the various animal forms, presents a completely different challenge. For some unknown reason, none of the ingots leave this ancient city, threatening the entire Dark Continent. If this thing were to spread to human society, humanity would be doomed. It's far more terrifying than the T-virus. Most zombies move slowly, but gold and silver ingots are different. Even if an ordinary person were transformed into one, their strength would surge. If an end-user were to become stronger, they would only become stronger. Fortunately, Shen Fei didn't need to fight these ingots. He could travel directly through the mirror dimension to Vanilla's location. What a huge field of chives! Inside a building roughly 70 meters tall, Shen Fei finally found Vanilla. Indeed, Vanilla looked remarkably like chives, which is why it's considered suitable for mass production. Of the 5 Great Hopes, besides the unmanned stone being a mineral vein, the most abundant of them is the vanilla. Furthermore, its growing environment clearly shows it's been cultivated artificially. Finally, Shen Fei said, using his Archon form, creating dozens of figures to begin picking the vanilla. Shen Fei could have used the surgery fruit to completely clear the land, but after some consideration, he decided against it. It would be best not to do so until he had figured out how to cultivate the vanilla. Discovered so quickly? Quick reaction. Shen Fei had barely begun picking when a large number of gold and silver ingots rushed in from outside the building. Normally, gold and silver ingots wouldn't appear inside a building, but if there were intruders, that was a different story. I don't want to see you. Shen Fei unleashed a massive mystical portal in the path of the ingots, blocking the path. Kamar-Taj's mystical portals can be incredibly devastating if you avoid a fight and act rogue, especially against enemies as savage as gold and silver ingots, making them the easiest to deal with. I'm afraid these gold and silver ingots couldn't fathom why they rushed towards the enemy, only to appear in the blink of an eye on the other side of the maze city. Goodbye. After collecting a large amount of vanilla, Shen Fei immediately entered the mirror dimension. Perhaps this knowledge can reveal how to cultivate vanilla. After obtaining the vanilla, Shen Fei didn't leave immediately. Instead, he explored the area, photographing murals and texts. It's simply too vast. There's nothing a normal person could use here. The ancient maze city had some tool-like objects, but because they were so enormous, all indications suggested that giants lived here. Unfortunately, it's unknown what happened to the people who lived there, causing them to vanish, leaving only an empty maze city and the gold and silver ingots. Judging from the city's lack of destruction, the possibility of an external invasion is unlikely. The 5 great hopes are in hand. Time to return and study them thoroughly. After obtaining the vanilla, Shen Fei prepared to return. He didn't care how V5 would obtain the vanilla later. Even if their entire army was annihilated, it would still be a problem for him. As for gold and silver ingots, Shen Fei had no interest in this kind of plant weapon. He didn't want to destroy the world, so what was the point of studying it? He didn't even collect any samples this time. This is a fight. Just as Shen Fei was about to go back to find Ada and Robin, he saw through the telescope that in the distance, a white giant ape hundreds of meters tall and a black giant bird about the same size as him were fighting. It's a rare opportunity to come to the Dark Continent. It wouldn't be good not to explore the depths at all. Maybe we can find something better. If not, we can kill the black giant bird by the way. After thinking about it, Shen Fei rushed directly towards the 2 fighting beasts. P.S. I'm sorry that the chapter title was wrong yesterday. I could have asked the editor to change it, but a loser like me said that I should try not to bother the editor, so that's it. As for the subsequent world, that I am a hero, it is impossible to write now because of the author's problem. Chapter 394 Awakening. Want to leave? It's that easy. Room, when the giant black bird, losing its battle with the massive white ape, dragged its half-broken wings mid-flight, Shen Fei attacked, dismembered it, and stored it in a large, convenient package. Forget about that ape. The battle was evenly matched, with both sides suffering. After defeating the giant black bird, Shen Fei watched the ape's retreating form and, after a moment's hesitation, decided not to attack it. Next, we'll just explore the surrounding area for a few dozen miles. Shen Fei then descended to the surface, slowly searching for what he was looking for. Dwarfs? No. Subhumans? Right. During his exploration, Shen Fei unexpectedly discovered a species of creatures resembling humans, though their tallest stood no more than a meter. Despite their small size, they were incredibly agile and possessed considerable telekinetic energy. However, their use of this power seemed crude to Shen Fei. Shen Fei sensed them through his observation haki. At that moment, the group was battling a rhino-like monster. Judging from their actions, they appeared to be hunting for food. Survival in a world like this is as difficult as primitive society. The Dark Continent wasn't devoid of human life. Ruins excavated across the 6 continents suggest the humans there were likely those who had fled from the Dark Continent, meaning humanity originated there. The demi-humans of the Dark Continent would undoubtedly have been eager to live there if they knew about the 6 continents. At least there, they wouldn't have to constantly face the dangers of the Dark Continent. Shen Fei didn't interact with these demi-humans. Those interested in exploring the Dark Continent would have certainly done so, but unfortunately, he didn't. This should be monkey wine. Continuing to explore the surroundings, Shen Fei discovered 2 valuable finds, in addition to some rare, ancient medicinal herbs. One of them was a large quantity of monkey wine in the lair of a group of blue monkeys. Shen Fei immediately used the secret door to obtain a large quantity. Although Shen Fei rarely drank, this was rare monkey wine, sourced from the Dark Continent. Its effects were undoubtedly far superior to ordinary monkey wine. In reality, the so-called monkey wine sold on the market was artificially manufactured. After all, Genuine monkey wine is incredibly difficult to obtain. Even if someone did obtain it, they wouldn't be able to sell it openly. Besides monkey wine, Shen Fei also discovered honey within another vast, dense forest. More accurately, it's royal honey. Without him, anyone else, even the 4 emperors, would have been unable to take the honey. The bee colonies within were so numerous, numbering in the billions. Even the smallest bees were roughly the size of a watermelon, and their stings were powerful enough to pierce even ordinary steel. Even the strongest would be helpless if caught in such a siege. Not to mention that these were just ordinary bees, within them lay even larger bees, especially the queen. Shen Fei felt that her telekinetic energy was far more powerful than that of the Ant King Meruem. After Shen Fei stole the honey from the queen's nest, he immediately alerted the queen and her guards. The overwhelming swarm of bees, covering the sky, was enough to make Shen Fei's scalp tingle even in the mirrored space. His actions even caused unforeseen disasters to many nearby behemoths. Individual bees were much smaller than these beasts, but their sheer numbers were no match for their vast numbers, and their stings were poisonous. I hope no one will be reckless enough to enter. Anyone who ventured into that dense forest without special abilities would be doomed. After obtaining the honey, Shen Fei immediately changed direction. That's music. How could it be here? Shen Fei, who was continuing his exploration that day, suddenly heard a faint sound of music nearby. The music was so beautiful that it nearly drew him in. What's going on? With a touch of curiosity and caution, Shen Fei slowly approached the source of the music. These creatures are actually asleep. Is it because of this music? What is this? A book? Shen Fei soon discovered the source of the music, but now he was even more wary. The source was a strange-looking rectangular stone slab, about 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Strange musical notes were engraved on it. Although Shen Fei didn't know what the notes meant, he knew them. The stone slab was slowly moving through the air. As it moved, most of the creatures along its path fell asleep. This was the Dark Continent, and falling asleep rashly would only put oneself in danger. Shen Fei suspected it was a book because he had seen similar objects before. After becoming the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One's entire collection came into his possession, including many stone tablets. Before humans invented paper, wood, stone, and bamboo slips were the main means of record keeping. Boom. The next moment, Shen Fei unleashed a massive fireball at the stone slab. Faced with a sudden attack, the stone slab showed no reaction, allowing the fireball to strike directly. Unscathed, Shen Fei felt a sense of uncertainty as he watched the strange stone slab, unscathed in the blazing flames and even slowly moving forward, feeling a sense of uncertainty. The next moment, Shen Fei unleashed a long sword and unleashed several slashes of sword energy against the stone slab. This time, while still causing no damage, it did shift its position. At that moment, the music emanating from the stone slab changed. It was no longer the same melodious, irresistible sound it had previously evoked. Instead, it became incredibly irritating, and a powerful desire to destroy everything rose within Shen Fei. Have you been affected? Feeling the turmoil within him, Shen Fei immediately realized he had been attacked. He quickly retreated. Once he was away from the stone slab and could no longer hear the music, his heart began to calm down. As expected of this strange dark continent, Shen Fei stopped attacking the stone slab. After a while, the music immediately returned to its previous rhythm. Just going in a straight line? This direction is bad. Shen Fei's face immediately changed as he looked at the direction the stone slab was moving. This was the direction of the coast. Although the stone slab wasn't moving very fast, if it continued moving in this direction, it would definitely reach the coast. I've learned that when exploring, you can't act rashly when facing the unknown. Although Shen Fei was participating in the expedition, Ada and Robin were experts. During their casual conversation, Shen Fei learned some of the rules of exploration. Not acting rashly was to avoid triggering traps. Ancient tombs and ruins were full of these. Even in the ordinary world, there were traps, let alone in this world of sentient beings. Just change direction. After a moment of reflection, Shen Fei used the arcane gate to change the direction of the stone slab. I thought I was strong enough, but it seems I'm still not strong enough. The sudden encounter immediately dimmed Shen Fei's desire to continue exploring. He immediately opened a secret portal and found Ada and Robin in the forest near the coast. This place is being built really fast. With the help of Nen, the camp was now complete. Only the remaining personnel from the 3 factions remained in the ruins. Netero had taken most of the active 12 earthly branches to pursue the end. The remaining personnel were not just waiting quietly, but were also very busy. There was a lot to do, such as analyzing the geography, weather, and plant collection of the Dark Continent. Liario's medical team was also very busy. The past few days of exploration had resulted in an increase in injuries and poisoning. Injuries were not a big deal, but poisoning was a serious problem. A large part of the danger of the Dark Continent lies in the word poison, what's written on it. Shen Fei arrived at the ruins of a 3-story pyramid buried deep underground. Ada and Robin were taking pictures of the murals on the wall when he arrived. The story of a queen and her people who tenaciously survived and ultimately escaped to a secluded paradise. Robin briefly explained the murals and the meaning of the text on the side. Lake Mobius, the last mural, an island nestled in the tranquil sea, immediately reminded Shen Fei of the 6 continents where humans now inhabit. How was the harvest? Ada came over and whispered. We encountered some unexpected circumstances, but we got everything. That's about it. We're almost there. Tell us about your journey when you get back. This ruin was about 200 kilometers west of the coast where the group landed. Ada and Robin stumbled upon it. Most of the ruins on the Dark Continent are found underground or within the walls of mountains. In fact, most of these ruins were once gathering places for creatures. The Dark Continent's environment was too hostile for weaker creatures, forcing them to live underground or hide deep within the mountains. Finding ruins like these is largely a matter of luck, and Ada and Robin were undoubtedly quite lucky. These are the 5 great hopes, the things they've been desperately seeking. If they knew you had them, they'd probably stop at nothing to get them. Seeing the 5 great hopes, even Ada and Robin were thrilled. We'll talk about the rest later. Here, take one each of the longevity rice and vanilla, peeling open 3 Nidorlomi rice grains. The golden rice with its unique aroma immediately drew a sharp sniff from the 3. Ada and Robin didn't hesitate, taking out a grain and devouring it. Shen Fei did the same. What a miraculous item, Shen Fei sighed in admiration as he felt the changes within him. While the Nidorlomi rice didn't directly increase his strength, it did significantly increase his vitality. This vanilla is a bit of a waste. Shen Fei continued to consume the vanilla, then a look of disappointment crossed his face. Besides its pleasant taste, the vanilla had no other effect on him. Ada and Robin, however, could sense significant changes within themselves after consuming the vanilla. Put these away for now. We're useless, and there's no difference between you and us. When Shen Fei was about to share some of the 5 hopes with the 2, they flatly refused. Shen Fei didn't insist, but after collecting the 5 hopes, he took out some monkey wine and honey. After examining them with the operation fruit, he found these 2 items to be incredibly valuable, possessing significant benefits for both the body and mind, especially for women, who found them particularly beautifying. Even though Ada and Robin weren't already incredibly beautiful, any woman wouldn't refuse them. Now, tell me about your experience. The strange stone slab floating in the air, unresponsive to thoughts, yet playing music. Could it be the Dark Sonata? Ada speculated softly after listening to Shen Fei's account. The Dark Sonata, that's a real possibility. Ada's speculation made Shen Fei's eyes light up. If it was the music composed by the legendary Demon King, it wasn't impossible for it to affect him. It's very dangerous here. Be careful. If you encounter a similar situation, get out of here immediately. The strange stone slab made Shen Fei a little worried about Ada and Robin's safety in the Dark Continent. However, he didn't try to persuade them to leave the Dark Continent, because he knew that even if he did, they wouldn't listen. After all, these 2 were not just pretty faces, especially Ada, who is very opinionated. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, we will leave immediately, Ada said, looking at Shen Fei with a gentle smile on her face, and stroking his face with her right hand. Now that the 5 hopes are in hand, you're leaving too, right? Don't you want to take this opportunity to enjoy yourself? I couldn't ask for more. This is the art of controlling objects. With the mental strength of the 2 of you, controlling a few magical instruments is no problem at all. Shen Fei didn't leave the Dark Continent immediately. As Ada said, it was a rare opportunity to be together, so how could he not enjoy it? He also wanted to have a good rest. At the same time, he also wanted to pass on the GF family's art of controlling objects to the 2 of them during this time. Unfortunately, neither of them showed much interest in the GF family's object manipulation techniques. Ada would have been interested before, but now with the Thunder Fruit, she possessed powerful ranged attack capabilities. Shen Fei didn't force it. He then began using the alchemical plant metallin, along with other materials like vibranium, to craft several sets of high-level magical instruments like Ma Zian Hong's. These, of course, offered far greater defensive power than Ma Zian Hong's. This kind of defensive equipment was never too much, and since it looked like jewelry, it wouldn't affect movement. Meanwhile, Shen Fei took advantage of this opportunity to hunt several giant marine creatures in the sea, including 2 giant crabs and 2 lobsters. Is this the awakening of the Operation Fruit? I'm at a loss for words. With the help of the 6 treasury immortal thief and a large number of high-level vitality items, Shen Fei finally awakened the Operation Fruit. Chapter 395 Hawkeye Mihawk. Is this the immortality operation? It seems those people allowed Law to roam freely because they were waiting for him to awaken before taking action. Law looked rather pitiful. His seemingly free reign was actually just the result of some people's indulgence, including Doflamingo and the 5 elders of the world government. It was a shame that Doflamingo, who had hoped to wait for Law to mature and reap the rich rewards of the Au-Pair fruit, was ultimately thwarted by La Fei. Even the 5 elders might suffer the same fate. The immortality operation was incredibly powerful, granting eternal life. Unfortunately, it was completely useless to Shen Fei, as he wouldn't use it. As for Law, he likely wouldn't use it unless forced to. While Shen Fei was somewhat frustrated by the immortality operation, the power of the Au-Pair fruit didn't disappoint. After awakening, the Au-Pair fruit was no longer restricted by a circle, allowing him to use its power within his perception range. While the circle's limitations were gone, the stamina drain significantly increased. Law, even after awakening, probably wouldn't have been able to use the power of the Operation Fruit many times. Beyond this ability, the awakening of the Operation Fruit also granted Shen Fei a heightened analytical skill, likely due to his frequent use of the fruit for research. Before, even with the fruit, Shen Fei still required highly advanced equipment for his research. Now, while not entirely free of it, his fruit could be used as a laboratory if necessary, though with a significant increase in energy consumption. This allows for even more surprise. The circular field created by the Operation Fruit's power is imperceptible to ordinary humans, but can be felt by masters of observation haki. When facing Doflamingo, Law, despite expending considerable energy, planned to cover the entire city with this circle, fearing Doflamingo's detection. However, after awakening, this weakness was eliminated. Scanning. This is basically clairvoyance. With the awakening of the Operation Fruit, its other abilities advanced significantly. Previously requiring the use of weapons, scanning could now be performed with a simple flick of the finger. He could see through clothing, flesh, and bone, and naturally, walls and the like, depending on his thoughts. Done. Looking at the underground space, the size of 2 football fields, Shen Fei nodded in satisfaction. This underground space was Shen Fei's base in the Dark Continent, located deep beneath the peak of a mountain range. It was created using the power of the Operation Fruit and the Traceless Extension Charm, with Shen Fei also utilizing weather spells and other abilities for further processing. Exploring the Dark Continent was a long process, and even with Robin's treehouse, it wasn't always convenient. Hence, this camp was born. For Shen Fei now, building such a camp was a simple task. Furthermore, with this underground space, he could directly access it through the Mystic Gate the next time he ventured. Be careful here. I'll come see you later. After spending some time with Ada and Robin, Shen Fei left the Hunter world and arrived in the Pirate world. Are you studying medicine? Inside the Pirate world's island base, S.H.I.E.L.D, Red Eye, and Black Eye continued their training. Chelsea, however, had turned her attention to medicine. Previously a skilled assassin skilled in poison, she was rapidly improving in this area. Her rapid progress was due not only to her intelligence but also to Shen Fei's support. Red Queen possessed a vast store of medical knowledge, and with a holographic imaging system, her progress was naturally faster than that of a normal person. Well, I'm sure you're all a bit bored staying on this island. Since I'm here, why don't you take a few days off and go for a walk, okay? Chelsea immediately responded, followed by Black Eye, who expressed interest. Red Eye also joined in. After a moment's silence, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in agreement. The foursome's time together had fostered a much more harmonious relationship. Initially, their relationship was somewhat strained due to their former antagonism. S.H.I.E.L.D and Kurome were close, and the sisters, Kurome and Akame, were even closer after their misunderstandings were resolved. Chelsea also had a good relationship with Akame, but the tension between S.H.I.E.L.D, Akame, and Chelsea was somewhat strained. In reality, despite her obsession with strength and a tendency to be brutal towards her enemies, S.H.I.E.L.D was otherwise quite easy to get along with. This was evident from the respect she held within the Hunter Order and the current relationship between Quinjet and her. Let's go there now. The group boarded Shen Fei's pirate ship. As one of the Shichibuke, he naturally had his own pirate crew and numerous ships. Even Crocodile's former ride was his. Of course, the ship Shen Fei and the others were currently traveling on wasn't one of those pirate crews. This ship, constructed by Shen Fei using alchemy, boasts a completely modern design, with only the bottom inlaid with sea stone for easy access to the doldrums. If it weren't a steel vessel, which is primarily controlled by the world government, Shen Fei could easily have a modern luxury yacht. Let's go to the sea restaurant. I hear the food there is very good. After checking a map of the surrounding area, Shen Fei decided to go to Barity, a sea restaurant in the East China Sea. There are many islands suitable for exploring in the first half of the Grand Line, such as Water City, but the distance, coupled with recent intelligence from the East China Sea, convinced Shen Fei to visit the East China Sea. I wonder if Nami will eventually join the Straw Hats without the Arlong pirates. Without Nami, Luffy's journey would be many times more difficult. Shen Fei's decision to go to the East China Sea was, of course, due to a certain Straw Hat member's departure. Shen Fei had been keeping an eye on the situation in the East China Sea, otherwise he wouldn't have known about his departure, as he was currently quite unknown. Shen Fei had originally wanted to invite Nami to join his side, but since she rarely ventured into the pirate world, and even then, rarely sailed, it would be a waste of her talents to join him. Mapping the entire world isn't something you can do in isolation. Nothing could be more complete than personally exploring a world. Moreover, without such a brilliant navigator, Luffy and his crew's future would be fraught with hardship. Without Nami, Luffy and his crew wouldn't have been able to successfully reach Sky Island. Only a navigator like Nami could navigate the Golden Mary, riding the rising currents to Sky Island. Anyone else would have suffered shipwreck, and the fate of their crew depended on luck. Although he had already dealt with the Thunder God of Sky Island, this journey to Sky Island was still important to Luffy and his crew. Okay, Akame agreed immediately upon hearing about the delicious food. With no objections from the other three, they headed for the Barity, the sea-based restaurant. To save time, Shen Fei used the secret door, shaving off most of the journey. Shen Fei had long heard of the Barity restaurant on the sea, but he'd never had the time, and he didn't want to make a special trip alone, so he'd put it off until now. Chopper wants a panacea for all ailments, and vanilla seems to fit the bill. Shen Fei had a favorable impression of Luffy and his crew. It's quite a star-rated restaurant in the East China Sea, isn't it? Shen Fei and his crew arrived at the restaurant and watched as a number of well-dressed guests disembarked from a passenger ship. Those who could afford to dine at the restaurant on the sea were naturally not poor. After all, traveling so far to enjoy a meal here wouldn't be without money. In fact, the restaurant's primary clientele was those with female companions, as it was a great place for a date, especially for those who didn't often sail. Even among these many guests, Shen Fei and his crew stood out. After all, he was accompanied by 4 beautiful women, each with their own unique charm. Naturally, many men looked at Shen Fei with eyes filled with open envy. One of the chefs was about to burst into flames. This chef was naturally Sanji, who believed in chivalry. "Don't come near my sister, you pervert." Sanji, who was being attentive to Akame and her group, almost lost his temper after hearing Kurome's words. Ever since the sisters reconciled, Kurome has been very attached to Akame, and they are almost inseparable. But Sanji is Sanji. When facing a beautiful woman, he would not even risk his life, not to mention just a few words. After a moment, he recovered and recommended the special dishes of the sea restaurant to the 4 people with an impeccable attitude, and all of them were free. Of course, this free of charge was only limited to the 4 beauties of Akame. Shen Fei naturally did not have this treatment. Shen Fei did not mind this, because those free special dishes were enough for the group to enjoy. That idiot Luffy, how is he going to get to Rogue Town now? Looks like he's joined after all. Shen Fei knew who was speaking, Nami. Next to her were Zoro and Usopp. Essentially, Luffy's early teammates were all present. Shen Fei knew Luffy was here from the start. Before entering the restaurant, he'd spotted the Golden Mary outside. Its distinctive bow was truly one of a kind, not to mention the pirate flag draped above it. The main draw of the Barity restaurant at sea was that you could dine with pirates in the same restaurant without fear of danger. In the pirate world, while pirates are hated and despised by many, they're also admired by many, and Luffy seemed to understand that. For those who, for various reasons, didn't become pirates themselves but yearned for the freedom to pursue their dreams, encountering them up close at the restaurant at sea was a dream come true. On this ocean, pirates symbolized a dream of freedom, though many use this as a pretext for rampant slaughter. Captain, Sanji's giving people free meals again. In the kitchen of the seaside restaurant, a chef with a face full of flesh looked at Sanji as he prepared a dish with an unpleasant expression. I'll naturally make up for their portions. Sanji was giving them free meals, but in reality, he was paying for them with his own money. Stop talking nonsense. Can't you see there are so many customers right now? Zeph ignored the two men and frowned at Shen Fei and his group. He didn't recognize S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, but he did know Shen Fei. As a pirate who had spent a year in the first half of the Grand Line, he would have kept a close eye on the world's top figures, especially something as significant as the changes to the Shichibukai. Shen Fei had even been featured in the newspapers as a newly appointed Shichibukai. Why is he here? I hope he's not causing any trouble, Zeph thought to himself, and immediately began to yell at the pirate chefs. Excuse me, sir, I'm not familiar with bugs. As Sanji said this seriously, a burst of silvery laughter filled the air. Let's begin. Seeing Sanji's expression change, Shen Fei immediately understood that he was getting serious. Sanji wasn't serious in most situations, but he was extremely serious about food. He hated people who wasted food. Sure enough, the next moment, the Marine headquarters captain who had attacked Sanji was kicked away. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a rugged, pale figure walked in with a weak gait, holding a pistol. Things are getting interesting. The sudden and unexpected situation piqued S.H.I.E.L.D's interest, and she watched the proceedings with a look of deep interest. The Crick Pirates? So Hawkeye is coming? Come to think of it, I haven't seen him before. Shen Fei had no interest in the Crick Pirates, but he was somewhat curious about Hawkeye Mihawk. The man with the pistol was then thrown out by a vicious chef. Sanji quietly returned to the kitchen and soon left with a plate of fried rice. It's a pity that not everyone is grateful. Shen Fei then stopped paying attention to Sanji's affairs and looked at Luffy who was fighting with Nami and Zoro for food. What do you mean by working for a year? Then are you still going to go to sea? After listening to Luffy's words with his mouth full of food, Nami's forehead was bulging with veins. Because a lot of dishes were broken in the kitchen, Luffy, who was originally only required to work as an assistant for a few days to compensate for the previously damaged items, now has to take over for a year. Working for a year? Aren't you afraid that he will demolish this sea restaurant? Shen Fei was speechless about Zeph's choice. Haha, that's really interesting. Zoro didn't care about Luffy's question at all. Then I will be the next captain. Usopp didn't care either. Why did I get on this ship? Nami covered her forehead and sighed deeply. This time, Nami was actually brought aboard by Luffy, who had been pestering her. She had accidentally run into Luffy while stealing Buggy's treasure. Even though the Arlong pirates were gone, Nami's nickname, Little Thief, remained. Now that Nami hadn't experienced the Arlong pirates, her relationship with Luffy was more like a partnership. Luffy wanted to go to the Grand Line, and so did Nami. Chapter 396, Hawkeye Mihawk, Part 2. But relationships can be cultivated. Given Luffy's personality, Nami will eventually become a true member of the Straw Hat Pirates, just like Robin once was. Dear guests, we apologize for interrupting your meal. Everything is fine now. As Sanji served fried rice to the man who had been thrown out, the fierce-looking chef smiled and comforted the frightened guests. Perhaps realizing the danger had passed, the panicked guests calmed down. Meanwhile, the Navy captain who had been kicked by Sanji had taken advantage of the chaos to leave. He had originally planned to wait until he returned to the Navy base to see if he could use his power to cause trouble for the seagoing restaurant. However, after seeing the pirate he had captured escape, he abandoned that idea. He had captured a wanted pirate, but instead of immediately bringing him to the Navy base, he brought him to the seagoing restaurant. If nothing had happened, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that the captured criminal had escaped, the charge was serious. He no longer had any intention of causing trouble for the seagoing restaurant. Bang! With a heavy thud of a door opening, the restaurant, which had just returned to normal, saw two people enter. Many faces suddenly changed. The man who had been thrown out had returned, this time carrying a tall, middle-aged man in golden armor, his face unusually pale. Can we have something to eat? The pirate, strengthened by Sanji's food, whispered. "Do you have any money?" The fierce-looking chef immediately approached with a smile. "Is this enough?" the middle-aged man in golden armor said, tossing a fist-sized piece of gold onto the table nearby. "Of course, Sanji, didn't you see you had guests? Serve them." Seeing the gold, the fierce-looking chef's face immediately brightened with a smile. He attentively seated the two men and casually took the gold from the table. "It's Creek. Why is he here? Didn't he say he had already entered the Grand Line?" The middle-aged man in golden armor was quickly recognized by many in the restaurant. Those who could afford to dine at the Sea restaurant were now well-off and, naturally, frequent news watchers. Creek and his Creek pirates were incredibly famous in the East China Sea, a figure countless people dreaded, and a source of considerable concern even to the Navy. With over 50 pirate ships and over 5,000 men, the Creek pirates were the undisputed overlords of the East China Sea. The East China Sea was the weakest of the four seas, and numbers were a significant advantage there. A naval base only had a few hundred soldiers, let alone 5,000. Upon learning it was Creek, the others shrank back, and those who had previously exclaimed an exclamation fell silent. To the Navy, a mere pirate group dominating the East China Sea was nothing. Even there were figures capable of destroying them, such as Smoker of Rogue Town. However, to the Navy's top brass, the Creek pirates were simply not worth Smoker's deployment. Of course, this also involves the broader situation in the East China Sea. The Creek pirates' growth to such a massive size is certainly more than just pure piracy. While the Pirate King Roger's final words before his death were a crucial factor in the proliferation of pirates throughout the world of pirates, other factors also play a role. For example, the Creek pirates were one of the East China Sea's black loves of the Goa Kingdom, specializing in performing dirty work for the Goa nobility. While the Creek pirates were a minor concern for the Navy, they were a disaster for the civilians of the East China Sea. The Creek pirates had no ambitions of finding a great treasure. They sailed solely for wealth and power, committing murder, looting, and other atrocities. After the Creek pirates departed for the Grand Line, the residents of many islands in the East China Sea celebrated for days. Now that the Creek pirates have returned, wouldn't it be fair to assume the Creek pirates' shadow would once again loom over the East China Sea? Boom. Creek, who had been sitting there quietly and honestly, finished his meal and immediately punched the fierce-looking chef away. He then kicked the table away and swept his cold eyes across the restaurant. In the face of his cold gaze, everyone caught in the sight trembled like quails. Except for two tables of guests, which were naturally Shen Fei's table and Luffy's table, they continued to eat and drink as if they were completely unaware of what was happening in the restaurant. Creek's eyes paused for a moment after sweeping over Shen Fei, a man and four women. Then he shifted his gaze and shouted, "Prepare food for 100 people immediately, or I will kill everyone in the restaurant." As he spoke, several black gun muzzles emerged from his right hand and fired at the ceiling. "Sanji, you bastard! You're the cause of all this trouble." The savage-looking chef, scrambling to his feet and complaining to Sanji, was about to charge at Creek, but was immediately stopped by Zeph, who emerged from the kitchen. Zeph, appearing, briefly glanced at Shen Fei and the others before turning to Creek and saying, "The food will be prepared for you, but you are not allowed to harm any of the guests here." Zeph immediately summoned Sanji and the savage-looking chef to the kitchen. To prepare food for 100 people as quickly as possible, even Zeph would need his help. Zeph quickly approached Creek, carrying a massive package. He then placed it down. "Here's the food. Get out of here immediately and don't come back." Zeph's words were meant with the utmost goodwill. With the Shichibuke present, Creek would be the one to suffer if he continued his troubles. Unfortunately, his words had no effect on Creek. Creek ignored Zeph's words, picked up the package, and left with his men. This guy isn't so bad after all. Creek's silent departure heightened Shen Fei's impression of him. Creek's rise to the helm of such a massive pirate group wasn't just due to his immense strength, but also due to his remarkable ability to remain calm and composed. Before dinner, he'd politely taken out the gold, showing no signs of arrogance. Only after he'd eaten and regained his strength did he begin to act aggressively. However, he didn't push him too hard. After receiving the food he desired, he immediately left, clearly intending to return and prepare everything before returning with his numerous subordinates. In the original story, it seems this guy didn't die, merely was defeated and left. Just like the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, if they could survive in the Grand Line or the New World, they could very well become formidable figures, Hyakuke Koro had invented the silent step in the East China Sea, and his most powerful move, the spoon, already had the rudiments of the 6 styles of the Navy's shape. If you were to learn the 6 styles of the Navy, the spoon's power would undoubtedly improve significantly. As for Creek, he possesses immense natural strength, rivaling even a fishman in physical prowess. His battle spear weighs nearly a ton, a rare physique among humans. Shen Fei wondered what would become of Crocodile, but Creek's future was certainly over. His gaze toward Shen Fei, or, more accurately, toward S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, was filled with lust. He hesitated due to concerns, but once he returned with his men, things would be different. The Creek pirates weren't like those aspiring pirates with their own rules. They were known for their rape, looting, and other crimes. One Piece, with Luffy as its protagonist, only showcased the tip of the iceberg. Those he defeated weren't simply villains. If Luffy had only defeated Crocodile, who didn't kill him, who knew how many others would be implicated? Take Crocodile, for example. If he escaped from prison and set his sights on revenge, the kingdom of Alabasta would be powerless to stop him. But not everyone is like this. Take the Big Mom pirate style. If anyone refuses to attend their tea party, they'll simply kill everyone close to them. That's the true pirate way. Just like Marvel superheroes, why do most of them hide their identities? Spider-Man, for example, fears retaliation. If they can't deal with you personally, why can't they deal with your family? Stark dared to reveal his identity because of his special status, while Pepper had a professional bodyguard protecting her the entire time. Let's go. After Creek left, most of the restaurant's patrons immediately started paying their bills and left the seaside restaurant in panic. The Creek pirates' reappearance meant that future sea voyages would be dangerous. While Luffy and the others relied on loot from ruins or other pirate groups, other pirates relied primarily on robbery. They decided to avoid unnecessary sea voyages after returning. In a flash, the only guests left in the restaurant were Shen Fei and Luffy's table. Boom. Shortly after all the guests had left, the restaurant's doors were flung open. The first to enter was, naturally, Creek, followed by a dozen grim-faced pirates. Is Creek just lucky, or is the location of the Barity, the sea-based restaurant, a poor choice? Shen Fei, using his observation haki, spotted the Creek pirates outside. A half-destroyed ship, carrying hundreds of people, was floating near the sea-based restaurant. The ship was heading towards the calm belt, suggesting the Creek pirates had just escaped. Hawkeye, have you eliminated all the Sea Kings threatening them? Given the Creek pirates' strength, crossing the calm belt would be a sure death. With so many of them still alive, it was impossible for anyone other than Hawkeye to help them. This guy is so idle, I warned you not to come back. Watching Creek and the others rush into the restaurant, Zeph couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Stop talking nonsense, Redfoot Zeph, and hand over your logbook. Creek ignored Zeph and pointed his weapon at him, shouting. It seems you failed on the Grand Line. Zeph stared at Creek for a long moment before sighing softly. Creek was a loser on the Grand Line, and so was he. It wasn't because they encountered a powerful enemy, but because of a sudden storm. In fact, this is how most pirates die. Without a skilled navigator, rashly entering the Grand Line is simply courting death. Even Shiki the Golden Lion failed in the storm. What? Even Chief Creek failed? He's a pirate with 50 ships. Due to the large number of Creek pirates entering, the chefs and waiters at the sea restaurant were all driven back into the restaurant. These people were essentially pirates. After hearing Zeph's words, they all looked at Creek in disbelief. To the pirates who had always lived in the East China Sea, Creek was a legend who dared to charge towards the Grand Line. The Grand Line, that place can't be conquered by sheer numbers, Zeph spoke, his gaze once again turning to Shen Fei's table. The Grand Line, so you have a nautical chart of the Grand Line. Luffy, who had been lying motionless due to a heavy meal, perked up immediately after hearing about the Grand Line. His bloated stomach began to swell, and with a few rumbles, it immediately subsided. Boy, you want to go to the Grand Line too? I advise you to give up the idea. Monsters are everywhere there. Shut up, everyone. I didn't fail. I just encountered monsters. At the mention of the word monster, Creek's body began to tremble. His massive pirate group was like a child before them, annihilated in an instant. Such power was simply beyond human reach, only monsters possessed it. Creek wasn't the only one trembling, the other members were too. As survivors, they naturally witnessed the power. Hawkeye, look how scared you've made these people. What are you afraid of? It's just the power of a devil fruit. While powerful, it has its weaknesses. Red-legged Zeph, I know you've sailed the Grand Line for over a year. You must know how to deal with those monsters. Now, hand over your logbook, or I'll be rude to you. Creek, unworldly, simply couldn't believe someone could be so powerful. I didn't expect such a pretty girl to be here. During the standoff between Creek and Zeph, someone from Creek's pirate group, upon seeing the faces of S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, immediately approached with a lewd grin and extended his hand towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Before his hand could touch S.H.I.E.L.D, a sudden scream erupted from her mouth, but after a moment, the screaming stopped. The sudden scream immediately drew the attention of the others present. The pirate's left arm fell to the floor, while his only remaining right hand clutched his neck tightly. A girl with short black hair, her eyes filled with fear, wielded a long sword. The attacker wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D, but Kuroido, trained as a killer from childhood, who showed no mercy. Chapter 397 Hawkeye Mihawk, and asshole, you're courting death. Seeing their companion lying in a pool of blood, the members of the Creek pirates in the restaurant were stunned for a moment before becoming furious. One of the pirates quickly raised his gun, aimed at Kuroido, and pulled the trigger with a bang. But the next moment, he felt a cold flash of the knife before his eyes. He saw the bullet he had just fired split in two, and then the pistol in his right hand also broke in two. He felt a pain in his forehead and completely lost consciousness. Damn it, if the death of the first companion was an accident and a mistake for the Creek pirates, the second person killed made them immediately realize that Kuroido was a very dangerous person. All the pirates around him immediately aimed their guns at Kuroido. Stop! Just as the men were about to fire, the man standing behind Creek, the one Sanji had saved with a serving of fried rice, stepped forward. He no longer held a gun, but two crutches with solid iron balls at the ends, which twirled endlessly in his hands. Captain Akin, upon seeing this man's appearance, the surrounding pirates immediately dropped their weapons, many of them even sporting cruel grins. Akin, the demon, was the captain general of the Creek Pirates combat team and captain of the 1st Division. He was the strongest member besides Creek. His ruthless and merciless actions earned him the nickname Demon. He was also the second pirate in the Creek Pirates to have a bounty exceeding 10 million. Creek's bounty was 17 million, while Akin's was 12 million. As Akin approached a point 3 meters in front of Kurohiro, his crutches twirled like fans, while Kurohiro stared at him with a cold expression. Bang! With a single step, Ajin closed the 3-meter gap in an instant. His right crutch whistled and slammed into Haitong's head. With a resounding thud, the crutch slammed directly into the floor of the Barity, the offshore restaurant. The iron ball at its tip was completely embedded in the floor. The next moment, Ajin's left crutch slammed directly behind him, colliding head-on with Haitong's katana, which had appeared behind him and was about to strike him. Sparks flew from the collision, but Ajin's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Haitong's katana and his crutch were locked in a mid-air stalemate. Ajin's weapon, though seemingly unassuming, was actually incredibly heavy. In previous battles, he had destroyed countless weapons head-on with these crutches. It could be said that no one, save Creek, could withstand a direct blow from his crutch. Even the captain of the Creek Pirates' 2nd Division, the supposedly ironclad Bal, couldn't block a single attack. But now, his crutch had been blocked head-on by a katana, and with a single hand. How is that possible? The captain's attack was blocked. This scene startled the surrounding Creek pirates. Bang! The next moment, Jin's right crutch swung forward, striking Kurohide's katana, but it also failed to shake the blade. This is pure bullying. Jin's strength was certainly not to be underestimated, but Kurohide had already mastered armament haki, and the katana in his hands was now coated in a transparent layer of armament haki. Bang! 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 Kurohide, who had single-handedly blocked both of Jin's crutch, was about to strike out when the figure suddenly appeared to Jin's left. The next moment, a series of gunshots rang out, and streams of blood splattered from the demon Jin's body. It turned out that Creek, upon seeing the situation was dire, had immediately unleashed a machine gun hidden in his shoulder. He ignored the fact that Ajin was one of his own and launched a surprise attack to eliminate Haitong. Creek was well aware of his subordinate's strength, and Haitong's effortless deflection of his attack instilled a sense of danger in Creek. Unfortunately, Haitong's attack didn't fool him, and he used Ajin as a shield. Bang! Bang! Ajin, pierced by dozens of bullets, instantly lost his grip on his crutches and fell to the ground, creating 2 large craters. Captain Ajin, Captain, This scene left the surrounding pirates momentarily bewildered. "Waste," Creek muttered a curse under his breath, seeing Haitong unharmed, and immediately opened fire from his shoulder gun again, instantly leaving dozens more bloody holes in Ajin's body. However, this didn't stop Creek from firing. Instead, he fired even more fiercely, unleashing the machine gun hidden in his shoulder. Bang! However, just as Creek was about to fire, a fist suddenly extended and struck him hard in the face, sending him reeling several steps before stopping. The person who suddenly attacked was naturally Luffy, the one who possessed the gum fruit. Only his arm could extend that far. After punching Creek, Luffy yelled at Creek with a puzzled look on his face, "Isn't he your companion, companion? That's ridiculous. I have as many useless subordinates as I want. How could you be worthy of being my subordinate?" Creek sneered at Luffy's sudden intervention. To Creek, everyone except himself was expendable, even Kin, his loyal subordinate. As Luffy and Creek spoke, Sanji ran over to Kin with a worried look on his face, and Kuroro did not stop him. "There's no hope. Just wait for death." Shen Fei swiped his right index finger across his eyes, instantly activating the Okonomi scan. He clearly saw 36 bullets lodged in Jin's system, many of them lodged in vital areas. With such injuries, unless he acted immediately, there was virtually no chance of recovery. Jin's physical condition was crucial, allowing him to survive the numerous bullets. A normal person would have died, their body likely ripped apart by the bullets. "I'm going to defeat you," Creek's words utterly enraged Luffy. For Luffy, the most unforgivable thing was harming his comrades, which was why he had attacked earlier. Bang! Enraged, Luffy rushed towards Creek, but just as he passed Kuroniko, he was kicked back. "Ah, it hurts," Luffy cried out, clutching his stomach. "What are you yelling about? Aren't you made of rubber? How can it hurt?" Nami cried out in dismay. "Yeah, I'm rubber, I shouldn't feel pain, but it really hurts, just like when Grandpa hit me." The pain was inflicted on Luffy by Kurohiro's kick, naturally, because it was imbued with the armament haki. But despite the pain, he wasn't seriously injured. After all, the devil fruit had altered Luffy's overall physique. Just as Kurohiro had sent Luffy flying and was about to attack Creek, who was also wary, a panic cry suddenly rang out from outside. "Captain, this is bad. That monster's back." The pirate who had reported the incident had barely finished speaking when he sensed something was amiss inside the restaurant. "What, bastard?" Creek, upon hearing his subordinate's report, momentarily ignored Kurohiro and focused his attention on Zeph, who was standing nearby. "Hurry, get the logbook. I need to find that guy's weakness." "Who exactly did you offend?" Zeph's gaze was now perplexed. Normally, even if someone was pursuing the Creek pirates, they wouldn't come directly to the East China Sea. A very strange man. Before Creek could even begin to speak, his men burst into a flurry of information. Their stories were disjointed, but they all shared one common thread, the piercing eyes of an eagle. Hawkeye Mihawk. Despite their disjointed nature, Zeph immediately identified the man. Having spent a year on the Grand Line, he was no stranger to the 7 warlords of the sea, especially the unmistakable Hawkeye symbol. "Hawkeye?" Zeph's words had barely left his lips when Zoro, his eyes ablaze with excitement, stepped forward. The title of the world's greatest swordsman was universally acknowledged by any true swordsman, even Zoro, a man with a knack for finding his way. He had set sail to find this world's greatest swordsman, fulfilling a childhood promise. At this moment, Zoro had no idea. Compared to Hawkeye, he was a world apart. Kina, Zoro's gesture reminded Shen Fei of the girl who had always been his greatest love. Given the physical limitations of the pirate world, her death was a piece of cake. It was truly unpredictable, just as firearms rarely kill people in the pirate world, yet if you look closely at some famous figures, many have been killed by guns. Shen Fei felt pity for Kina, but there was nothing he could do. He arrived too late. Pirate hunter Zoro, always under the spotlight, was immediately recognized by the pirate chef standing up. In terms of fame, Zoro now undoubtedly surpassed Luffy. The title of pirate hunter intimidated many pirates, and even some bounty hunters on the Grand Line had heard of Zoro's reputation. Zoro's reputation played a significant role in his lack of direction, as he often strayed into pirate gathering places. In reality, it wasn't just pirates who suffered, bandits suffered as well. Given Zoro's fame as a pirate hunter, none of the pirates from the Creek pirates, including Creek himself, tried to stop him from leaving the restaurant. the world's greatest swordsman. S.H.I.E.L.D's interest peaked at the mention of Hawkeye. S.H.I.E.L.D was somewhat sensitive to the term strongest. She wouldn't mind challenging Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, or Whitebird, the world's strongest man, given the chance. Of course, that was a matter of the future. S.H.I.E.L.D clearly didn't have the credentials to challenge either of them right now. Ignorance is bliss. Zoro, completely unaware of the power of the world's greatest swordsman, could challenge them without fear. But S.H.I.E.L.D was different. She already knew how powerful these two men were. Luffy and Zoro were a perfect match. Their personalities were similar, completely unconcerned with the other's strength, preferring to act recklessly. Therefore, Zoro could challenge Hawkeye directly now, while Luffy could storm in during the Battle of Marineford and face the three admirals single-handedly. Unfortunately, not many people in the restaurant knew the name of the world's greatest swordsman, and Creek remained completely silent. Do you know who he is, and why is he chasing us? Although they didn't know what Hawkeye Mihawk represented, they finally knew who had attacked them, and someone from the Creek pirates immediately asked Zeph. Maybe he was just bored. How is that possible? Zeph's words immediately set the surrounding pirates on edge. As pirates, they simply couldn't accept such an excuse. A mere act of boredom could lead to the demise of a pirate group of 5,000 men. How could they believe it? Another possibility is that you're just unlucky, Zeph said, glancing in Shen Fei's direction. Speaking of which, you're really unlucky to have managed to provoke two of the Shichibuke in a row. Shichibuke, the word Shichibuke immediately caused the surrounding pirates' faces to change. Compared to the world's greatest swordsman, the title of Shichibuke held a greater deterrent power over pirates, but there was also a twist. Shichibuke, what are those? Can we eat them? Luffy, having recovered, said nonchalantly. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Are you trying to kill us? Nami immediately punched Luffy in the head, then glanced towards where Shen Fei and the others were. Zeph's expression and words before he spoke had allowed Nami to immediately guess who the other Shichibuke was. Usopp, on the other hand, looked towards Shen Fei with trembling legs, having guessed the identities of Shen Fei and his companions. Don't be so nervous. The Shichibuke don't eat humans. Although Zeph had revealed his identity, Shen Fei didn't take it too seriously. Kurado, take care of him. We can earn him a bounty, one for 17 million, the other for 12 million, almost 30 million, a considerable sum. Don't come over here, or we'll all perish together. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Creek suddenly swung the golden shield on his wrist, revealing a gun barrel. No, Captain. Seeing Creek's actions, the surrounding pirates immediately trembled in fear. As Creek's subordinates, they naturally knew what was going on. As he spoke, the pirates in the restaurant rushed out impatiently. Because Creek had blocked the main entrance, they could only escape through a side window and then immediately jumped into the sea. Run. The captain is going to use poison gas bombs. As these words spread, the pirates outside immediately jumped into the sea. What if we're Shichibuke? We die together. Relying on his own poison gas bombs, Creek became ferocious, perhaps more likely due to the pressure from the two Shichibuke. But the next moment, Creek felt a sudden chill around him, and he found himself unable to move. Suddenly, a layer of blue ice formed around him, and within a moment, his entire body was frozen solid. This was naturally caused by S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 398, Hawkeye, Part 1. After this period of training, S.H.I.E.L.D's skill in wielding the Ice Tigu is now far superior to her past. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D relied solely on the Ice Tigu's power to crush her enemies, lacking much skill. However, this wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D's fault. As the last descendant of a minority group, she'd been desperately striving for survival, leaving her with little time for further learning. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D had the lowest level of knowledge among the four. Akame and Kurome's assassin training also contained considerable knowledge. Chelsea, needless to say, had always strived to become a member of the upper class, a noble, until she became a servant of the governor mansion. After discovering the dark side of the upper class and obtaining the Tigu, she immediately joined the Revolutionary Army. The upper class and noble that Chelsea aspired to be weren't like those greedy and evil nobles. Let's go, meet the world's greatest swordsman. Crick was just a minor incident for Shen Fei. If he hadn't provoked her, he would have wanted to see Luffy fight Crick. Finally dead, Shen Fei, walking out the door, had already noticed that the demon agent had also passed away. Even though the people in the pirate world were highly skilled, they had been shot so many times. Guns weren't strictly speaking useless in the pirate world. Look at the red hair pirates, almost all of them used guns. If they covered their bullets with armament haki, just like the warriors of Nine Snake Island covered their arrows with armament haki, their power would naturally be greatly enhanced. During the Battle of Marineford, even Whitebird was hit by over 100 bullets. While the injuries might not have been serious, the cumulative effects would have affected his movements. Brother Zoro. Outside the restaurant, Zoro stood on the deck, staring at a small boat approaching from a distance. Aboard the Golden Mary, two young men excitedly waved at Zoro, but Zoro ignored them completely. His gaze was fixed on the approaching Hawkeye Mihawk. Sword God, Sword Saint. Seeing the two men's admiration for Zoro, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall some of the stories from before his time travel, the unusual masters of the pirate world. The Sword God, the Sword Saint, the Axe King, the King of Fists, the Ruthless Sword, the Bandit King, and others all boasted impressive feats in the pirate world. They threatened to kill Hawkeye, wounded Garp with an axe, knocked him to the ground with a single punch, pierced Whitebird with a sword, and even kicked Red Hair to the ground and doused him with wine. If these feats were shared, they would still scare quite a few people, just like the fake Straw Hat Pirates member who appeared 2 years after Luffy's training. In fact, there was one person among them, a certain minion who dared to touch Admiral Fugitora's mind, arguably the strongest minion. The captain is finished. The pirates who had previously dove into the water to avoid the poison gas bombs waited for a long time, but saw no smoke rising. Someone immediately looked towards the restaurant entrance, and found Creek frozen there, motionless. The deaths of the captain and the demon Akin left many of the remaining members of the Creek pirates bewildered. Not everyone who became a pirate had a clear purpose. Many simply followed the crowd. "You bastard, why did you attack us?" As Hawkeye approached, someone from the Creek pirates shouted angrily, their face filled with resentment. The pursuit all the way here had filled these pirates with rage. One moment, they were full of ambition after entering the Grand Line, but the next, they were left stranded. To kill time, Hawkeye, sitting on the boat with his legs crossed, said calmly to the angry pirates. "Just because of this, go to hell." Several pirates immediately raised their pistols, aimed at Hawkeye, and pulled the trigger. However, as Hawkeye's sword was unsheathed behind him, it drew a trail, and all the bullets deviated and landed on the sea in the distance. "What a soft sword." After sighing, Zoro immediately took off the headscarf tied around his arm and wrapped it around his head. This was Zoro's serious mode. A sword with only strength is not powerful. Hawkeye looked at Zoro with a little surprise. His sword move just now seemed very simple, but the kendo technique contained in it was not simple. It was not hard power, but soft power. However, this point could not be seen by non-kendo experts. While Zoro's current strength wasn't particularly impressive, he was no less skilled in the art of swordsmanship. This was all thanks to his mentor. While Zoro's current abilities were merely theoretical, once he reached full strength, those powers would materialize into actual prowess. "I went out to sea to find you. You're free, right? Let's duel," Zoro said, unsheathing the 3 swords from his waist. Of course, due to his poverty, Zoro's other 2, aside from the Wado Ichimonji, weren't considered prestigious. "Oh, what's your purpose? The strongest? How foolish. As a swordsman, even without fighting, you should have known the difference between us. You dared to draw your sword against me? I don't know if I should call you courageous or foolish." Hawkeye said this, but his figure immediately vanished from the boat and reappeared on the deck of the now shattered Creek pirates' dreadnought, the Saber, floating on the sea, about 5 meters away from Zoro. "Of course it's my ambition," Zoro said, biting the Wado Ichimonji between his teeth. He gripped the other 2 swords in his hands and took a stance. "And the promise I made to my best friend, Pirate Hunter Zoro versus the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye, what kind of battle will this be, Patty?" The pirate chef with a fierce look on his face, watched the 2 men face off with anticipation. "No one can stand up to Big Brother. Big Brother's the strongest," the swordmaster shouted from the Golden Mary. "Are you serious? Have you even forgotten that your opponent is a Shichibuke?" Shen Fei, standing behind S.H.I.E.L.D, couldn't help but sigh softly as he watched the others watching the battle with anticipation. To avoid being spotted by Hawkeye, Shen Fei had taken a very concealed position. If he wasn't paying attention, he wouldn't be seen. Although Shen Fei lamented, he didn't intend to interrupt the battle, which was crucial for Zoro. Is that so? Perhaps inspired by Zoro's words about the pact he had made with his best friend, Hawkeye ripped the cross from his neck and pulled out the knife hidden within. "What do you mean by that?" Hawkeye's actions infuriated Zoro. "I'm unlike those beasts who, even lions, fight rabbits with all their might. I'm sorry I don't have a smaller knife with me, you frog in a well. Today, I'll show you how vast the world is." Though Hawkeye held the knife, his eyes held no trace of disdain for Zoro. Even underestimation has its limits. "Don't blame me if you die, Demon Slasher." Zoro gritted his teeth, and the next moment, he swiftly charged Hawkeye, slashing at him with 3 swords simultaneously. Facing Hawkeye, known as the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro went all out. But Demon Slasher's surefire strike was easily blocked by Hawkeye's cross knife, perfectly timed to meet the point where the 3 swords intersected. Impossible. Big Brother's slash was blocked so easily. That's a killer move that could send an enemy flying with a single blow. Seeing Zoro's powerful strike so easily blocked was the most unacceptable to the two aboard the Golden Mary. Zoro, of course, couldn't accept it either, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. His body was completely immobilized, completely overwhelmed by the aura Hawkeye radiated in a flash, a fleeting aura Zoro hadn't even felt. How could it be possible? How could there be such a huge difference? Cold sweat broke out on Zoro's forehead, his heart filled with disbelief. It's a good thing Zoro's confidence didn't seem to be shaken at all, but rather energized. If it were anyone else, their confidence would have collapsed. The vast disparity in strength, the sense of loss it felt, was not something everyone could accept. The pirates who had entered the New World from the first half of the Grand Line and immediately sought to escape back to the first half of the Grand Line were driven by this sense of loss. Crocodile and Gecko Morai were similarly defeated. Both began to fall under the immense power of Whitebird and Kato. Crocodile began pursuing Hades, hoping to gain external support against Whitebird, while Gecko Morai began to create a massive zombie army. There can't be such a huge gap, Zoro roared, unleashing a torrent of attacks on Hawkeye. What a violent swordsmanship! Zoro's swordsmanship was all attack, no defense at all. Unfortunately, his ferocious swordsmanship was completely ineffective against Hawkeye, who easily deflected Zoro's attacks with his cross-shaped knife. It was obvious that Hawkeye had no intention of attacking, otherwise the battle would have ended long ago. That pirate hunter, this scene stunned the spectators. For these people, despite the world's greatest swordsman's reputation, they were so far away that they had no direct impression of his strength. Instead, they were less impressed by the pirate hunter Zoro. It's like the difference between an average student and one who's qualified to compete in the Olympic Games. The average person's impression of the latter is that they're incredibly impressive, but they can't quite pinpoint just how impressive they are. Little do they realize the difference lies within. While they're all in the same grade, the average student might not even understand an Olympic exam question. They might recognize every single word, but when they put them together, they're completely baffled. The world can't be that far away, Zoro exclaimed in anger and disbelief. His swordsmanship grew increasingly chaotic as time passed. The disparity in power left him completely bewildered. A gentle push from Hawkeye sent him reeling. That's impossible. Big Brother is invincible, the two bounty hunters continued to shout, but no matter how much they shouted, it didn't change the situation. What a boring fight, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly remarked coldly. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D, but also Akame and Kirome, who were watching from the side, showed no interest in the action. For Shen Fei, Zoro represented a past of good times, so he could continue to view this battle with admiration. But to S.H.I.E.L.D, Akame, and Kirome, they saw nothing more than a swordsman who overestimated his abilities. Don't say that, Big Brother, the two bounty hunters shouted at S.H.I.E.L.D upon hearing her words, unflinching even in the face of her cold gaze. It was clear they were die-hard Zoro fans. He's weak now, but his potential is enormous. He could become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Zoro's current strength was certainly weak, but his swordsmanship and willpower were truly exceptional. Otherwise, Hawkeye wouldn't have recognized him. He really didn't think Hawkeye had that much free time. Just look at what happened to the Creek Pirates. If it weren't for Zoro's potential, Hawkeye might have slain him with a single blow. After all, he was Kishiro's favorite disciple, and his swordsmanship was truly passed down from Kishiro. This true teaching did not mean that he taught Zoro the sword moves that he would learn in the future, but rather that he passed on the advanced theories of Kendo to Zoro. For a swordsman, if he wanted to, he could cut through steel and diamonds, but if he didn't want to, he couldn't even cut through a piece of white paper. This is what a powerful swordsman does. Ordinary children would only laugh when they saw that Kishiro tried so hard but couldn't even cut through a piece of white paper. However, if a true expert saw this, they would only feel horrified. Ask an ordinary person to try to cut a piece of white paper with all his strength, and let him see if he can't cut it. Bang! Zoro, who got up again and attacked Hawkeye, was hit again. However, this time Hawkeye didn't look at Zoro, but at Shen Fei's direction. He had heard what he had said about Zoro before. "Hi, Mihawk, I didn't expect you to be so free." Seeing Hawkeye's gaze looking at him, Shen Fei naturally didn't need to hide. He walked out openly, and greeted Hawkeye with a smile. As to why Hawkeye was so tireless, even if it meant chasing through the doldrums to hunt down the Creek pirates, there were also many speculations on the internet in the previous life. Although Hawkeye said that he was killing time, how could such a weak pirate group kill time? So everyone on the internet showed their magical powers. Most of them speculated that Hawkeye's bad scene at sea was seen by the people of the Creek pirates, so there was the subsequent pursuit. Things like rowing with a black knife, going to the bathroom on the boat, and so on. Thinking of this, Shen Fei suddenly laughed again. The sudden laughter made S.H.I.E.L.D and others, as well as Hawkeye, look at him with confusion, wondering why his sudden laughter made people care so much. However, Hawkeye quickly collected his thoughts and focused on fighting Zoro. Even though Zoro's strength was no match for him, as a fellow swordsman, the etiquette of battle did not allow him to be disrespectful. Originally, Hawkeye did not want to end the battle so quickly. After all, it was rare to meet a good swordsman. However, because of Shen Fei's appearance, Hawkeye did not want to continue. So he immediately put away the crossed knife and drew the Black Knife Knight, one of the 12 supreme swords on his back. This is the final blow. At the same time, Zoro, who had experienced a mental breakdown, also began to collect his thoughts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Hawkeye, Part 2. Extreme shock and fear had forced Zoro to throw everything he had at the moment. Death was the worst that could happen. After powerful moves like Demon Slash and Tiger Hunt proved ineffective, he had only one last resort, 3,000 worlds. Watching Zoro whirl his two swords like a windmill, Hawkeye gently raised the black blade. Night. 3,000 worlds. With a low roar, Zoro rushed towards Hawkeye. In an instant, Hawkeye and Zoro switched positions. A moment later, a large pool of blood splattered in front of Zoro, and he collapsed to his knees, helpless. If it weren't for the support of his two swords, he would have collapsed. That's a waste of water. No, a complete waste of water. The large pool of blood Zoro had previously sprayed, though terrifying, was actually only a superficial wound. With Zoro's beastly physique, it would have healed in a day. What a boring fight. Just as Zoro sheathed all three swords and was about to say something, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly jumped out. This guy still couldn't hold back. Watching S.H.I.E.L.D leap out, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly. S.H.I.E.L.D was well aware of Hawkeye's power, but that didn't stop him from challenging her. The reckless actions of Zoro, Luffy, and others who challenged powerful foes were, from another perspective, a manifestation of their fearlessness. It was the primary reason the latter two's strength improved so rapidly. Of course, these conditions suited them only. Anyone else's recklessness would have been ruined. Luffy, unconcerned with the enemy's background, charged headfirst, defeating both the world government and the celestial dragons. That was just him. If anyone else had dared to act like this, the Navy would have dispatched their admirals to deal with them completely. In fact, they wouldn't have even had to fight the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago to be dealt with. Did they really think the world government flag on Judicial Island was so easy to burn? This was a direct provocation to the world government and the Navy. Not to mention that he hadn't been harmed even after defeating the celestial dragons, and the Navy hadn't properly pursued him. If you really think the Navy would send an admiral to intervene if the celestial dragons were defeated, you're lying. Look at Shen Fei's previous actions. The admirals and CP0 were dispatched. It's only because he possesses the secret door that they would have been blocked long ago. And even now, the CP organization is frantically searching the seas. Luffy himself may not care about his backers, but others cannot. Garp's grandson, Dragon's only son, and Red Hair's heir, This triple identity forces anyone who wants to deal with Luffy to consider. Kizaru's release from the sea and Aokaji's release from the sea are both rooted in this. Even Akainu only dared to pursue Luffy during the Battle of Marineford. After the Battle of Marineford, he was not seen personally pursuing Luffy again. This was certainly due to his busy schedule as a field admiral, but he did personally pursue Blackbeard later. And then there's Sengoku's public execution of Ace. Do you think he'd dare to publicly execute Luffy? The difference between adopted grandson and a biological grandson is huge, not to mention Dragon and Red Hair. Dragon didn't even need to lead the Revolutionary Army, he alone was enough. You, Hawkeye, Mihawk said, his gaze turning in Shen Fei's direction. Mihawk, these are my friends. It's rare that you have time, so let them see your strength. Since S.H.I.E.L.D was about to take action, Shen Fei simply added Akame and Kurome to the mix. Although he had sparred with them before, fighting with him and Hawkeye was completely different. Will you let me be your sparring partner? Yes, we can have a fight later, Shen Fei spoke, and a trace of invisible sword intent emanated from his body. Even though Shen Fei didn't specialize in swordsmanship, he had already developed a sword spirit. Interesting, come on then. The sword energy emanating from Shen Fei piqued Mihawk's interest. Sorry, you can watch from the side now, Shen Fei said, his figure instantly appearing beside Zoro, throwing him onto the golden Mary before he could react. Brother, are you okay? Seeing Zoro return to the ship, the two bounty hunters immediately greeted him with expressions of concern. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp followed suit. Watch closely. You'll soon witness the true power of the world's greatest swordsman. You can try together, Shen Fei said to Akato and Kurori after returning to his seat. I'll let you go, sister. Kurori immediately shook her head and declined. In terms of talent and current strength, Kurori was far inferior to Akato and S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you say? Although Shen Fei wanted Akato and Hawkeye to fight and gain some experience, he wouldn't force Akato if she didn't want to. Yet, Akato nodded. With a snap of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s right fingers, a massive ice ball over 30 meters in diameter appeared in the sky and hurled itself directly towards Hawkeye below. This ability is truly interesting. The sight of the massive ice ball in the sky brought a faint smile to Hawkeye. What is this? The sudden appearance of the massive ice ball from the sky terrified the pirates present. They had never seen anything so powerful before. The power of a devil fruit, Zeph muttered. Run! The sight of such a massive ice ball about to fall sent the Creek pirates into panic, and they tried to flee. Seeing no shelter, they immediately jumped into the sea again, swimming desperately for the distance. Captain, what should we do now? Patty and the other pirate chefs looked at Zeph in panic. With such a powerful force so close, if the giant ice ball fell from the sky, the Barity restaurant at sea would be powerless to avoid it. Why panic? Get moving, Zeph shouted at the panicked pirate chefs. Boom. Just as they panicked, the massive ice ball suddenly exploded, shattering into countless tiny chunks that rained down like hail. In the world of Akame/, facing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s massive ice ball would require only a single dodge, severely injuring even a powerful special-grade dangerous creature. But for Hawkeye, this wasn't even an appetizer. He simply swung his black blade knight lightly. A single, small, half-moon-shaped sword energy instantly destroyed the massive ice ball. Even the meteorite summoned by Fugitora's gravity fruit could be easily destroyed by Hawkeye, let alone this ice ball. This ice ball might be comparable in size to Fugitora's meteorites, but its speed was vastly inferior. How is this possible? The scene stunned everyone around. Even Zoro's previous crushing defeat hadn't been as shocking. After all, Zoro's previous defeat was incomprehensible to all but the most skilled. They only knew that the current situation was vastly larger than the previous battle. Unlike them, S.H.I.E.L.D. remained stunned. As the shattered ice fell, she immediately used the power of her ice imperial gear once again, transforming the falling ice into cones of ice. A shower of these cones rained down upon Hawkeye. Ice-based abilities are quite advantageous in the island-based world of One Piece. Had Aokiji fought Akainu on the sea, the outcome would likely have been different. Unfortunately, facing Hawkeye, S.H.I.E.L.D. simply swung her black blade once more, and the next moment, all the cones she controlled vanished. Ice Rider, Gray Ice Giant Horn, Ice Bullet, Ice Storm. Facing Hawkeye Mihawk, who stood silently, S.H.I.E.L.D. unleashed every ice imperial gear power she possessed, save for the space-time freeze Makabatmo. But no matter what attack she launched, Hawkeye was easily defeated with a single strike. Seeing the Tigu's ineffectiveness, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately drew her saber from her waist. With a step forward, dozens of 3-meter tall icicles rose from 3 directions around Hawkeye's body, encircling him. Then, with a single movement of her foot, she launched a slashing attack, appearing behind Hawkeye and stabbing him in the back with her rapier. S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't a swordsman, but possessing the immense power of a Tigu meant she couldn't waste it. Her ice abilities weren't just for direct attacks, but also for distraction. For example, she could create ice clones, ice mirror mazes, and reflective mirrors. While observation haki was powerful, it wasn't infallible, just as some people have incredibly sharp eyesight while others lack it. At Shen Fei's suggestion, S.H.I.E.L.D had developed numerous ice abilities. If she had mastered them in Akame's world, Akame wouldn't have stood a chance. These abilities would be incredibly effective against anyone else, but they were far too weak against Hawkeye. With a single slash, Hawkeye destroyed the dozens of icicles surrounding her body, simultaneously neutralizing S.H.I.E.L.D's attack from behind. Having just repelled S.H.I.E.L.D's attack, Hawkeye thrust his black blade forward to the left, blocking Akame's attack. Akame and S.H.I.E.L.D had often sparred at the island base, and by then, they had developed a certain rapport. "Excellent timing," Hawkeye exclaimed at Akame's attack. He took advantage of the massive icicles and the moment S.H.I.E.L.D struck to launch his attack. Undeterred by Hawkeye's praise, Akame continued his attack. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D attacked from the other side. Not bad, Hawkeye remained undeterred by the combined attack, but his gaze towards Akame grew increasingly admiring. Although Akahima considers herself a killer, not a swordsman, she is in fact a formidable swordsman. Izo, who slew the Red Eye, even sought to challenge her. Upon arriving in the pirate world, freed from service to the Empire, Akahima spent most of her time training in swordsmanship. With the sword training methods provided by Shen Fei, Akahima's skill surpassed Zoro's. Shen Fei also intended to train Akahima as a swordsman. With time, perhaps the ocean would have another formidable female swordsman. Due to their physical limitations, female swordsmen are far fewer than men, and female master swordsmen are even fewer. The only publicly recognized female master swordsman seems to be Momoji, the Navy's reserve admiral. "It all comes down to strength," Shen Fei muttered to himself as he watched Hawkeye being attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D and Akahima. Akahima was already quite skilled in swordsmanship. But the power gap between her and Hawkeye was so great that even a combined effort would be unable to defeat him. Throughout the battle, Hawkeye didn't employ any powerful moves, relying primarily on basic attacks. However, for Hawkeye, these attacks also unleash powerful sword energy. However, the battle between these three was far more exciting than the previous battle with Zoro. After all, both of them had mastered armament haki. The aftermath of the three-man battle completely destroyed the Creek Pirates' dreadnought, the Saber. The pirates caught in the blast were utterly destroyed, without so much as a scream. The three fought on the sea frozen by S.H.I.E.L.D, covering an area of nearly 1,000 meters. The Barity and the Golden Mary, the seagoing restaurants that had been preparing to depart, were also forced to halt due to the freezing. "That's enough," Hawkeye whispered softly, and with a single strike, he pushed S.H.I.E.L.D and Akame back dozens of meters. Their breathing was already rapid, their strength rapidly depleted by the battle. "That's about enough," Shen Fei said, appearing before them. Sure enough, S.H.I.E.L.D and Akame, after calming their breath, shaved several times before returning to the Barity, the seagoing restaurant. "My luck is really good today." Seeing Shen Fei appear with a katana in hand and sensing the powerful sword energy emanating from him, Hawkeye couldn't help but feel excited. "My luck is good too," Shen Fei said, turning and walking back. When he was about 30 seconds away from Hawkeye, he stopped and turned to face him. "Please," Shen Fei said, raising his right hand high, the katana gleaming with a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. "Please," Shen Fei's gesture made Hawkeye's eyes flicker, and he then raised his black blade. Shen Fei's previous actions clearly indicated that he was ready to engage him head-on. Faced with such a provocation, Hawkeye, as the world's greatest swordsman, naturally would not retreat. As the two gathered momentum and their sword energy gathered, sword marks occasionally appeared on the ice around them, reflecting the emanation of their sword energy. Doesn't Hawkeye have a Conqueror's haki? Sword intent was somewhat similar to Conqueror's haki, but it lacked the powerful aura of Conqueror's haki. If both possessed Conqueror's haki at this moment, the clouds would likely crack like the sky cracked when Red Hare and Whitebird collided. This is, as Shen Fei and Hawkeye faced off, The men aboard the frozen Golden Mary and Barity in the distance licked their lips as they felt the heavy pressure around them. They wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Boom boom. Driven by their aura, Shen Fei and Hawkeye swung their weapons forward almost simultaneously. Two powerful and terrifying sword energies, one black and one green, reaching tens of meters high, collided between them, forming a stalemate. As the two terrifying sword energies clashed, the surrounding frozen sea surface suddenly began to crackle and tremble. Chapter 400 Rogue Town. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the two terrifying sword energies, locked in a stalemate, erupted. Their terrifying force shattered the 1,000-meter-wide sea surface previously frozen by S.H.I.E.L.D. For a moment, the air shimmered with countless blue ice crystals, accompanied by terrifying waves tens of meters high. A massive, bottomless crack appeared beneath Shen Fei and Hawkeye's feet. Standing on the remaining 2 meters of ice, they began to plummet downwards. However, neither paid attention to their falling bodies, their gaze fixed on each other, oblivious to the surging waters on either side that spun back into the cracks. The next moment, they struck almost simultaneously, slashing forth terrifying sword energies that collided and erupted in the air, unleashing wave after wave of immense waves. For a typical swordsman, a single strike of sword energy would require all their strength, but for Shen Fei and Hawkeye, it was as if it were free. The occasional release of sword energy carved vast cracks across the sea. What kind of monsters are these? Are they truly human? In the distance, figures aboard the Barity and the Golden Mary, the seagoing restaurants, looked incredulous. Even the two die-hard fans who had previously insisted that Zoro was the strongest were silent. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D., who used her freezing ability to repeatedly freeze the oncoming waves, the Golden Mary, Luffy's recently acquired ship, would have been scrapped prematurely. Ship away. What are you still looking at? Are you looking for death by staying here? Nami was the first to react, shouting for the boats to start. Sadly, Zoro and Luffy remained unmoved, their gaze fixed on the battle in the distance. Fortunately, Usopp, along with the two bounty hunters, Johnny and Joseph, were very obedient, steering the ship and hoisting the sails. S.H.I.E.L.D. was still somewhat weak. While she could freeze the waves, her frozen power wouldn't last long against the constant surge. Aokiji, in her place, could have simply created a wall of ice, blocking the waves. Hurry! Nami's actions immediately caught the attention of everyone aboard the Barity, the seagoing restaurant. The pirate chefs quickly started the somewhat battered vessel. Small boats had their advantages on the open sea. For example, the Golden Mary wasn't seriously damaged, but the Barity was different. As a seagoing restaurant, it was quite large, much larger than Creek's pirate group. Of course, the most unlucky person was undoubtedly Hawkeye's boat, or rather, raft. Because it was small, it drifted with the waves, avoiding being shattered by the waves, but it was accidentally struck by a sword energy. Shen Fei's boat, however, was fine, and under Chelsea's control, it left the battlefield safely. Look, the sea has cracked. After sailing 5 kilometers away, the Golden Mary, the Barity, and Shen Fei's boat finally stopped. Although Nami thought it would be better to go further away, she finally compromised at Zoro and Luffy's insistence. The huge crack on the sea surface had disappeared as the water rolled back, but in its place, a bottomless chasm appeared beneath the surface, dividing the sea surface in two. Boom, boom. Two figures burst from beneath the surface, soaring tens of meters into the air. They were Shen Fei and Hawkeye. Appearing midair, their weapons clashed relentlessly, their powerful force causing the air around them to tremble. As they neared the surface, they had already exchanged dozens of blows in midair. Finally, as their weapons collided, they both retreated. Hawkeye's footsteps tapped the surface several times before landing on a short log, bobbing with the waves. Shen Fei, likewise, found a piece of wood on the surface and stood on it. The wood had, naturally, been Hawkeye's raft. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, Shen Fei said, wiping the recent bloodstains from his perch. He looked at Hawkeye Mihawk not far away with a certain sense of emotion. His swordsmanship had returned to its purest form, no longer confined to formal techniques. In other words, his strength had improved significantly since acquiring the 6th treasury Immortal Thief. Otherwise, a simple swordsmanship fight would have put him at a disadvantage. However, now, the two sides were evenly matched. While he was injured, Hawkeye wasn't unscathed either. Hawkeye's strength truly surpasses the average of the Shichibukai, Shen Fei thought, immediately giving up the idea of continuing the fight. Let's stop here. Given his and Hawkeye's strengths, a decisive victory would be impossible in a short period of time. Shen Fei had no intention of fighting Hawkeye for hours, days, or nights. His main purpose in this battle with Hawkeye was to confirm his own strength. With his current strength, he could only test his power against the 3 admirals or the 4 emperors, but the significance of either approach was different. In comparison, fighting Hawkeye was much simpler. Of course, this battle also had another purpose, to showcase a portion of his strength to the Navy, the world government, and the pirates. Seeing Shen Fei had no intention of continuing the fight, Hawkeye had no desire to force him. He immediately slung Black Blade Knight onto his back, then glanced at the horizon, his brows furrowing slightly. Even with the strength of a Yonko, sailing the vast ocean still required a vessel. Hawkeye was truly formidable. Not only was he the world's greatest swordsman, he was also an excellent navigator, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to just casually build a raft and sail around. He was also a skilled agriculturist, cultivating his own land and vegetables on his island, maintaining a self-sufficient existence. Because of his immense power, Hawkeye, unlike the other Shichibuke, did not need to pay annual taxes to the world government. He even didn't have to fulfill his duty as a Shichibuke, the pirate capture duty, and didn't have to worry about the world government's trouble with him. Gecko Maria's defeat, despite his significant contribution to the Battle of Marineford, was followed by Doflamingo leading a large number of pacifists to eliminate him. Would the world government dare to attack Hawkeye so easily? Such is the privilege of the strong. My boat's over there, Shen Fei immediately invited after seeing Hawkeye's reaction. Hawkeye didn't refuse, and the 2 of them headed towards the boat. Anyone else would have waited here for the boat to arrive, a sign of superiority. Unfortunately, Shen Fei wasn't one for it. I'm a little hungry after the fight. The restaurant should still be open, right? Arriving at the Barity, the seagoing restaurant, Shen Fei immediately headed for the restaurant. Hawkeye nodded slightly after noticing Shen Fei's inquiring gaze. By the way, Hawkeye, sailing around the sea on a raft, what does he eat every day? Barbecue or sashimi? This thought suddenly occurred to Shen Fei after entering the restaurant. Of course, he wouldn't ask Hawkeye about this question. If one were to follow past speculations about Hawkeye's pursuit of the Creek pirates, this question might have made Hawkeye feel a little awkward. Hawkeye doesn't want to believe that he possesses special artifacts and PIM particles, allowing him to carry vast quantities of supplies. On the surface, Hawkeye appears to be free and unrestrained, all on his own, on a single ship, and able to travel anywhere. However, if you consider the real world, you'll realize that this isn't the case at all. Just like the Straw Hat Pirates, their members appear to be incredibly happy, but that's only in the anime. In the real world, the Straw Hat Pirates are actually quite miserable. Sailing the ocean for a day or 2 can be exhilarating, but being on a ship the entire time is incredibly tedious, especially with such a small crew. The daily roster alone is enough to exhaust them. Zoro sleeps whenever he can, perhaps because he's not getting enough sleep. The pirate world primarily operates on sailing ships, which require constant attention to course. Furthermore, they fly the pirate flag, so to prevent sneak attacks, someone must monitor the route every night to prevent deviations and to be on the lookout for potential enemies. The Grand Line's unpredictable weather and volatile currents mean a ship could easily stray from its course. In the Straw Hat Pirates, only 2 people are allowed to freely schedule their rest time. One is Chopper, the ship's pet and doctor, who has the most regular daily schedule. The second is naturally Luffy, the captain, who doesn't need to be on duty. Within the Straw Hat Pirates, there's no hierarchy, not even a vice captain is officially appointed. However, as a legitimate pirate group, some things are ironclad, the captain's orders are absolute. Normally, the Straw Hat Pirates don't mind their quarrels, but Luffy's orders are unwavering. Just look at Nami. Despite her displeasure, she carried out Luffy's orders regardless of his whimsical ideas, including his whimsical desire to go to Sky Island. The key to being indifferent is whether or not to do it. Later, when Usopp disregarded Luffy's orders and fell out with him, Zoro insisted he wouldn't let him back until he formally apologized. This is why the Straw Hat Pirates were able to get Usopp back. If it were any other pirate group, not executing anyone who disobeyed the captain's orders right away would be considered a great achievement. Thinking of coming back is a dream. In some cases, the rules on a pirate ship are even stricter than those of the Navy. You guys are so awesome. While Shen Fei and Hawkeye were waiting for the food prepared by Zeph, Sanji, and the others, Luffy came over with a nonchalant look on his face. "My name is Luffy, and I'm the man who's going to be the Pirate King." Luffy came up to the two of them, covering his hat with one hand, revealing his big white teeth, and introduced himself with a bright smile. This guy, Luffy's action scared the others. These were two monsters. Pirate King? This is a very difficult road. Hawkeye looked at Luffy and spoke slowly. Although Hawkeye was seeing Luffy for the first time, that didn't mean he didn't know who he was. As someone who had sparred with Red Hair for years, it was natural for him to recognize Red Hair's hat. He also knew the reason why our Red Hair had lost his arm. Otherwise, in the original story, he wouldn't have immediately gone to Red Hair after sparring with Zoro. "Why do you want to be the Pirate King's man instead of the Pirate King?" Everyone else in the restaurant looked at Luffy in shock. After all, he was the one who dared to express his dream in front of two monsters. Some people would only be ridiculed when they spoke of their dreams, but Luffy was different, especially when he said it in front of Shen Fei and Hawkeye. However, as Shen Fei said this, the expressions of the others around him suddenly became very strange. To the people in the pirate world, Luffy's words could not be misunderstood, but to the world Shen Fei came from, any words could be misinterpreted. Take the chrysanthemum, for example. Originally one of the four gentlemen of flowers, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, it's also used in traditional Chinese medicine and a favorite of ancient gentlemen. Yet, its modern interpretation is instantly unbearable. If those ancient chrysanthemum-loving gentlemen knew their beloved had been misinterpreted in this way, they'd probably kick open their coffins and leap out. Ha ha ha! Shen Fei's words immediately made Chelsea, who was sitting at the other table, burst into laughter. The others looked at Luffy with strange expressions, but Luffy alone stared at them with a puzzled expression, completely confused as to what was going on. "I won't lose again until our next duel," Zoro then approached, staring intently at Hawkeye with a determined look. "I'll wait for you. You're heading to Rogue Town." After dinner at the seaside restaurant, Hawkeye boarded Shen Fei's ship. Looking at the ship's direction, he immediately guessed the destination. "I'm traveling this time, so of course I have to see the place where the Pirate King was executed." "Where are you going next?" "I'll take you there." "Rogue Town? Let's go there." Hawkeye's eyes flickered with nostalgia at the mention of Rogue Town. He was one of the witnesses to Roger's execution. Many of those who witnessed Roger's death later became powerful figures, and most of the current Shichibukai were witnesses. The squishy fruit can actually change a person's personality. It's incredible. Or perhaps it's because the person becomes more beautiful that their personality changes. Beauty truly is justice. The East Sea is truly a fascinating place. It's the weakest of the four seas, yet it has produced many powerful figures. And then there's the devil fruits. The flame fruit and the squishy fruit were both found in the East Sea. Speaking of which, Alrita really has Luffy to thank. If he hadn't knocked her away, she would have missed out on this devil fruit. As a parahuman devil fruit, the slippery fruit's power is undoubtedly immense. It's a shame its owner fell from grace. If it fell into the hands of someone skilled in physics, it would undoubtedly develop into something incredibly powerful. This devil fruit is a perfect match for Chelsea. P.S. Regarding updates, I know they were a bit slow, but I'll try to speed them up. Regarding the slippery fruit, I think no one would object to killing Alrita. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.